Hold on. Do it 1 second. Not yet. There we go. All right. Awesome. All right, I'm going to send out a new link. I think I need to do that then.
Can you check the audio?
Oh, no, I'm good. I'll sit up there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Switch to him. Yeah. Give me the white shot.
Want to watch the presentation and leave it there?
Go to the. Just leave it there. You want me to start this?
Sure.
The house music? I don't know what this music is. Is it the house music?
Yeah.
I'll make it stop.
You want me to kill it?
Yes, please. For right now.
Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2024 KDVA Union Alliance of Veterans Conference. So I'm Steve Lee, the Senior Vice President of KDVA. This is being live streamed later on. It will be available on our KDVA Digital Library as well as our KDVA YouTube channel. You will see some camera folks walking around, so please just be aware of that and try to give them your best face. Really appreciate that. So about 260 total people signed up for all the activities, so you're going to come in and out. So just be aware this is very casual setting, so if you need to get up to get some refreshments or stretch your legs, please do so, no worries at all. So we are very, very thankful for the sponsorship of the Korean Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs, or MPDA. You're going to hear us say that a lot today. So MPDA is the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs, and they are a sponsor for this. And we really appreciate our partners, the Korea U.S. Alliance Foundation, or KUSEN. You will also hear us say that many times. KUSEN. For being our primary fundraiser and for coordinating this with MPDA. So for both organizations, let's give them a big round of applause. So in the historic summit last April, President Yoon visited and had a wonderful summit here, historic, so many things were accomplished, right? We were very, very thankful that KUSEN played a central role in coordinating with MPDA and the South Korean presidential office. so that KUSEF and KDVA could host a lunch for President Lee to attend for veterans. He was supposed to only stop by, quite honestly, for 15, 30 minutes at that. He ended up staying for like an hour and a half. So those of you that are working in the background like me, your schedule that I just threw everybody on. But he enjoyed his time and appreciated the contributions of Americans who fought in the Korean War and those that continue to defend so much. He stayed the entire time. And then we really appreciate KUSEF coordinating with the presidential office so that the presidential office asked KDVA on behalf of all of the 3.3 million Americans who have served in Korea since signing the armistice agreement to present a letter of appreciation to President Lee. And that is what you see on the screen here today. One bit of trivia I'm going to point out here. Obviously, you see General Scaparrotti, but on left of your screen, you will see a very tall gentleman. You might recognize him. That is General Brown. He is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and to the left is Admiral Frank Kay. She is the chief of naval operations. The reason I point them out is they are both proud Korea defense veterans and serving in Korea. So again, I really appreciate everyone that made this event happen, so thank you very much. This next one, who watched the Super Bowl this year? 128 million people in the United States and millions around the world. This was part of the national anthem. The soldiers on the front lines in Korea are doing what they do. And thank God, I appreciate that they aired that and showed them during the national anthem. So ladies and gentlemen, we started off Thursday, yesterday with meetings in the Pentagon, and then visited the State Department and Deputy Secretary of Defense Kirk Campbell, as well as the National Defense University. All of them appreciated meeting with our senior leaders to understand what's going on in Korea and having an exchange of ideas. So thank you for that, we really appreciated it. I had an icebreaker last night here, and then today is the main program of the conference. I'll go into that detail a little bit later, and then tonight is our marquee event, the honors program. Tomorrow morning, we will be visiting the Korean War Veterans Memorial for the youth day ceremony. That concludes our review for this year. This is what we did last year in Atlanta. So what we're doing in KDVA is on even years, 2024, we do it here in Washington, D.C. Odd years, like last year, we go to one of our chapter locations. So we went to Georgia because, wow, amazing partnerships and working together all over Georgia. And it was an amazing visit that you see look on the faces of these groups. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you've got the wonderful programs. It has all of the information with all the detail. So if you need additional information like that, please let us know. We're going to have breaks throughout the major, about an hour and a half or so, and then about 15-minute break. So understand that. The refreshments are available outside. If you'd like to please silence your phones at this time if you do have them. We are here in the main grand ballroom. After the main program is here, we'll have an hour social hour. And it's across the hallway back here in the cabinet room, while this room is transformed into a dinner banquet. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with me for some administrative comments. Now, I'd like to welcome our KDVA Chairman and President and former Commander of the United Nations Command, Combined Forces Command, USFK, General Curtis Scaparrotti. Sir.
All right, listen, welcome to the KDVA reunion. It's good to see you all here. Many, many friends in the audience, both at the reception last night and in the audience today. It's good to see you all. And I know some that I know from, and I would hope that, throughout the day here, I get to meet each one of you. And I do appreciate your attendance here at the reunion. This is an opportunity really to celebrate the Alliance and the service members, the veterans that made the Alliance and keeps it healthy and strong today. And to celebrate you, in fact, and support the Alliance and keeps it healthy and strong today. So I appreciate very much your attendance here. Also, I want to follow up with Steve and just thank MPVA for supporting this reunion. They've been a great supporter and contributor throughout every year that I've been present here, and is always ready to help. We also have, and noted, KUSAF. We have the president and the chairman here today with us as well. KUSAF is a very close partner of ours, and as you know, they are a fundraiser that allows us to operate here in the States and do the things that we do. And just as a demonstration of what that support does for us, you've watched, and we were here several times here, we're now at 30,000 members within this association. It has been our goal for the past several years to keep doubling, if at all possible, our membership. And we've actually been able to do that. So the last 4 years have been record-setting, every year better than the one before. And I am sure that we'll continue that track record for this next year. We're now over 100,000 social media members as well, our followers. Last year at this reunion in Georgia, because of the live streaming, within 24 hours, our followership went up significantly there too. So I'm hoping for the same boost off of this reunion this year with those who will plug in and see it, but maybe couldn't make it to DC for this. But they want to see the reunion, so I hope we see a boost there. I want you to take advantage of this opportunity. As Steve said, the rule of 5, get to know 5 people you don't know, learn a bit about the Alliance and our close relationship, and then your expertise as well is welcomed as we talk to each other. There's a lot of people here with knowledge and expertise in the U.S.-Korea relationship and the situation that's a security environment there as well. So we hope you'll have that discussion. Finally, I hope you'll enjoy the program that's put together today, the speakers that we have, the corporate sponsors that'll present that support us as well. I think you'll find it a great program, and we hope that you will enjoy it. So thank you for coming, and thank you all for the support that you give KDVA throughout the year. Thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. Okay, so please, when we have opportunities, go meet somebody new. Thank you, sir. So our next speaker is General Lima. I had the great fortune to be able to serve with him in Combined Forces Command. Don't let his appearance scare you. I think this is unclassified now. But we have reports that when he was named the Deputy CFC Commander, North Koreans were literally worried because a true warfighter looks like it, acts like it, thinks like it. And so we're very proud and very fortunate that we have such a great leader leading KUSAF. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome the President of KUSAF and the former Deputy Commander of Combined Forces Command, General Im Ho-young. Sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. It is a great pleasure for me to be here and to meet you again. And thank you for your attending, and thank all distinguished guests, especially Ambassador Harris. Thank you. And as I mentioned in the breakfast, all my friend is here, especially General Abrams. He and I were graduated from the same year, Korean Military Academy in West Point. In Korea, we call it 친구, friend. General Abrams is my friend. And I have one big brother, General Scarpati. Was my boss when I served as a deputy secretary of CFC. He always stands in my side and support me And thank you very much. We called that is 형님 in Korean means big brother. And I have another big brother, General Vincent Brooks. He was commander when I was the deputy commander of CFC. And always thank you for your help and your supporting. Like this, we served together and we spent a time together. And we had many good experience together in same place and same times in Yongsan. At that time, we were shouting, we go together in Korean, 같이 갑시다. I think it's the spirit of the Rugged US Alliance. I thank you for all you attending and have a good time in this important event. Today, 2021 First Alliance Veterans Conference is a great chance to look back on what we have achieved and prepare for future challenges. It is also time to find new ways to work together. The veterans and the service duty soldiers here today show the ongoing dedication of our alliance. We will never forget that we enjoy peace and prosperity today because of your sacrifices. Taking care of our veterans is a shared duty between Korea and the United States. And we must continue to pass this important legacy in the future generation. I hope this AVC will help build an even strengthening and brighter future for the ROC and US Alliance. Thank you very much.
I'm sure the North Koreans will see that and he'll be in their nightmares again. So thank you, General Lim, sir. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are in the first part of our reunion, and this is the part where we have the opportunity, have our partners. Now there are 33 KDVA partners in 4 countries on 4 continents, and several of them are here. They're going to talk about what they do to support the Alliance and our veterans, and we're very, very thankful. The first organization that we're going to start out with, of course, the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation. They are our primary fundraiser. That's why everything that KDVA does is free. I know it's sometimes hard to believe, the skepticism that people have, but literally we don't ask for no one paid to come in here. Membership is totally free, and it's all because of KUSEF and the central work of their Secretary General, Major General Shin Kyung-soo. Sir.
Thank you very much. And Steve gave me 7 minutes, and also after the 7-minute speech, and he's saying that 3 minutes Q&A. I hope no questions. I'm not ready to answer your question. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Korea-US Alliance Foundation, and first of all, congratulate the KDVA for this successful reunion, and also congratulate that many of you know that the KDVA actually reached the 100,000 SNS followers. Now they have almost 30,000 members and 100,000 SNS followers. This is a great achievement. The reason they made this achievement within very short time frame. And I'm going to show you that the first slide that why this is a great achievement. Do I have to push the button or?
No, sir, you tell them.
Okay, next. Okay, I'm not sure. I think General Cap was there when he was a commander CFC, and in 2014, actually, this is the start of the KDVA and also the CUSAP. And when I was a defense attaché, I invited the former commanders, like you may see that General Tilley and General Thurman and General Senward. As you know, General Senward passed away last year, and we send the utmost respect to his contribution for the defense of the rock. But there was like a General Senward, and my boss, General Laporte, was there, and this is the first time we talk about this organization, KDVA and CUSAP, and everybody agree that we need this organization. And then from that time, now we are like almost 10 years. And if you look at that within the short time, it is a great achievement. And I really appreciate that General Cap and Steve and all of the great that support for this event, for this organization. And one thing that we, at that time, General Senward is the senior former commander, and he constantly asked that the purpose. And so when I brief like I'm already moving from the purpose to the maybe 7 or 8 pages, but that the General Senward keep asking, okay, let me talk a little bit more about purpose and why you are going to establish this kind of organization. So I remember that how enthusiastic about that all the commanders who were there in 2014. That's the actually ambassador's residence, and the upper right photo is defense attaché's. General Pugh is here, and then the general defense attaché's residence there. And so next, the purpose. Purpose, what the General Senward really emphasized. Next slide. Okay, this is the purpose. Basically, it is to strengthen the alliance. And there are a couple of areas that the CUSAP is working on. Next. And the main job of the CUSAP is to support the KDVA. And we financially support the management and the operation of KDVA. And so yesterday we had a very great meeting with the General Scab about the future of the KDVA and CUSAP. And KDVA, at the beginning I mentioned that now KDVA has 100,000 followers, and they do have 30,000 members. And I hear that we got the briefing that the KDVA is growing and faster than actually I expected. So this year you may have another chapters, and next year have more chapters, and I'm pretty sure that the KDVA can reach that 100,000 members within that 2 or 3 years. So the issue is that the mission of the CUSAP, and the CUSAP, how can we support that growing KDVA? And so the CUSAP has now got some task that how you are going to support the KDVA in the future. Next. So from now on, I'm not going to talk about in detail about the tasks, but that I would like to emphasize some of that we achieved together with the KDVA during the last year. And the first very nice photos that already KDVA shown that, and also the CUSAP and KDVA together, we recognize that some hero during the Korean War, and we present the medal of military, the highest combat medal of the Korea, and that is the Taeguk. So Colonel Ralph Forget and Captain Williams, those two actually received the highest the Korean combat medal last year at the summit appreciation luncheon. And Jason Park is here, and he was the MC actually of that event, and so that also we did, and also we invited that wounded soldier to our the summit dinner. So if you can see that there are one the guy on the left that wearing that the Navy uniform. He is the captain Lee Hee-won. Now he became the vice minister of the MPVA, who is the supporting the KUSAP and KDVA. So we invited that wounded soldier. We continue that kind of work even this year, and pretty sure that we are going to do that next year. Next. This is the amazing photo that I really like. That's all that I know that KDVA is going to name of the Revisit Korea participants, not the participants. And what I heard that's kind of ambassador, and KDVA thinking about that the new initiative. Let's call them not the Korea Revisit defense veterans, or not the Korea Revisit participants, but that the Korea Revisit ambassadors. And so this is the very important photo that we are inviting the defense veterans to Korea to get, actually the KDVA is hosting that kind of event supported by the MPVA. So this year the numbers might be reduced, but that we are going to talk to the MPVA and National Assembly, and we're going to increase that numbers next year. And we continue our educating and our people about the alliance and how important that alliance is, and also we are talking to our people about that the future of the alliance. So we did great that time, and we are going to continue this kind of initiative together with the KDVA. Next. One of our tasks is to inherit or to cherish that the legacy of the Korean War. We have Korean War veterans here today, and so this is our job, and to tell the people about what you learned and what's the meaning of their sacrifice during the Korean War. And so last year we built that the General Cap actually was there, and together with that the SK Chairman, and we built that memorial for the Colonel Weber, who actually built that Korean War memorial and the War of Remembrance. And also we built the memorial for the General Singelov. And also we continue to honor those Korean War veterans. And General Baek Sun-yeop is our great leader and a great hero, and to strengthen the alliance. So we're going to continue to honor the General Baek Sun-yeop. And we actually, KUSAP and KDVA together hosted at the first and the second memorial for the General Baek Sun-yeop. At that time, nobody wanted to do that because of the different thought on that General Baek Sun-yeop, but that we did that. And now the Korean Army headquarters is hosting this memorial for the General Baek Sun-yeop. So we laid the foundation for this today's memorial. Next. This one, I'd like to talk a little bit more about that. I'm not sure how many of you understand that the sacrifice even after the Korean War. During the Korean War, more than 36,000 US veterans actually killed in action. But even after the Korean War, armistice like 1953, July 27, we actually made a research last year, and we found out that there were 101 US soldiers, sailors, and airmen who killed in action, not by the accident, who killed in action. There were 101. Actually, even 3 years ago, here that General Brooks mentioned about this number. At the time, actually, Gerald Brooks mentioned the 92. But after 1 year research, we found out that 101. So you may remember that Boniface, Major Boniface, and Captain Barrett, but that we do have more than 101. So it is shameful to Korean, and we actually have a demonstration against that, the USFK, and some demonstration in the past, asking withdrawal of the U.S. forces Korea. But that even that time, actually, the USFK actually sacrificed their lives to defend the Republic of Korea. That's the 101 soldiers. So we are going to build this memorial with the support from the National Assembly, hopefully this year and the next year. So the commanders may have another chance to get the briefing about this memorial, but that this is so important to remember that the alliance is important to honor those killed in action even after the Korean War, and they continue to defend and to strengthen the alliance. Next. And we are now talking to some young children, like middle and high school students and university students, and they're talking to them about the alliance and the Korean War. Next. And next. So we are actually publishing some books. Last year, we published 70 for 70. We invited the 35 US, and we asked about their thoughts on the alliance. And now the book 70 for 70 is available. If you need the books, and you can send it to you. And the 146 heroes, and those are the Medal of Honor recipients during the Korean War. And so we actually continue to educate our young soldiers about how they sacrificed, what's their lessons that we should learn. Next. I think I may have one more slide, or this is the last. And we actually, the efforts covered in the Korean news media, and many articles and coverage on that, our KUSAP and the KDVA efforts. Next. And finally, we are working on this kind of a new project, and this is connecting Korean companies in the United States and the Korea defense veterans. Basically, through that, the KDVA and KUSAP, we would like to provide the job opportunities who are the defense veterans. And the Korean company in the United States, as you know, that during the last 4 years, Korea is the #1 country invested in the United States. So there are many Korean companies who need good laborers and good the people working for their company. We, defense veterans, are really trained and disciplined, and they are very well talented young resources. So we want to connect them to the Korean company. So this is kind of a win-win scenario for the rock company. They will hire very talented, disciplined, young people, and also the defense veterans will have a chance to work at the Korean company in the United States, and they do understand the Korea. They understand Korean culture, and so it will be a good, really great opportunities to both the defense veterans and the Korean companies. Next. I think this is my last slide. No question, right? Thank you very much.
Hold on a second. So open the floor. We have people with mics. Please, anybody have any questions for General Shin? We're opportunity. You can ask him about himself or Kusev. Yes, please, over here, Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you, General Shin. Dave Maxwell. Where will the memorial to the 101 soldiers be built?
No, we got the approval from the Defense Ministry, and it will be at the corner of the Korean War Memorial Yongsan. we try to build that at the actually the parade field between the White House and the Eighth Army, but that it may take more than 8 years if you want to build some memorial there, because not transferred to the rock yet, and there are some environmental issue, and so you cannot build at any facilities in Yongsan. So, but at the corner of the war memorial will become the center of the Yongsan, and they will remove the wall, and then that location will be the center of the Yongsan Park. So it will, many people can easily to visit there.
Anything else?
I think one question is enough, right?
All righty. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So the next partner is the Korea Economic Institute of America. So Clint might talk about this, but they have a great survey that comes out every summer. It talks about American attitudes towards Korea. One of the biggest takeaways from that, hopefully I'm not taking any more thunder, but we talk about it all the time, KDVA. That survey says that over 90% of the people who follow information about Korea have a favorable opinion about Korea. So the more people in America learn about Korea, their opinion of Korea is favorable. That's pretty amazing. And so again, KEI puts out a survey every year on that. And Clint Work is a wonderful, wonderful scholar and fellow there as a director and fellow of academic affairs. Clint, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. You absolutely stole my thunder. I was going to plug the same survey, but you did a better job probably than I could. Erlene gave me 7 minutes as well. I hope to be briefer than that. And I did not bring slides, so unfortunately you'll be subject just to my unkempt visage as I speak. I do have to say, and I think, Steve, you've heard me say this before, I first came to DC when I joined the Stimson Center in 38 North in early 2020. It was a little while after Steve, I think, had taken the helm at KDVA, and this is just before the pandemic, and Steve was one of the first people I met in person and developed a relationship with, as a result of which, when things were sort of overturned in the context of the pandemic and we went virtual, we really hit the ground running and did a lot of events partnering with KDVA, which featured Generals Brooks and Scaparrotti. And our relationship has really only continued since then. And it's been fantastic to see KDVA grow by such leaps and bounds. But I'm no longer with Stimson or 38 North. I'm now with KEI, which is what I'm here to speak about today. As Steve said, I'm the Director of Academic Affairs and a Fellow. In those two positions, I conduct my own research and writing, but also oversee our publications as well as various programs. And KEI is a very unique organization because we're both a policy institute or think tank, as well as a public outreach organization. So we do a lot of programs both here in DC, engaging with policymakers, lawmakers, other folks in and around the think tank community. But we also do a lot of activities and events beyond the Beltway. And I want to highlight just a few of those today. One of our key programs is the Future of Korea program series, where we work with diplomats from the Republic of Korea's embassy here in DC, as well as State Department officials from the Korea desk and World Affairs councils throughout the country. And we go and put on programs in various cities, as well as engage with middle schools and universities in these locales to feature different aspects of the US-Korea relationship. Just in the last year, we went to Savannah, Georgia, Portland, Maine, Columbia, South Carolina next week, San Antonio and Houston, Texas, as well as Minneapolis a few weeks ago. And next year, we look to go to Albuquerque, New Mexico, Las Vegas, and Anchorage, Alaska. And so thinking about this and all the work that KDVA does, and as you're expanding chapters throughout the country, I think this is a great opportunity for us to continue to partner and find ways to work together. Another key flagship program of ours is our Ambassadors Dialogue, which takes the South Korean ambassador to the US and the US ambassador to South Korea and takes them on essentially a road show to different places around the country. Now, the pandemic disrupted this a bit, but we fortunately were able to restart that this year just a few weeks ago with Ambassadors Goldberg and Cho going to 3 different states, Michigan, Texas, and Arizona, where, as was previously mentioned by General Shin, there's been a large groundswell of Korean investment. And so they met with various stakeholders from governors of the states, university provosts, and others as well, to discuss and to highlight and promote the U.S.-Korea relationship. We also had, and this was not public, our annual Opinion Leader Seminar, or OLS event, which is a closed-door event which features experts from both the ROK and the U.S. to talk about key policy issues of the day. Though closed door, we do produce at KEI different pieces of analysis that provide insight that was garnered from those discussions, and that will be coming in the future. I would also be remiss if I didn't highlight our flagship journal, which I oversee, which is Korea Policy, and that examines, again, soliciting contributions from experts from the ROK, from the US, and really around the world, articles that examine key policy issues. So, for example, we had an issue on economic security, which of course is constantly discussed these days, but means different things in different places. The issues or the concept of the Indo-Pacific, which similarly means different things from different vantage points, whether Seoul, Tokyo, or DC. And we run programs that feature the findings from these papers. Our next issue, which I would like to highlight this fall, features key developments in the U.S.-South Korea alliance in particular, and it's what Presidents Yoon and Biden have called a strategic technology and economic partnership. So we'll be examining all facets of cooperation, whether in cybersecurity and space, in defense industrial cooperation, but also in areas like biomanufacturing and biotechnology. And we'll be running an event in UT Austin later this month, as well as one in our KE office on November 13th. So please consult KEI's website to see those events. They're all publicly run and live streamed. I'd also like to highlight our U.S.-Korean Diplomatic Crossroads book, which is an updated version of the ambassador's memoir, which features mostly firsthand accounts of both U.S. ambassadors to South Korea and Korean ambassadors to the U.S., going all the way back to the foundation of the relationship. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Ambassador Harris's firsthand account is the most recent and updated chapter in the volume, which will be published in the coming week. So you can find this both on our website as well as hard copies at our office. So we do a lot of events. And the last thing I guess I would mention is we recently had a leadership transition with President and CEO Scott Snyder joining us. He's taken the helm. I think all of you know he's a well-known and reputed scholar of the U.S.-Korea alliance, and he's taken a very hands-on approach, moving us forward where we're really deepening our focus on the economic components of the relationship. But I would be remiss if I didn't highlight that though KEI is called the Korea Economic Institute, we joke that it's the Korea Everything Institute because we really do cover all facets of the relationship: economic, security, diplomatic, people-to-people, cultural, because as you all know, it's a very multifaceted relationship. And just finally, and I probably should have begun with this, I want to give a heartfelt thanks to all the veterans on both sides, and particularly those from the Korean War who are joining us either in the room today or online. Any questions? Actually, I have a question for General Shin.
Oh my God. Whoa, this is something new. This is great.
Sorry to put you on the
Clint,
spot. Where can I get a hard copy of the book you highlighted on your slides?
Oh, the book, 2 books actually. Book about what?
Was it 146, excuse me.
146 and okay. Let me know that I will send the books to you.
Sorry
Actually,
for putting you
the
on the spot.
KDVA, yeah. Okay.
So we'll get that information out to you. If you do want it, just please let us know. Okay? All right. Any questions for Clint? Okay, Clint, I got a question for you.
Yes.
So how did teaching experience in South Korea help inform your opinions as you are now a well-respected Korea expert in think tank community?
That's a good and difficult question, Steve. Yeah, well, just by way of answering it, a little background. I first went to Korea not as an analyst or scholar or student of the relationship, but as an English teacher in late 2009. I taught at a Hagwon. I taught Korean students from Yuchiwon all the way to really university level or on their way to university. I did that for several years and started graduate work in the process. So as I was learning Korea, particularly through my students, I was beginning to deepen my engagement as a student and fledgling scholar of the relationship. So I had read a fair amount about the relationship from a historical perspective, but there's distance from a historical and theoretical perspective. But there's a distance between doing that and knowing and living in the place. And so being there and engaging with students in particular, it humanized the relationship and added a depth of appreciation for really just how deep the relationship goes, but also the complexities of Korean society. And General Shin mentioned, some opposition to the U.S. At times and the U.S. presence, but South Korea is a healthy and vibrant democracy. And so to grapple with and experience the complexity of those views only strengthened my understanding of the relationship and really my desire to learn more.
Well, thank you, Clint. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve.
So especially for any young people in our audience here, as well as on live streaming, if you have any interest in learning about how to go and perhaps teach in South Korea to start out with, please get a hold of Clint, and he'll be a good mentor for you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, next is the Military Women's Memorial. All right, I am an idiot. I did not know this wonderful memorial, where it existed. So I've been to Arlington National Cemetery like a lot of you many times. Had no clue as you're driving into Arlington National Cemetery, what you're looking at is exactly what you see on the screen, which is a Military Women's Memorial. And it is a fabulous place. Oh, by the way, free. So please go visit there. Parking is easy. And so we're very thankful to have with us Chief Warrant Officer 5 retired, Phyllis Wilson, the president of the Military Women's Memorial. Phyllis, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, and I am so honored to be here to address you. When we think about the number of American servicemen and women that have served in the Republic of Korea since the cessation of the conflict in 1953, I understand it's approximately 3.3 million. That's approximately how many women have defended this country all the way back to the Revolutionary War. Some of them are veterans that have served in the Republic of Korea, and I have a few stories to share with you about that. So next slide. The mission of the memorial is very simple. It's to honor and tell the stories of America's servicewomen wherever they have gone around the globe, wherever they have served and whatever they have done. And we are that national repository that tells those stories. Next slide. So Steve was saying, yes, as you drive into Arlington National Cemetery, you see this beautiful grand half-circle wall that was built in the 1930s. But the memorial next week turns 27 years old. And this, what you're seeing on the screen, is part of the inside. We believe we're the only national memorial that actually has a heated and cooled interior. We have 33,000 square feet inside, so you can wander through there and see these stories of the women all the way back to the Revolutionary War, where in our country, women disguised themselves as men in order to defend their own nation because it was against the law for a woman to fight and serve in the military. That changed in 1901 with the Army Nurse Corps. And we had a small number of women that served in World War I, about 10,000. But the floodgates opened in World War II. And then in 1948, because Korea was already bubbling and percolating and people were hearing and seeing that there was trouble brewing, the President of the United States, Harry Truman, signed into law the Women's Armed Service Integration Act, which gave women the opportunity to serve not just in wartime, but also in peace. So that's the genesis from 1948. Next slide. So what I wanted to tell you is that we have over 317,000 individual and discrete women's stories in our national repository. When I put into that database the other day, just the word Korea and hit enter, thousands and thousands and thousands of women's stories came to light in front of me to tell me what they had done and what their most memorable experiences were. And they proudly captured their story of their time in Korea. Next slide. This is one, and Muggs, as a second lieutenant, arrives in Korea. She's in charge of a maintenance unit, but her very wise commanding officer took her and other young officers to the DMZ to see what that quick reaction force looked like and to understand that while you may be in charge of a maintenance unit, that quick reaction force relies on you. It was a wake-up call for a young woman at 22 years of age to understand how she was connected to the DMZ. And I think her story is just fantastic. Next slide. This is the first woman in American history to become a general officer, Anna Mae Hayes, the chief of the Army Nurse Corps. And in her early time in the military, she served in Korea. And she was one of the early nurses in Korea during the conflict. She talks about serving as a captain and an operating room supervisor at the 4th Hospital in Korea, one of the first medical units to enter Korea during the Incheon invasion, September 1950. So she has a strong connection, and we're very proud. That is the first woman in American history to become a general. Next slide. Nicole Malachowski, Air Force, the first woman to become a Thunderbird pilot. One of her best assignments, I talked with her on a podcast recently, was her time in Korea supporting an Army unit. So again, I think Korea is the pathway to leading to some of our most talented and highest ranking women, it seems. Next slide. Yeah, Catherine Marta. She says, I left home in March of '49, embarking on my big career. And after basic training, she was at Fort Lewis, Washington, and ultimately she deployed. They were on board a ship to Busan, Korea in October of 1950. After landing, we had to wait a few weeks. She did TDY at the POW compound number 1 in Korea. We started north via the Korean train and got as far as Ascom City. The Chinese had entered the war and Allied troops were en route. We stayed a week at the 14th Field Hospital, helping out, and then went back to Busan. We set up our hospital in several large school buildings in early December 1950. Some patients were on wards in the buildings, but most were out in tent wards. Remember, December, tent wards. The designation of our hospital was changed to the 22nd EVAC in mid-1951. Our tent wards were replaced with buildings. Our own GI and UN soldiers were a great group. They made me feel needed and loved. I can honestly say this special period of my nursing career was the most fulfilling I ever had, and she served for a number of years. This was her most fulfilling. This is what we all answer the call for. When we're needed, we answer. And our next slide is someone in our room, a very person that I know very well. Next slide, please. Jan Edmonds. She is the board chair of the Military Women's Memorial. She also has strong affinity, obviously, here at KDVA. She served in Korea, and it's just a really great thing. She led the 19th Theater Support Command, but she says her most memorable experiences are all about seeing the soldiers under my charge learn, grow, and succeed. And I can tell you, she still has this soldier under her charge, and she is still teaching me how to learn, to grow, and ideally, Jan, to succeed. Next slide. So this is the Military Women's Memorial. We are a 501c3. We're not funded by the US government, and we do look to partner with anybody, organizations, foundations, otherwise, that help us. I shout out to KDVA for what they did in our gallery. We start with the Revolutionary War, we come full circle to current day, what women are doing. But in the Korea conflict gallery, KDVA generously offered to translate our entire English script that details what goes on and what the story is that we're telling about the Korea era into Korean. And so now we have that. So any visitors that want to learn more about the Korea era, the QR code is there and they can listen to it and study that. So thank you so much for partnering with us. We're proud to partner with you. And I think we have a 1-minute slide that not only will give you a better vantage and overhead view of what the memorial looks like, how grand it is, but also a sneak peek into what hopefully in just a little more than 2.5 years, the inside of the memorial will look like. All new technology, all new media, interactivities, RFID, to bring it more alive to our young Americans. I don't know about you in Korea, but I can tell you that if it doesn't move on a smartphone anymore, our young people don't stop to read the rails at a museum. So we need to update it to engage them and make sure Americans, young and old, understand what we do together with our partner countries. So if you'll cue up that film, thank you.
From America's beginning, women have answered the call to serve. Our stories of triumph and sacrifice are vital to our country's history. We serve in every branch of the military, at every level, as warriors, innovators, and leaders. The Military Women's Memorial is the only national memorial dedicated to the lives of American servicewomen. For more than 20 years, our world-class education center has brought the nation together to honor their courage, determination, and love of country. The Military Women's Memorial will bring these stories to life for a new generation. Help us honor her service.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any questions for Phyllis, please? Okay, so for those of you that don't know, we did a KDVA meet and greet, which we do about 4 times a year at all of our chapters. We did one there. So if you didn't know, they're open for business for reception. I will tell you, Phyllis, just a business advice to you, it's too cheap. Yeah, the facilities that you'll have is amazing. It's like no other experience. So if you'd like to go, I think y'all are always open for receptions and such.
We are.
Conferences.
We are. And as a matter of fact, for the Army-Navy football game, we will be media row the day before. All of the broadcasters from across the country that come in for the Army-Navy football game, which this year is here in DC. So on December 13th, we will be media row. We're very excited about that. Another thing I would tell you is our rooftop terrace. As you saw some of the overview, that whole rooftop terrace is stunning. And if you're on there looking towards the city, there is nothing between us and the Lincoln Memorial, which is where the Lincoln Memorial is where they fire the fireworks on 4th of July. So our rooftop terrace is a wonderful viewing station for me with a glass of wine on the 4th of July to witness that. And I think for me, it's spectacular because to my back are all the white grave markers of our fallen heroes. And in front is the Lincoln Memorial. So come and join us. It is not cheap that night, I will promise you. But you can get, as an example, you can get packs of 10 tickets, VIP service, open bar, food, live entertainment, and then the rooftop seeing the fireworks. And it's $5,000 for 10 people, which really isn't a bad price for all of that. And grand, easy parking and easy on, easy out of the town. So follow us up, whether it's a reception, a sit-down dinner, a happy hour, a panel discussion, things like you're doing here. We can also host those kinds of events. But we also are looking for sponsorship on our capital campaign. General Brooks is a kind member to join us as a member of our capital campaign advisory committee. He's doing penance because his West Point times, he wasn't necessarily quite so candidly in favor of women serving in the military or certainly not attending West Point. He was in that transition when it was an all-male institute to when women were now being incorporated in there. And a young man has changed his ways and understands that women now do bring some value to the military. So I thank you so much, General Brooks, and so to all of you for what you do to keep this relationship. My son so loved Korea when he served his first tour that when it was time for him to re-enlist, he re-enlisted for the option to return to Korea. So we're very pleased. Thank you.
Okay, Nora, I'm sorry, I'm going to embarrass you again. So they did an unbelievable hosting of an event that was one of a kind. It was moderated by CBS News' anchor, Nora O'Donnell, who, oh, by the way, is a child of a Korea defense veteran. She grew up on Yongsan, if you didn't know. So Nora O'Donnell, she moderated. Phyllis, I think it was a 16-star, for the first time ever, 4 sitting active duty 4-star female flag officers. The memorial there hosted, and it was unbelievable. Please go look for it. It really was fantastic. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next organization, I'm sorry, I skipped over. No, we're good. So the next organization is the Korean War Veterans Memorial Foundation. For those of you who have never visited, it's right next to the Lincoln Memorial. A lot of people comment about how wonderful that memorial is, and we're very, very thankful that we'll have the opportunity to go visit that on Saturday morning. If you haven't signed up, please join us. Bus leaves here Saturday morning, and we'll bring you right back here. And we really appreciate that Mr. Ralph Walton, the events coordinator, will come and speak to us. Thanks, Ralph.
Thank you. Good morning. I am the events coordinator, so usually I'm behind the scenes running rampant, trying to make sure everything's running. So forgive me if I'm a little nervous to address you all. I'm just honored to be able to share the KDVA, the Korean War Veterans Memorial Foundation mission. Next slide. So that is our memorial. It's a living center. Our goal is to honor, inspire, and educate. It obviously is, for me, it's the ultimate memorial in Washington, D.C. It's always been one of my, for me, it's ground zero for the Korean War veterans. And next slide. And if you haven't been since July of 22, the Wall of Remembrance does list the names of the fallen, including Katusas. It's an impressive wall. When we do events down there, we bring folks down and we bring flowers for folks to actually place on the memorial, and it's impactful when people do walk through. Next slide. Our field of service. Next slide. And of course, our mural, which these photos are taken from actual photos of soldiers representing the different branches and the different organizations within them. Next slide. Our UN corridor represents the 22 allied nations. And during the dedication of the war memorial, the Wall of Remembrance, we were able to get 20 of the 22 representative nations, representatives from the embassies down to lay a rose. Next slide. Our pool of remembrance, once again, just a very solemn, especially at night. If you have not been down there, if you haven't seen it, please go down and just take the time. It's quiet down there at night. Usually, parking's not an issue, but it's once again just part of ground zero for me, at least. Anyway, next slide. Rubbings from the stone. I've actually done a couple myself that I've had requests for folks who can't travel to DC. So we've done a few rubbings for folks and sent them off live, and it's just inspiring to see especially high school students come through, and just to see the names, it's just an impressive wall. Next slide. That is the foundation's mission, once again, to continue the legacy of honoring our career war veterans. This is our board, General Toleli at the helm. Next slide. And once again, our mission. That bottom photo was the groundbreaking of the ceremony. I think there were about 500 people in attendance, and that was in 2021. Next slide. Okay, this is where I can talk a little freely. So this is our honor flight mission. What we set out to do this year was to reach out to all the honor flights and those who had Korean War veterans on board. We put together a care package for them. Either when they arrive or they're given this, they're presented with this care package on their flight over as part of mail call. And it's a personalized letter for each one, for each veteran. It includes a foundation coin and a pin as well, and a signed letter from our president. And we have, when we do these care packages with their names on them, I can't describe the reaction we get from us. It's just an honor. I had one about 3 weeks ago where we presented him with a letter. He basically broke down and said the whole trip was worth it just to see his name in a letter of thanks for him. So for me, that was all the vindication we needed to have to know that this program worked. And I think Honor Flights will be speaking shortly on this as well. But we've been able to do this, and this was our first year doing it, so we're still trying to work out the details, the logistics of it, but it's impactful, and folks are ready for next year as well. So there's less and less on these honor flights to say that. Previous years, maybe 10 per flight, 7. I think this year, the most we've seen is that flight there. I think they were out of Indiana. I think there were 7, and 6 of them had never been to the wall before. So, Honor Flight is just an amazing organization, what they do to bring them on. Now they're starting to prioritize the Korean War veterans to bring them because there are less and less of them. So they're a priority now, and we actually talked to an Honor Flight. They're going to dedicate one Honor Flight to all the Korean War veterans in Long Island and bring them down for the day. So, I'm keeping my eyes out for that as well. Next slide. So we have 4 major events each year: Memorial Day, Start of the Korean War, the Armistice Day, and Veterans Day. We've done special events. We've done wreath layings for other organizations as well. We kind of help support on the ground. Folks call us up just even for simple questions. How do I get a permit? What's allowed? What's not allowed? And just kind of set up the ground for them, the footprint. So we've been able to help other organizations as well. And daily there's activity down there. And I think you said, Steve, that there's a wreath laying tomorrow. I think there's like between 10 and 12 honor flights coming in. So you'll probably run into some of these veterans. So if you do, please, thank them for us. And it means a lot to them. This is their one and only trip to DC. Like I said, to Ground Zero. Next slide. So one of the events we did this year was a wreath laying for Colonel Puckett on behalf of the Medal of Honor Society. And they reached out to us 2 weeks notice before Colonel Puckett's body was laid in state. And the team just pulled together and got it done. So we know how the sausage is made. We've seen the inside baseball and getting things done through National Park Service, who's a good partner of ours, and just those other vendors and support personnel. So we're well entrenched now. We know who the names are, and it's just really to the team. It was a team effort to get that happening. Next slide. So obviously you have your wreath laying tomorrow. What time are you heading down there? So 9:30? Okay. So yeah, at 9:30, once again, you might have some honor flights come in. I don't know how long the ceremony is, but we're here to support anything that is that you need. Any event you're planning, as simple as a wreath laying, playing of taps. Once again, we're just here for you all. So thank you.
Okay, any questions or comments for Ralph? So if you're interested in any kind of ceremony or activity at the memorial, please contact Ralph Walden. Really super humble, nice man. I really appreciate it. One of the things that might be a misconception is that because it's on the National Mall, people think that the U.S. government pays for maintaining it. They do a little bit, but the foundation exists to raise funds to make sure that it is in proper order so that it properly honors Korean War veterans. And so that's why donations are constantly needed to make sure that it is maintained at all times. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, next is the Korea Society, the Korea Society. So truly encompasses all walks of life about Korea and the alliance. And we're very fortunate to have Dr. Hae-Kyung on. Hae-Kyung, I'm going to embarrass you a little bit. So we both served in the Korea at the U.S. Embassy together. She was a chief of protocol for probably 5 or 6 ambassadors. Unbelievably great. She's going to grade us on how we did on protocol. I'll get a report later, so hopefully it's favorable. So thank you, Hae-Kyung, for joining us today as a senior advisor for outreach.
Thank you, Steve, for the very kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. My name is, as Steve just mentioned, introduced Hae-Kyung Hae-Lian. I'm working as a senior advisor for outreach at the Korea Society. It is my great pleasure to introduce our organization as a key partner of the KDVA, so I really appreciate this opportunity. Today, next slide. To make my job pretty easy, actually, I'm going to show you a very short video about who we are and what we do. We made this video for the our annual gala event, which was held last September in Manhattan, New York. And then I'm going to introduce you some recent programs we had, and then the upcoming programs we are going to have this year related to the U.S. Iraqi Alliance. So video, please.
In 1957, General James A. Van Fleet, the longest-serving UN Forces commander during the Korean War, established the first nonprofit organization dedicated to the promotion of friendly relations between the people of the United States and Korea. From these roots grew several interconnected organizations, which in June 1993 emerged to form the Korea Society as it exists today. The leadership of the Korea Society consists of Vice President Ji Young-seo, myself, Tom Byrne, President and CEO, and former U.S. Ambassador to Korea, Kathleen Stevens, who serves in the capacity of board chair. The Korea Society conducts a wide range of informative, timely, and entertaining programs in furthering of its mission to promote greater awareness, understanding, and cooperation between the people of the United States and Korea. From its base in New York City, the Society is able to reach audiences around the world through a growing online presence and by forging strategic alliances with organizations throughout the U.S. and Korea.
The policy team at the Korea Society produces engaging programs designed to promote interest, knowledge, and discussion on diplomatic, security, and regional issues impacting the U.S.-ROK alliance. Serving as a platform for essential and timely dialogue on the U.S.-Korea relationship, in 2024, we featured sitting government officials from both the U.S. and Korea. 2024 also marked the 6th year that the Korea Society supported the Congressional Study Group on Korea in partnership with the United States Association of former members of Congress. This effort serves members of Congress from both political parties for an annual study tour of Korea, which aims to better showcase the economic and security partnership between the United States and South Korea.
Just like everyone else in the world these days, the Korea Society's Arts and Culture Department is inspired and energized by the great success and popularity of Korean culture. Throughout the year, audiences near and far enjoy interviews with established and emerging artists and authors and conversations on traditional Korean cuisine and art. Korean traditional dancers and musicians transport our guests to a different time period. And visitors to the Korea Society Gallery have the opportunity to view artworks that reflect the artist's Korean heritage while reimagining the tradition. 2024 also marked the start of a new series on ethics and common values, proudly supported by the YT Hwang Family Foundation, which features a variety of distinguished speakers discussing the themes of human existence that transcend cultural barriers.
Our education offerings are also evolving as interest in Korean studies and language continues to grow. After a steady increase over the past 10 years, enrollment in our multi-level Korean language program more than doubled in 2023. High school applicants for our long-running Project Bridge Youth Ambassadors program are also at an all-time high. In an effort to ensure that the dream of studying abroad in Korea is widely available, we recently launched an undergraduate study abroad grant that aims to help underfinanced U.S. students cover travel costs, which has acquired exceptionally strong demand. With the continuous development of our various workshops and resources, our education department is committed to ensuring that the Society is a go-to source for all things Korea.
The Korea Society's corporate programs aim to promote and bring greater awareness to the multidimensional US-Korea business relationship. This year, with Hanwha Life's exclusive support, we launched Startup Scene, Entrepreneurs of Tomorrow, a series that features conversations with leading startup founders, venture capital investors, and thought leaders across a wide range of industries. The first edition of the series culminated in an inaugural forum held at City headquarters in May. Our Young Professionals Network also provides professional development opportunities for like-minded individuals to connect with and learn from experts across a variety of fields.
Finally, our development department coordinates the Society's special event, namely the annual membership party, the annual golf tournament, the Global Financial Leaders Forum, and of course, the annual dinner, where our General James A. Van Fleet Award is presented in recognition of outstanding contributions to the promotion of U.S.-Korea relations.
This year, the Van Fleet Award will be presented to Yoon Soo Jin Yoon, Chairman of the Board of Fila Holdings Corporation and Acushnet Holdings Corporation, and former professional golfer Sadie Pak, co-CEO of Boz International and chair of the Sadie Pak Hope Foundation, in recognition of their outstanding lifetime contributions to the deepening of ties between the United States and Korea through sports. We would like to give a special thank you to
Actually,
our
I think
committed
we can
members of
stop the
Congress,
video from
without
here.
which these activities would not be.
Thank you. So as you just watched the video, the Korea Society has a pretty deep historical roots in the US-RK military alliance, and then it continues until today. The Admiral Harry Harris, the former U.S. Ambassador to Korea, and then my former boss, he's also on our board. And then KDVA's former chair, General Skip Sharp, he's also our board member as well. And then I'm sure that many of you are very pleased to see Chairman Jin Yoon from the video. I know that he is a longtime friend of the KDVA and then unwavering supporter of the Korea-US alliance for a long time. And then we were very pleased to hosting him at our the recent annual gala dinner as an awardee of our prestigious General Van Fleet Award. So slide 4, please. Yeah. So our policy team had lots of the great event this year already, but these are just the programs we had very recently. So those programs we they featured many former and the current Korean and U.S. Government officials, including the South Korea's Foreign Minister Jo Tae-yeol. And next, please. And then these are the upcoming programs that we are working on for the rest of the year. The number actually 2 program, the Bentley Signature Policy Conference will be held in DC on November 22, I think in this room at this hotel. And then personally, I'm very looking forward to the Hungnam Rescue event with Bully Smith, the last surviving crew member of the Meredith Victory. So many of the events will be the live streamed. So please visit the KoreaSociety.org to get the viewing link. To get a big link, and then please join the mailing list if possible. So thank you for listening. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Hae-kyung. Okay, so anyone, any questions about the Korea Society or for Haley? So if you go up to New York City, and why not, great city, please, they have a wonderful headquarters there, and they're always doing things. Check out their websites, and if you have any questions, Haley will be around the rest of the day, so please, thank you very much, appreciate it. So another wonderful partner is the Stimson Center and 38 North, and they have a unique niche. They're able to provide information that, quite honestly, no one else can at the unclassified level. And Jenny Town is a renowned Korea expert as a senior fellow and director of the Korea program and 38 North. So Jenny, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Steve, and congratulations to KDVA for this reunion. It's great to see so many people here. It's great to see the organization continue to grow. We have a long-standing relationship with KDVA, and it's one that it's a partnership we really cherish as well. As you said, I'm Jenny Town. I am the senior fellow at the Stimson Center in Washington, D.C., and also the director of our Korea program and 38 North. I would say these talks are always really informative, and Phyllis, who must have stepped out already, I need to get her contact so that our team can go to the memorial and watch the fireworks next July from the Women's Memorial, and hopefully we can take the whole team there. But Stimson Center, if you're not familiar, we are a think tank here in DC. We're an independent, nonpartisan think tank that's aimed at promoting international security and shared prosperity through applied research and global engagement. My program, 38 North, I co-founded back in 2010, actually before we started, before we moved to the Stimson Center. And our goal was really to have sort of a North Korea-centric approach to understanding the problem and the challenges that North Korea poses to the alliance and to the regional security, to security, peace and security on the Korean Peninsula, as well as the global security situation. So we really work to try and better understand what's happening in North Korea, what that tells us, or how that might affect North Korea's strategic thinking, in order to inform their actions, and then, what are the implications then for all of us in the external community, and the relationships that we have, the challenges it poses to the U.S., to South Korea, to the U.S.-ROK alliance, and to other stakeholders in the process. The Korea program at the Stimson Center, we actually just started this year. And our goal was really to expand the scope and the mandate of the work that we do. So instead of taking just a North Korea-centric approach, really looking at the peninsula as a whole. What are our interests? and really expand our focus as well to the U.S. ROC alliance. Not only the bilateral relationship itself, but how do we better leverage the alliance and our shared values and shared capabilities in order to tackle global issues. And so as we've seen in the last two summits between the US and South Korea, the nature of the alliance cooperation has really expanded beyond military realm into a number of other areas to work on issues such as emerging technologies, global trade, strategic trade, looking at climate change, looking at energy security, and a number of different capacities. And so we really were working on a lot of these issues before under 38 North, but now we have formally created the mandate to continue to do so and to expand that research. KDVA for us has been a really important partner in a lot of the research that we do. And several of the generals here, for instance, and Steve and Dave Maxwell and Kevin and a lot of the people who are involved in KDVA have been an important part of our research. And we really do try and make sure that when we are doing research looking at security issues on the Korean Peninsula, that they are grounded in the ground truth that our military partners bring to the table and people who have served in the region. So that we're not just creating policy based on high-minded policy insights, but really what are the consequences, what are the practicalities, what are the considerations that we might not think of in Washington as we're looking through these issues. Some of the issues that we have covered in recent years that KDVA has been a big part of is really looking at how do we enhance extended deterrence on the Korean Peninsula, how do we understand the arms racing that's happening in East Asia, how do we build guardrails on that arms racing so that we can prevent the worst case scenarios from coming true. We've looked at North Korea's conventional military modernization and what are the implications of both the conventional military expanding as well as North Korea's expanding multi-domain capabilities. What new challenges does that bring to the alliance? How do we need to adjust? As well as the more recent challenge now of North Korea's measures to change their borders or establish more permanent borders, and how does that affect the status quo? How does that change the status quo on the peninsula, and how might that inform policy going forward? So, Clint kind of stole my thunder a little bit because he did used to work for me. But one of the things that we do and that KDVA has been a big partner in is also, again, doing outreach beyond DC, beyond the Beltway, getting out into the communities in the US to really talk about the value of the alliance, why we were there, why we're still there, why the alliance continues to grow. And emphasize the reality that this isn't just about the defense of Korea, but that there is mutual benefit and mutual interests here that we're working towards. And a lot of this really came out of 2017 in terms of our program and our outreach to the US more broadly. And this was, of course, during the Fire and Fury era. You did have Senator Lindsey Graham, who made some comments about when tensions were high, saying, well, it's okay if war breaks out in Korea because it's over there. Well, that's not true. So, having grown up as a Korean in the US, I can tell you, most Americans don't. Well, before K-pop and before K-dramas became really popular in the US, most Americans didn't know much about Korea at all. And if you talk to them about Korea, their first question was usually, well, which one are you talking about, the good one or the bad one? And even if you said then whether it was the good one or the bad one, you might still get the follow-up question of like, well, wait, which one is that? So having grown up in rural Minnesota, not in a metropolitan area, not on the coast, this was a very common understanding of Korea. Like they knew there was a Korea. They might have seen MASH, they might have known someone who served in Korea, but their concept of what Korea was and what it meant to America just wasn't there. And so in 2017, when Lindsey Graham made this statement, to me, it really resonated of why we have to do this outreach. So in Washington and in Korea policy circles, we really, obsess over the Korean Peninsula and what it means and the implications for our alliance relations. But outside of that and outside of Korea policy and Korea academic circles, there's just very little understanding. So our goal has really been to get out into the communities. And so we've done during the pandemic, we did a series that involved Steve and Clint that was really just called It's Not Just Over There, and really talking about how the Alliance has affected everyday American life. We always make sure to talk about the local presence of Korean companies, of Korean trade, of Korean people, of Korean populations in the area, to try and bring that impact more closely home. Now that the pandemic is over, we have a roadshow where we're actually going out into the communities, again, working with local community organizations like World Affairs Councils and universities, and having these conversations now, not necessarily, it's not just over there, but with the same sentiment of how does this affect the local communities? Why should people care about the Alliance? And especially as we go through another political transition here in the United States, I'm really emphasizing the importance of the relationship itself to everyday life here in America, as well as to the global security situation. We just did a run in Atlanta, Nashville, Knoxville, had really good turnout. Kevin was part of that roadshow. We worked with universities and the local communities, and we had probably 50 people at each of these events. And we are planning to head out to the Southwest in November, Colorado, and New Mexico, Santa Fe, and Albuquerque. So if any of you are in those areas, I hope you'll come and join us and help support those efforts. And hopefully with our KDVA partners, we can also get new chapters in these areas as well and really tap into the communities that are there. So I think that's my spiel. I have to look at my notes and they're on my phone because I can't read my own handwriting. But for the most part, we really, again, value the partnership we've had with KDVA. We look forward to continuing and growing that partnership, and really appreciate all of the service that our veterans have had, and the continued work that Steve and KDVA does.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. Any questions for Jenny or 38 North? As I stated, they have some incredible analysis that you will not find anywhere else in the unclassified realm. So please go check out their website and go and see her during the breaks. So thank you, Jenny. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the last partner before we go on a break is Honor Flight. We are just so thankful that we were able to become a partner this year. And you've heard a lot about it already, and now you're going to hear from their Chief of Staff, Marion Watkins. Marion, please.
I get special music here. I love it. Thank you so much, Steve. I'm Marion Watkins, Chief of Staff for Honor Flight Network. And again, it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for including me, including Honor Flight in your special reunion occasion. We're just thrilled to be partners with KDVA, and have learned a lot already today about your work and important partnership with other organizations. So happy to get right into it. Just a show of hands, apart from the mention earlier today, how many of you kind of know about Honor Flight, know about what we do? Good. That makes me happy because that means we're doing our job right. But just to get right into it, what are we? We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We receive no federal funding, so we're privately funded by donors, individuals, corporations. And we, at the national level, are very streamlined. We're 5 or 6, I guess we're 6 full-time employees now. But we oversee 130 hubs across the country. And that's as far away as Alaska. We have our Last Frontier Honor Flight Hub. And those are really our chapters in cities across the country. We have a presence in most states. There's a lot of interest in starting up hubs in those states that we don't currently have a presence in. But those are really our chapters, and those are largely volunteer driven. So those are just salt of the earth people, volunteers who believe in our mission of honoring our nation's veterans. Could I get the next slide, please? So again, our mission is to celebrate America's veterans by inviting them to share in a day of honor at our nation's memorials. It's very streamlined, very straightforward. What we do is it's a trip of honor, and we feel it's our privilege and our distinct pleasure, really, to honor our nation's heroes for everything they have given us. And we wouldn't be sitting here today in this beautiful ballroom at this special occasion were it not for the service of our nation's veterans. So. And again, our vision is just a nation where all of America's veterans experience the honor, gratitude, community of support they deserve. And that's really about kind of broadening the general public's appreciation and gratitude for our veterans, which I think we're pretty good as a nation in America appreciating those who've served, but we always feel that there's more to do. So next slide. Who we serve. So currently our mission brings on honor flight trips those who served at any point in time from the beginning of World War II through the end of the Vietnam War. So then it would include the Korean War, obviously. That includes veterans who served stateside or overseas, as well as veterans who served during peacetime or wartime. So our definition of an honored veteran is very inclusive. Reserves, National Guard. Next slide. So at a glance, again, we're 130 hubs nationwide. Those are our chapters. All funds are privately raised. We're very proud to say that over 90 cents of every dollar donated to our national organization goes towards our mission of honoring our nation's veterans. And a very important aspect, which I neglected to mention, is that honored veterans always travel free of charge. They pay nothing for the experience, even if they come as far as from Alaska. So next slide. That's just an image of one of our honor flight groups there at the statue at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. And again, you see some smiling faces, happy people enjoying their day of honor. Next slide. So since 2005, we're coming up on our 20 years as an organization. Since 2005, we've brought over 300,000 veterans to Washington, D.C. to be honored at their memorials. And then annually, that averages about 22,500 veterans, which we bring throughout the course of a year. Next slide. So at the beginning of an honor flight trip that originates in the home city of the hub, veterans gather at the airport. There's a send-off celebration. Oftentimes there's, as you'll see in the upper right-hand corner, a water arch that shoots over the plane. It's just a symbolic gesture of honor for the veterans on that plane, embarking on their special trip. Next slide. And the arrival in DC, so the veterans will arrive, the group will arrive at one of 3 local airports, BWI, Dulles, or Reagan National. Each of those arrivals is also accompanied by a water arch over the plane. Our airport partners are wonderful and celebrating our honor flights arriving at the various airports. I would say about 40% of the flights land at BWI, another 40% at Reagan National. Dulles has a lot fewer, and then the rest of honor flight hubs take bus trips. So Philadelphia, we have our own Capital Region honor flight, which brings veterans from Delaware, Maryland, to see their memorials. And I should note that even our local hubs, veterans might have been to see the Korean War Memorial, to see the Vietnam Wall before, but having that honor flight experience is really a totally distinct experience for the veterans. And there's that camaraderie with their fellow veterans, just sharing in that day with everybody else. We really try our best to truly roll out the red carpet for the veterans. And I think that hopefully shows. And oftentimes the veterans coming off the plane, once they land in the DC area airports, they don't expect a sort of fanfare or anything, but oftentimes groups, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, school kids, families waving flags, making signs, holding up posters and clapping as the veterans get off the plane. That's just always a heartwarming sort of sight, including passengers who just happen to be traveling through the airport and hear over the loudspeaker, hey, there's an honor flight coming in at gate 58. If you're free, come over. And that's just amazing. Oftentimes the veterans come through basically a tunnel of people just clapping on either side. So next slide. And this is just so once the veterans arrive at the airport, they exit the airport, board a charter bus, and go to start their day touring the memorials. So they'll stop at each of the memorials. Typically that includes the World War II Memorial, obviously the Korean War Memorial, Vietnam Wall, and Military Women's Memorial is always a wonderful destination especially for our female veterans. Arlington National Cemetery, all but one of our hubs goes to see the changing of the guard. Oftentimes the veterans will be able to lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Trying to think what I'm neglecting. Air Force Memorial, obviously in this photo, some local kids greeting the veterans. It's always nice to see, and just a really wonderful gesture, we think, for younger kids especially, to come out and understand that appreciation for veterans. I've got 4 kids of my own, and they've been out to countless honor flights, but I think on both sides, I think the veteran feels appreciated, obviously, and the kids learn something. I mean, that firsthand knowledge from a veteran and having that appreciation, I think, is invaluable. So next slide. Oftentimes, our active duty military in the DC area will come out and be part of an honor flight. I should also say that each veteran who goes on an honor flight is accompanied by a guardian, and that's just basically a travel companion, someone to ensure that the veteran has their needs met for the day, and just to really experience the day and share stories throughout the course of the trip. So next slide. So the importance, again, sharing their stories. Oftentimes, stories come out during the course of a trip that veterans have not even shared with their own families. My dad is a Vietnam veteran, fought in the jungles of Vietnam in the Marine Corps, and boy, I'm still trying to get some of those stories out of him. Those stories are, close to his heart, and I think oftentimes, veterans, no matter what the conflict is, Korean War certainly, Vietnam, hold those stories, close for many, many decades, and it's nice, we feel, and cathartic oftentimes for the veteran to really talk through and share some of their stories throughout the course of an honor flight trip. And again, to have that camaraderie with other veterans through the course of the day, especially in the context, I would say, of Vietnam veterans, which make up the majority of the veterans we honor, having that healing sort of getting some of those stories out, I think to some degree is very healing for them. Changing their family's dynamic, again, sharing some of those stories with families, through the course of a trip, whether the guardian is maybe a grandson, granddaughter, and then they've never heard some of those stories from their grandparents. So next slide. Again, just some images, Arlington National Cemetery up there on the upper left, Navy Memorial on the right, World War II and Vietnam. Next slide. There's, as you'll see, a wreath laying at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Next slide. That's a group of our Capital Region Honor Flight veterans at the World War II Memorial, which always makes a beautiful backdrop for the group photo. Next slide. Again, that I believe is an active duty member of the military serving as a guardian for that veteran. I wasn't on that trip, so I'm not entirely sure, but again, that's wonderful when we have our active duty military pair up with a veteran and just spend the day as a guardian. That's just a really neat dynamic, we feel. Next slide. Oftentimes we have the Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon perform in front of the Lincoln Memorial, which is really spectacular for our veterans. Next slide. And then shaking hands thereafter. Next. And at the Korean War Memorial, this is, again, a very meaningful place for our Korean War veterans, which make up approximately 10% of the veterans we bring on honor flights served in the Korean War. So again, I don't think I can stress enough the importance of that finally, being recognized and being thanked personally in a very meaningful way. I know it was earlier, was mentioned the care packages. That is just really deeply meaningful, I think, for our honor flight veterans who served in the Korean War, especially. So, next slide. Again, another couple images from Korean War veterans. Next, and you'll recognize this gentleman on the right of the photo, Steve Lee, with one of our honored veterans holding the. Yes. Oh, perfect. Even better. We have both in the room. That's incredible. Receiving the Ambassador for Peace medal. Next slide. Again, we always love to see the smiles throughout the course of the day. Next slide. On the left, those are, looks like a veteran and a guardian looking at some of the names for the Vietnam Wall. And on the right, again, the importance, especially to the Vietnam generation. He's receiving a commemorative pin for his service in Vietnam. And you can see on his face just how much that recognition, just being thanked, oftentimes for, maybe the first time in 50 plus years since he came home from service. So next slide. And then the welcome home. At the end of the honor flight day, the group arrives back in their home city to much fanfare, always flags waving, families coming out with signs, just welcoming back after a long, tiring day, but hopefully a very memorable one. Next one. Together in Service. That's one of our groups from, I believe it was North Dakota, in the Capitol Dome, Capitol Rotunda. So. That's basically it. Any questions?
Okay, any questions, comments for Marion? Okay, please see your, please.
Great that program. I have one question about that. The Korean War veterans, they are getting old and they're not easy to travel. So the numbers might be reduced every year, and next year might be very low. And how you gonna stop, or you gonna just continue on a fly for the Vietnam veterans, or how do you take care of the World War II and Korean War veterans?
That's a great question, and I neglected to mention that. So the organization started out almost 20 years ago solely for honoring the World War II generation. Those who fought either in World War II or around that time. Years later, I think the co-founders kind of realized, hey, this is important. What we do is important. We need to be expanding and serving other service eras. And so that expanded to include veterans who fought in the Korean War era, and eventually expanded to include Vietnam. And that's basically the limit right now. Simply based on, from a fairness component, we feel that those, obviously World War II receives top priority based on simply age, Korean War, and then Vietnam. Eventually, we plan to transition to include veterans of other service eras, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Global War on Terror, as those memorials are built. So it really sort of depends, and I know Desert Storm, Desert Shield is getting very close. So eventually we will open up to expand to include those populations of veterans who served in the post-Vietnam era. But right now we feel, compelled to serve the ones, who are older generations right now. So eventually we will plan to continue the mission, though. That's really the spirit of Honor Flight, is to honor veterans of all eras eventually. And I also neglected to mention that we prioritize any veteran of any service era who is terminally ill. We will take that veteran on an honor flight if they do not have much time to live, no matter what service era they served in. So.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Caparati, Cindy, has participated in these honor flight welcoming ceremonies, and so she attests to how great these are. If you want to know when they come to DC, please go to their website. Listen, and they're constantly coming. Like we said, there's probably going to be a few tomorrow as well. So thank you. We are now, ladies and gentlemen, at our first break. My apologies for running a little bit late, but we have some buffers in place, so we're going to be okay overall on time. So please be back here at 11:05, and we'll start the next period. So thank you very much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get started in about 2 minutes. After this session, we'll have a longer break before lunch. So again, my apologies as we ran a little bit late. So again, ladies and gentlemen, in about 2 minutes, we'll go ahead and get the next session started. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Whatever. Yeah. Huh? You're the first. Hanwha's first. Okay, let's start bringing people in from outside. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get started on the next session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get started. Let's start the run of show. AV folks. Okay, let's close the doors. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the second part of the morning's event. So this next session is about Korean companies and how they are supporting and helping the Alliance and veterans. So we are very thankful to have our first presentation by Hanwha. They are, again, the number one donors to KUSAF and therefore KDVA. Hanwha is the leading defense contractor for Korea. They were the 2024 Time 100 Most Influential Companies. And with us today is Jason Pak, Senior Director of Hanwha Defense USA. He and his father are the first Korean American graduates of West Point. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Jason Pak.
Steve, Colonel Lee, thank you for that introduction. As he mentioned, my father and I, first and foremost, before I go into the Hanwha pitch, I'd like to say this is long overdue. You might have seen me kind of hobbling up on the stage here. I'm a double amputee. I was stationed in Afghanistan back in 2012, and I was injured, recovered out of Walter Reed, transitioned to the civilian sector, as General Shin mentioned in his remarks, talking about workforce transition and enabling veterans to get back into the workforce is what I did. I'm a living testimony of that. I spent a brief stint on Capitol Hill, and then I worked for Boeing for nearly a decade. General Brooks actually just left, but I used to work for his brother, Leo Brooks, at Boeing. And then after that, I was asked by Governor Glenn Youngkin to serve as his Deputy Secretary for Defense and Veterans Affairs. And then after that, I'm here today in my capacity in representing Hanwha. And again, before I go into that, I just want to just absorb a minute that I'm in a room full of tremendous leaders in the space. You know, when I wore the uniform, when I grew up as a military brat in Korea in Yongsan, General Scaparrotti, General Jung, General Im, General Brooks, General Abrams. General Abrams was my division commander when I stepped on an IED in Afghanistan. He's the one that awarded me my Purple Heart in Kandahar Airfield. He's the one that phoned my father from the hospital bed when I woke up. And so this foundation, this organization, all of you in this room, I'm just thankful for. I think it really takes a village to take on the mission to keep up with the story of our Korean War veterans, to keep up with all of the former ROK generals, and also on the U.S. side, to continue telling the story, how important it is through memorials, through the foundations, through honor flights. So again, I'm a living testimony of that. When we talk about the importance of the ROK-U.S. relations, it's near and dear to me, as is near and dear to many of you in this room. So with that, I will go into Hanwha. You're going to have to excuse me, as this is my month 3 in the job as a senior director in the Hanwha Corporate Affairs Office. Many of you know of this phenomenal global company. You can go to the next slide. And as I'm going through this presentation, I'm not going to read through the slides. This is just a good showcase. I like to talk through what I'm trying to convey to the audience. And so many of you have heard this company. We are a global conglomerate in many different sectors and industries, spanning from defense and aerospace, clean energy and materials, which primarily the footprint up to this point has been on the energy side. And many of you may have heard of Q-Cells. Our Hanwha Corporate Affairs Office has primarily done the work on behalf of Q-Cells, and now we have expanded to the broader Hanwha group, which incorporates Hanwha Defense USA and Hanwha Aerospace. Finance, retail services, you all know, Hanwha is number 7 family conglomerate ranked in Korea. And also just recently in 2024, named in the Time magazine 100 most influential companies. On the defense side, you may have heard our CEO of Hanwha Aerospace, CEO Son Jae-il, emphasized how from a defense and aerospace standpoint, we intend to grow threefold by 2027. And so this is incredible, right? I was part of Boeing, like I'd said, major American, right, blue collar company, manufacturing company, now seeing the capabilities and the breadth and scale of a company like Hanwha is incredible. You can go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to focus a little bit more on the Hanwha Aerospace side, given the audience of defense and veterans. Again, I like to describe Hanwha's portfolio and platforms from space, LEO satellites, to land systems, to surface vessels and naval ships, submarine and maritime. Hanwha is everywhere. And in terms of the company's presence on a global stage, many of you have probably seen and are keeping track of how much the influence from a defense standpoint Hanwha is gaining on a global platform. You can go to the next slide. So when we talk about the footprint in the United States, I did mention Hanwha Q-Cells, a subsidiary of Hanwha Solutions. Many of you are familiar with HD USA, Hanwha Defense USA, and the footprint that we have in McLean. General Champeau is a great teammate and colleague of ours, as we did welcome in a new CEO of Hanwha Defense USA, and Mike Smith. So we're at the heels of AUSA starting next Monday. If you all will be present, please come by the Hanwha booth. We'll be prominently displaying the K9 platform, self-propelled howitzer. As an artilleryman, really prideful in that and the capability that it has brought up to this point, dominating the global howitzer market at 70% or 70% globally, excuse me. But you see here just how many employees of Hanwha Group is present here in the United States. I think one thing that I'll mention, which is another slide in a bit, but Dalton, Georgia and Cartersville, Georgia, Hanwha has invested $2.5 billion to date, and an additional $3 billion in Moses Lake, Washington, in terms of its solar panel manufacturing prowess. And that is going to continue to grow. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, I went a little bit ahead of myself in talking about the investments that Hanwha Q-Cells has made domestically in establishing a domestic supply chain. On just really quickly, aside from this slide, I'd like to emphasize on the land systems and aerospace front, if you've witnessed what has happened recently at Geelong, Australia, in terms of a HACE is what they're calling it, an Armored Center of Excellence for the infantry fighting vehicle that Hanwha produces for the Australian government, as well as some other components they'll be making out of that facility. The intention is to do that here, domestically in the United States, establish its own supply chain, understanding that it will take a lot. We are being very deliberate about our intentionality of doing this. So you can go to the next slide. And the last piece, I'm sorry I'm breezing through this, but I'd rather take some questions and answer some. But as it relates to contributing to the ROC-US Alliance, Hanwha is truly the epitome of that. Again, General Shin, you mentioned, helping transitioning veterans, those that have on the U.S. side that have served in Korea, and vice versa. Hanwha is absolutely committed to that. And here, myself, as a living testimony, served in the United States, right, in the United States Army, served in Afghanistan, injured, spent time in the U.S. corporate world, and now I'm working for Hanwha here and advocating here in Washington, D.C. On behalf of the interests of the company. And so you'll see us more often. I'll tell you that. We're here to stay, we're here to grow, and we're here to do some really good work and contributing to U.S. ROC Alliance, and absolutely proud to be a partner of KDVA and all of the brother and sister organizations that we just heard from this morning. So I'll stop with that. Hopefully I met my eight-minute mark, Steve. Yeah, and then great. If there's any questions, happy to answer.
So thank you very much. So please. Over here, Dave Maxwell's got a question.
Thank you for your service and your contributions to
Just one
our
of many.
nation's-
I mean, many in this room already.
Yes, but you're standing before us, and standing is hard, and we appreciate and respect your
I
service.
appreciate
So
it.
thank you. And also thank you to Hanwha and really the Korean companies for being a partner in the arsenal of democracy. I mean, I think you're really contributing, especially because the U.S. defense industrial base is, I think, quite weak right now. So you're making tremendous contributions. But I noticed today, KDVA, there was an article about Korean defense and U.S. export controls and ITAR. Sure. And I wonder if you have anything that, any comments on that, should some of those restrictions be lifted? Because I imagine that some of your components have, some of your weapon system have U.S. components, and that causes some challenges for you. And so do you have any comments on what should be changed?
Yeah, specifically in regards to export control and compliance comments, I was actually in that room with that journalist who wrote that article, and I will say our preference is not. I would not say that article is totally 100% accurate in what was trying to be conveyed, right? From Hanwha's perspective, we most certainly understand that there are difficulties, but at the end of the day, the U.S. Rock Alliance is ironclad and it's going to be strong, right? And there is no one stance that we are going to be advertising because, again, the intention of the company is to build capability here and be complementary to the U.S. defense industrial base. When you see what's happening on the maritime side in Philadelphia, right? When you see what's happening on the land systems front with HUSA and their priorities, there's no, again, I'm not going to say that reporter's, well, I will say it was taken a bit out of context and it wasn't the actual view of the company itself. So, yeah. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Han? Yes, please. Mr. J.W. Kim.
Jason, I'm very glad to know that you joined the Hanwha Group. And I have one question that how many employees you are going to employ in the United States?
As of today, I think the slide indicated there's probably around 6,000 employees total at the Hanwha Group. Majority of those are with the energy and Q-Cells piece of the company. But that, I'm sure, will continue to expand as we bring on Philadelphia Shipyard, as we look to the other opportunities that may arise in the future.
So in my experience, I'm visiting in so many military installations in the States, like nearby the Korean company who invested into the area, like in Georgia and Texas and somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I think it's, the Korean company should look for some, a good relationship between, the military installation nearby, and then having chance to get some, the employees applicant from the the transitioning soldiers from that area. I have seen that the most of the military installation in the States, they may have about 200 to 500 the transitioning soldiers coming out from looking for the job or something else in the nearby. So I think this will be good opportunity for Hanwha Group also to look into this kind of building up, the great relationship, local relationship between military installation down there. That might be one of the tasks for KDVA will support for these ideas.
Absolutely, Mr. Kim. I think I agree wholeheartedly with your sentiments. I will share that. Hanwha Group is here to establish a presence and grow its presence, right? And in terms of what we're doing on the corporate affairs side is to educate, right, on Capitol Hill. Already in front of the DoD customer, they have heard of Hanwha. They're seeing the K9 platform, right, on a global stage. And so as we are looking to expand here in the States, it's going to be an ongoing educational process, but we are growing in that regard here to showcase and share the capabilities of the company. And so again, at the federal level, state and local level, as military installations and bases, to be co-located with that would be absolutely amazing. Right, and that would, and I will share that is factoring in into the decisions that again, what we are talking about in terms of the realm of the possible, right, is what's going to happen, what you'll see, I think, in the future.
All righty, great. Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Steve.
Appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next company that's going to talk about what they're doing for the Alliance and our veterans is Hyundai Lotem. So they're a global heavy industry company, including high-speed trains, and this is really sexy and cool, magnetic levitation trains. Hopefully you get a chance to talk about that a little bit, as well as upcoming research in hydrogen fuel cells. So with that, Kim Myung-gun, the Senior Vice President. So thank you for being with us.
Hello, I am Kim Myung-gun, the head of Land Vehicle System Manufacturing Group of Hyundai Lotem Company. I am happy and it is a great honor to introduce my company to you in this prestigious event. Next slide, please. Hyundai Lotem Company is an affiliate of Hyundai Motor Group. Hyundai Group has been in the automobile industry for over 70 years and is one of the top 3 automobile companies in the global market. Hyundai Motor Group has a wide range of businesses, including steel, finance, logistics, and construction, as well as automobiles. There are a total of 67 affiliate companies with over 300,000 employees and have achieved annual revenue of $314 billion last year. Next slide, please. Hyundai Lotem Company was established before. Hyundai Lotem Company was established in 1977. The company has 3 business divisions consisting of rail, defense, and eco-plant solution. In total, we have over 4,700 employees and achieved $2.7 billion last year. Next slide, please. Hyundai Lotem's main product line consists of main battle tank, field armored vehicles, and advanced weapon systems. MBT and variant vehicles are K2 MBT, armored recovery vehicle, armored vehicle launched bridge, and combat engineering vehicle. Field armored vehicles including infantry fighting vehicle, command post vehicle, and so on. Advanced weapon system includes multi-purpose unmanned ground vehicle and next generation MBT field armored vehicle that meets the future battlefield requirements. Next, please. Please enter the key. Before slide, please. There is a movie before. I have prepared for the video that the K2 tank drills in Poland and Romania, but it doesn't work. So I will explain this slide. The K2 is one of the most advanced MBT that is currently available in the market. Unlike its competitors, it only requires 3 crews because it does not require loader due to the automatic loading system. In-arm hydro-pneumatic suspension unit and dynamic track tension system provides excellent maneuverability. The K2 tank has 120 millimeter 55 caliber smoothbore gun with advanced fire control system, providing exceptional firepower and accuracy. Each state-of-the-art protection system increases the survivability of the crew. Next, please. Hyundai Lotem also develops and manufactures field armored vehicle for the Korean Army. With the installment of 420 horsepower commercialized Hyundai Motor Group engine, it can achieve a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. With the water jet, it can cross water at 8 kph. The design of the field armored vehicle enables to integrate various types of weapon systems to cover a wide range of operation. Next, please. Hyundai Rotem is conducting various overseas businesses also. Representatively, K2 is exported to Poland, field armored vehicle to Peru. Also, Hyundai Rotem successfully has completed field tests in the Middle East and North Europe. Next, please. Hyundai Rotem has various experience about MRO technology, such as K1, K2 main battle tank, and field armored vehicle. Hyundai Rotem can provide comprehensive service related to MRO, such as technical document, special tool and equipment, test equipment, training, and technical support. On the basis of the above experience, Hyundai Rotem will fully transfer maintenance and overall technology to our partner. Also, we can support for maintenance of equipment operation in overseas bases of other countries. Next, please. Accelerated delivery, transfer of technology, and localization are the core values that Hyundai Rotem provides to its customer. Next, please. The man on the right is the president of KUSAP, Lee Mo-young, and the left one is not me. It's the CEO of our company. Hyundai Rotem and the Korea-US Alliance Foundation signed an MOU in July to support the foundation's major project for the development of Korea-US Alliance and strengthen mutual cooperation. Through the agreement, Hyundai Rotem has decided to contribute a development fund to the foundation. It will also continue extensive cooperation in events and projects for the Korean-US Alliance. Since last year, Hyundai Motor Group Chairman Jung Il-sun visited the Korean War Veteran Memorial in Washington, D.C. to mark the 7th anniversary of the Korean-US Alliance. After that, Hyundai Motor Group is expanding its culture of patriotic activities to establish security, which is the foundation of the ROK-US Alliance. MOU is the starting point for Hyundai Rotem to join in. So I think Hyundai Rotem can do a more expanded program in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, Mr. Kim, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions or comments? Yes, please, sir.
I wonder if you could talk more about export of Hyundai tanks and other military material. I saw Peru mentioned, but what other countries are you exporting to? Is some of it going to forces in Ukraine or perhaps in Israel? A little more on that would be appreciated.
In fact, I'm not in business department. I am in the R&D department, so I'm not good at English. So somebody could translate in Korean the question.
Could anyone do that with the mic?
In the defense industry, Turkey, Poland, and Peru is the 3 top export countries. And in the RS division, there are so many countries to export. So more than maybe 20 countries, more than 20 countries,
Wow.
including US.
Okay, good. Thank you, sir. Okay. All righty. Well, thank you very much. So our next company that's going to talk about how they support the Alliance and veterans is Korea Aerospace Industries, or KAI. They're a leading aerospace company in Korea. They make the marvelous T-50 advanced jet trainer. Even though I'm an Army guy, I know that's a great trainer. And then they're right now helping to develop the Korea Space Launch Vehicle. So with that, okay, I'm not sure if they're going to, okay. All righty, so Jason Ahn, he's the T-50 U.S. Campaign Lead in Chief. Thank you. Welcome.
Can you, there you go, thank you. Just in case, if you ever wonder why we have to spend so much resources in pilot training, during World War I, the first war fighter aircraft was introduced. Many would-be pilots never made it as far as the front line. In America alone, almost 500 air service volunteers died learning to fly. And that's the reason, thank you. It's not working? There you go. Good morning. My name is Jason Ahn, and I'm the T-50 campaign lead for North America of KAI. The aircraft you're looking at is, we believe, one of the most successful defense cooperation projects in modern times. I'd like to take this opportunity to go over a brief overview of T-50 and KAI. KAI also stands for Korea Aerospace Industries. KAI was established in 1999. We're not as big as Hyundai Rotem or Hanwha, but our roots are coming from three major aerospace companies in Korea back then, Samsung and Hyundai and Daewoo. Aerospace division of these companies were consolidated into a single entity in 1999. We have approximately a little over 5,000 employees. Of those, approximately a little over 60% of our employees are R&D and engineering. So in other words, KAI is not a merely manufacturing-oriented company, but highly technology-oriented company. KAI, our number one shareholder, is, as we speak, is the Korean government. They have approximately 36-37% of the company stakeholder, while KAI is being traded at the Korea Stock Exchange. We did a little more than $3.1 billion, last year for our sales and revenue. This is our business portfolio, starting with the fixed-wing aircraft and rotary wing and satellite and space launch vehicles. And most of you probably are not aware, but Airbus and Boeing commercial aircraft, most of them has KAI manufactured part in it, as we are tier 1 or tier 2 suppliers to a Boeing and Airbus company. Today, my focus is with the T-50, as again, we believe this is one of the most successful defense cooperation project in modern times. It all started with the KFP, Korean fighter program, when the Korean government decided to buy as many as 160 F-16 from the United States. The first 12 aircraft was delivered, finished as a finished aircraft straight from Fort Worth, Texas. And next 36 aircraft, we, KAI, received the kit from Lockheed Martin and final assembled in Korea. And next 92 aircraft were licensed produced in Korea by KAI. And that is a significant program because up until that time, Korea has no so-called knowledge on how to produce modern military aircraft. And this is the very program that we were able to obtain how to produce aircraft as a part of the offset obligation. And another offset obligation was that US government and Lockheed Martin have agreed to provide technical assistance or technology transfer so indigenous modern-day supersonic jet aircraft can be designed and produced in Korea. As you can see, as many as 150 Lockheed Martin engineers were deployed to Korea, working side by side with KAI engineers, and over 600 KAI engineers were trained in Fort Worth, Texas. And Lockheed Martin has foreseen the bright future of the platform, and they have agreed to burden as much as 13% of development costs, while KAI did 17%, and the remaining 70% was funded by the Korean government. That's why we believe T-50 or KAI engineering has a lot of similarity between F-16, F-35, or F-22. For example, as much as 60 to 65% of the ground equipment, there is a commonality between T-50 and F-16. Now, the US Navy is trying to replace its aging T-45C. With the Lockheed Martin being the prime contractor, we have responded to 4 different RFIs to date. We expect the source selection and the contract award will be made in 2027 and 28 respectively. We believe this is a tremendous opportunity or cornerstone that will lead up to as many as 1,000 international T-50 sales for next 20 years. A brief comparison for your reference. The T-50 is just slightly bigger than T-45. While I'm not trying to bore you with too much technicality, but simply put, T-50 flies faster, fly farther, higher, and hotter. Another key selling point of this aircraft is the versatility and the multi-role. Currently, right now, there are 7 air forces around the world are either flying the aircraft or waiting to receive their first batch of T-50 or FA-50. And we understand that the reason they primarily chose T-50 or FA-50 is because they could utilize this aircraft for either training, red air aggressor, or combat mission as well. This is a before and after slide of ROCAP training transformation. With the T-50 training system, total training sorties were reduced by 34%. And especially the OCU, Operational Conversion Unit, training was reduced by 21 weeks as they were able to download OCU training to relatively cheaper platform, which is T-50. For the same training mission, because of the training gap between legacy trainer and the F-16 or F-15, they had to conduct most of their training on a very, very expensive platform. As you know, F-16 and F-15s are substantially, it costs more in terms of the cost per flight hour. As a result, significant cost savings were realized, and it also relieved substantial number of F-16 and F-15 from their training mission. It is as if they have additional frontline fighters available. Additional mission capability of FA-50 after we deliver this light attack version of T-50 to Korean Air Force. We are continue to improve its mission capability. I don't want to spend too much time in there, but the bottom line is T-50 is being integrated with a lot of new sensors, and it's a small, relatively small aircraft, but it is a formidable aircraft in terms of the light combat or fighter asset. And the KEI has also commenced FA-50 with the integration of manned and unmanned teaming concept with the aircraft, and we should be able to offer this package in not too distant future. KEI and again, Lockheed Martin Aeronautics is jointly marketing the aircraft globally, and these are the potential customers or prospects that we're currently in talks with. What do you see? An aircraft? Yes, indeed. This is a T-50. If you look closer, you will be able to tell many of its contents are originated from the stage. That's why we're saying it truly is a product of collaboration between US and Korean industries. Additional value of T-50. As we export this aircraft to allies, we believe it increased interoperability between US and allies. And in case of the contents of T-50 right now, it's about somewhere between 60 to 65% originated from the States. And for UJTS Navy training program, it will be increased over 70%, which means it not only supports the jobs or industry in Korea, actually it supports more jobs and industry from the States. And one of the interesting observations that we are seeing last 5-6 years is that pretty much wherever we go, we compete against the Chinese platform. We did it in UAE and we did it in Malaysia. We weren't successful in UAE because they chose Chinese platform over T-50, but we prevailed in Malaysia. And we are currently competing against a Chinese platform yet again in Egypt and Uzbekistan. So we believe every time we sell or export T-50, that means it's one less Chinese platform in the market. Last slide. I'd like to wrap up my presentation with these two pictures. Can anyone guess what are the commonality between these two pictures? Pretty close. The answer is they are both world best and a product born to American father and Korean mother.
Okay.
We solemnly, one more comment. We solemnly pledge to do our utmost for the following: to create economic benefits for both countries, and we would like to promote the security of Indo-Pacific region through U.S. Navy pilot training. And we, KEI and T-50, truly hoping to be a stepping stone for next 70 years of our alliance. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any questions for Jason on and KAI? Any questions or comments?
Thank you.
Okay. He'll be around all day, so thank you. Okay, so the next Korean company that's going to talk about helping out the alliance and our veterans is LG. We all recognize LG, global leader in technology and innovation, #1 in the world in OLED TVs, and they have a fantastic motto. It is the innovation for a better life. So for ladies and gentlemen, for LG, we have Mr. Ian Huang, Vice President of Corporate Affairs.
Thank you very much. My name is Ian Huang at LG's Corporate Affairs Office based in DC. Because we don't part in defense industry, I guess what I'm going to talk about is going to be a little bit off topic, but I'm going to focus on how LG is contributing to strengthen the collaboration between Korea and the US. First of all, congratulations on this meaningful KDVA reunion and the Alliance and Veterans Conference. I would like to also extend my warm gratitude to KDVA and KUSAF for the opportunity to sponsor this meaningful event. It is a great honor to stand before you today to highlight the role LG has played in fostering the collaborative spirit that defines the relationship between the Republic of Korea and the United States. This partnership, grounded in mutual respect, shared security interests, and economic collaboration, has only deepened over the years. Today, I'll focus on LG's contribution, particularly its investments, job creation, and impact on the US economy. LG's history is intertwined with the history of the Korea and US alliance. LG began in 1947 by manufacturing Korea's first cosmetic product, named Lucky Cream. 6 years before, Korea and the US signed a mutual defense treaty, which continues to underpin the alliance between our two countries. Over the years, LG has continued to lead the industry, developing a lot of Korea's first: radio, telephone, refrigerator, TV, synthetic detergent, air conditioner, and washing machine, just to name a few. Today, LG has grown into a global powerhouse, operating in over 80 countries, employing approximately 270,000 people worldwide, and generating over $140 billion in revenue annually. LG has been a key player in strengthening the economic bridge between Korea and the US. Over the past several decades, LG has made significant investments across America, reflecting the company's commitment to advancing technology while contributing to the economic growth of local communities. Since establishing the US headquarters for LG Electronics in 1978, LG Group has gradually expanded its footprint, now operating 13 manufacturing facilities in Alabama, Michigan, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, Texas, Arizona, and Georgia, and 22 offices across the country. LG's total investment in the US has reached tens of billions of dollars, and job creation is projected to reach around tens of thousands once all the facilities currently under construction are fully operational. LG's investments span various industries, including the home appliances, the chemical industry, EV batteries, EV chargers, energy storage systems, and heat pump HVAC systems. A notable example is LG's state-of-the-art washer and dryer manufacturing facility in Clarksville, Tennessee, which opened in 2019. Representing a $500 million investment, this facility is one of the most advanced appliance factories in the world. It underscores LG's dedication to both high-quality products and strengthening American manufacturing. In the electric vehicle sector, LG Energy Solution and LG Chem have made significant contributions to developing the EV supply chain and infrastructure in the US. With investments worth tens of billions of dollars, LG is building battery manufacturing plants and EV battery component manufacturing facilities, which can power several millions of electric vehicles made in America annually once fully operational. This investment is crucial for the future of American automotive innovation and reducing resilience on fossil fuels as well. Beyond the scale of these investments, LG's contributions to job creation in the US are equally noteworthy. LG's EV battery manufacturing facilities are creating between 1,000 and 3,000 skilled jobs at each site, offering high-quality employment to the local community. These aren't just jobs. They are gateways to long-term careers in advanced manufacturing, engineering, and innovation. LG's impact on the US economy goes beyond direct job creation. The ripple effects of its investment extend throughout supply chains, local businesses, and technological ecosystems. By collaborating with US customers, suppliers, and partners, LG is boosting economic activity in regions far beyond its physical manufacturing plants. LG's commitments to sustainability also contribute significantly to the US green economy. Through initiatives like energy-efficient home appliances, heat pump HVAC systems, and electric vehicle components, LG is helping lead the US transition to a sustainable, energy-efficient future. As America strengthens its clean energy infrastructure, LG is providing the technology and innovation necessary to tackle future energy challenges. LG is more than just a company. It symbolizes the enduring economic partnership between Korea and the US. With every investment it makes and every job it creates, LG reaffirms its belief in the power of collaboration. The economic ties between Korea and the US grow stronger with each passing day, and LG's continued presence and expansion in America stand as living proof of that. LG's investments are not just business decisions. They are investments in the future of the Korea-US alliance. They demonstrate how companies from both nations can work together to achieve shared success and prosperity. As we celebrate the long-standing partnership between Korea and the US, we must remember that this alliance goes beyond defense or diplomacy. It's also about building shared prosperity. LG's contribution to the US economy through investment, job creation, and innovation are a testament to what our two nations can achieve when we work together. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. Let us continue to strengthen the bond between our nation for a higher and more prosperous future. Thank you.
Mr. Hong, thank you very much. So any questions or comments? This is your chance to talk about LG. Ask any questions. No? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Hong, thank you very much. Thank you for staying with us, and I'm sure people will have some questions individually. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, so our final, before we go to our PBS documentary speakers, is LIG. So from land, sea to space, they are a comprehensive defense company. They are headquartered in Yongin, where the Ground Operations Command headquarters is wonderful place right in the middle and heart of Korea. So with that, we'd love to welcome Mr. Seung-Jun Jung. He is the Vice President of Global Strategic Analysis and Communications. Sir.
I flew in last night at about 10 o'clock from Korea. Took me 19 hours to get here, laying over at Atlanta, Georgia. I'm glad to be here, but there's one complaint, Steve, about the order of appearance, because LIG Next One is one of the oldest, defense company in Korea, established in 1974, older than Hyundai Rotem, and maybe smaller than Hanwha, but we are similar size to all the other companies, defense companies that just presented here before. But I guess not making that complaint official. Any big concert finishes with the biggest and the best act. So here we go. Good morning, distinguished guests and esteemed veterans and the leaders of ROC US Alliance and KDVA. It is a great honor to stand before you today to introduce LIG Next One, a leading defense company at the forefront of Korea's defense industry. My name is Seung-Jun Jung, and I serve as a Vice President overseeing global strategic analysis and communication. I have nerves. I don't know why. It's been 10 years since I spoke anywhere. So bear with me. I want to express my deepest gratitude to Korea-US Alliance Foundation and KDVA for organizing this meaningful event, and to all of you for your unwavering dedication to enduring partnership between our nations. Before going right into the main topic, I'd like to share something personal. My father was a lieutenant general in the Republic of Korean Army, and a proud veteran who fought alongside US forces during the Vietnam War in his two tours. He was the first Korean officer to graduate from Ranger School at Fort Benning, Georgia. And upon his return to Korea, he was the core member who founded the ROK Army's Black Beret Airborne Special Forces, based on his experience at the Fort Benning. One of the many stories he often told me was about his visit to New York City after graduating from the Ranger School. On a cold, snowy winter night in Times Square, he noticed a local store owner struggling to clear the snow. My father offered to help, and the owner promised him to give him some fruits and sandwiches once the work was done. With plenty of time on his hands, my father ended up clearing entire streets of, Times Square. Impressed by his hard work, the owner offered him extra $10 in addition to the promised meal, but my father graciously declined, accepting only the fruits and sandwiches. This act of kindness led to a lasting friendship, and I had the privilege of meeting the store owner myself, Mr. Cox, in 1984 when I came to the United States for the first time in a Boy Scout trip. That trip left a lasting impression on me, as I was deeply impressed by the advanced infrastructure and educational system of the United States, which eventually led me to pursue my studies here in America. I earned my bachelor's degree at Tufts University and did my graduate studies at UC San Diego, after which I returned to Korea and joined LIG Next One. Throughout my life, and particularly during my time in the US, I came to understand special bond between Koreans and Americans. That bond, forged in the crucible of conflict, continues to resonate deeply within me. It is this bond founded on our, I promised myself I would do this. shared values of freedom and democracy that motivates me in my role at LIG Next One. It is my mission to ensure we support the ROK-US alliance, an alliance grounded in mutual respect and the shared commitment to peace, prosperity, and democracy. If you have, I think it's a good time to play the video. Let me just calm down a little bit. Yeah, we do have company, profile PPTs, but when we go to other areas of the world to present our company, we have the same PPT that all the other company has. But this time around, I chose not to do it because this is a time to honor the veterans and celebrate our friendship between Korea and U.S. alliance. So I chose to show the short video clip. So I think they might have worked a little bit better. LIG Next One was founded to strengthen national security through innovative defense technologies and has grown into a leader in Korea's defense industry, specializing in missile systems, precision weapons, radars, and electronic warfare. You just see in the video. We aim to protect Korea and support global security alongside our allies. This year, we expanded into U.S. market by acquiring Ghost Robotics and establishing LIG Next One US to enhance defense collaboration. We also passed the final test to export our 2.75-inch missile system to the US Navy, pending the budget approval. If approved, this will make the US LIG Next One the first Korean defense firm to export a complete weapon system to the US, highlighting the significance of our defense partnership. LIG Next One success is inseparable from the strength of the ROK-US alliance. This alliance is more than just a security partnership. It is a bond built on shared values, mutual trust, and commitment to peace and stability. At the heart of this alliance is our shared dedication to safeguarding democracy and protecting the freedoms of both our nations cherish. Throughout our company's history, we have worked closely with U.S. defense partners to integrate our technologies into joint operations and contribute to collective defense. From collaborative research and development to joint military exercises, LIG Next One has always sought ways to enhance cooperation and strengthen this critical alliance. We firmly believe that the future of defense lies in deeper collaboration. We are eager to continue working alongside our American counterpart to develop next generation solutions that will ensure our security and uphold the democratic values that unite us. Today's conference is a testament to the enduring spirit of our alliance. I want to take a moment to honor the veterans who have made tremendous sacrifices for the peace and stability we enjoy today. Your service forms the foundation upon which our alliance is built. At LIG Next One, we are deeply aware of the legacy you have created, and it is our mission to build upon that legacy with advanced technologies that promote peace through strength and safeguard democracy through constant vigilance. Growing up, hearing my father's stories of serving alongside American forces, I developed a profound respect for the men and women who have worn the uniforms of both our nations. You are the living embodiment of the ROK-US alliance, and your sacrifices have not only secured peace, but have also inspired the work we do at LIG Next One. I also want to emphasize that LIG Next One views you as essential partners in maintaining and enhancing this alliance. Your leadership, experience, and insights are invaluable as we chart the course for the future defense cooperation. As we look into the future, LIG Next One remains focused on key areas of technological innovation, including artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, cyber defense, and space technologies. We are committed to staying ahead of emerging threats and ensuring that ROK-US alliance is prepared for the challenges of tomorrow. The defense landscape is evolving rapidly, and the alliance between Korea and the United States will be crucial in navigating this new era of warfare. At LIG Next One, we are dedicated to ensuring that our technologies not only meet today's needs, but also anticipate future requirements, while upholding the values of freedom and democracy that binds our nations. In closing, I would like to once again express my gratitude to Korea-US Alliance Foundation and KDVA for this opportunity to speak today. The ROK-US Alliance has remained strong for more than 7 decades, and it is our collective
lunch. We'll take a quick break. Secretary Bashir just joined us, our Deputy Secretary for the VA. We're very thankful that she has joined us, proud Korea defense veteran. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please take a quick break, and lunch will be starting to serve. And once you get back, please start eating. Thank you. I gotta find her first to see if she's ready. No, I understand. I gotta see it when she's ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, in about 3 minutes, we'll go ahead and start with our speakers. In about 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, in about a minute, we'll go ahead and start with video remarks from Senator Dan Sullivan. But again, in about a minute, I just wanted to give you a warning. Thank you. So when we held our first KDVA reunion in 2022, even year again, right? Here at the Mayflower. This year, just to do due diligence, we did look around to other venues to see if there was someplace better. I think you know the ending of the story, and that we didn't. And that's why we came back here. And part of that is just wonderful location, wonderful venue, great ballroom here, but particularly their staff, and especially their wait staff. So let's give them a round of applause for a wonderful job. And I think about at least half of them I recognize from 2 years ago. And so we really appreciate their hard work. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and start our lunchtime speakers. The first is with U.S. Senator Dan Sullivan. We're very thankful that even though he couldn't make it, he is, of course, a senator from Alaska. He is the co-chair of the Senate Korea Caucus. And it's about a 4-minute video, and you will see why it's 4 minutes. He has great passion and love for Korea. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, our video message from Senator Dan Sullivan.
Greetings, everyone. It's U.S. Senator Dan Sullivan, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to say a few words at the Korean Defense Veterans Association lunch. Now, my understanding is there's some very prominent VIPs, General Scaparrotti, General Abrams, among others. So greetings to all those who have sacrificed for our country and for the Republic of Korea over so many years. Now, some of you might know I'm a bit of a Korean War history buff. There are not many of us, but I certainly am one. And one thing, when I think about that war, first of all, I never liked the phrase, the forgotten war. It has a pejorative aspect to it. The phrase that I like to call it, the Korean War, is the noble war. When you think about what happened, young Americans serving in fighting in a country that they didn't know, that people they had never met, with young Koreans. And what our veterans did back many decades ago was essentially save the Republic of Korea from communism. I know many of you have seen that satellite photo at night over the Korean Peninsula that shows the South all bright and vibrant and full of energy, in the North dark, gloomy, dangerous. So again, we want to honor the sacrifices of our veterans in Korea, our veterans in America. And I will tell you this, I was just recently in Korea on a bipartisan delegation of United States senators. We had great meetings there, including a nice dinner with President Yoon. You do not have a stronger proponent of American and Korean veterans than the current president of the Republic of Korea. We spent much of the evening talking about veterans, talking about sacrifice. Some of you may have seen President Yoon's really historic address to a joint session of Congress this past year, where he did a great job, again, about talking about American veterans' sacrifice, the sacrifice of Koreans during the Korean War, and how for over 70 years now, the ROK and U.S. alliance has been one of the key linchpins for security throughout the entire Indo-Pacific. I'm a giant supporter of this alliance. It's why I've been to Korea 4 times in the last 2 years as a United States Senator. And it's also why I serve as the co-chair of the Senate Korea Caucus. We are 100% supporting the strength of the ROK United States alliance. So we want to thank you for doing that as well. We know a key element of the Korean Defense Veterans Association is to deepen the ties between the United States and Korea, and they are more important than ever. We are clearly in a new era of authoritarian aggression where dictators are on the march, whether in China or Russia or in Iran or North Korea. They're all working together. So what we need to do as democracies and allies is work together as well, to be stronger than them, to have our citizens know freedom, which their citizens in the dictatorships don't know freedom. So again, I want to congratulate all of you. This alliance, the Defense Association, Korean Defense Veterans Association lunch are all part of a broader approach to make sure that we've just hit a little more than 70 years for this great alliance. We need to hit 70 more. Have a great event, and thank you again for the honor of being able to say a few words.
You know, we didn't want to burden the senator, so we just asked, hey, 1 or 2 minutes to just say hello and thank you. But you can clearly see his passion for Korea, over 4-minute message. So we really do appreciate Senator Sullivan and for all he is doing, especially as the Korea caucus co-chair. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the next, we're very thankful to have with us the VA Deputy Secretary. The Honorable Tanya Brasher is VA's first woman Deputy Secretary, first woman of color to serve in the position, and the highest ranking woman in VA's more than 90-year history. A fourth-generation veteran, Ms. Brasher, a combat veteran of the Iraq War, served in the United States Army for 20 years and retired as a lieutenant colonel. Since retiring, she served as the VA's Chief of Staff and in senior positions with the Department of Homeland Security and on the White House National Security Council. So please join me in welcoming the VA's 10th Deputy Secretary, Ms. Tanya Brasher. Ma'am.
Hello. Thank you so much, Steve, for the gracious introduction. And more importantly, thank you all and thank you for 2 decades of service in the nation, in the Army, and your life's work strengthening America's alliance with the Republic of Korea. General Scapiati, good afternoon, and thank you for your warm welcome. And let me also acknowledge General Abrams, General Leem, Minister Yu, General Jung, and General Brooks. It is so good to see you. Thank you for the kind invitation to join today's Korea Defense Veterans Association reunion. Phyllis Wilson, it is also wonderful to see you, my battle buddy. She is the president of the Women's Memorial. I am proud to have my story there. And if you are interested in other women who've served in Korea and to hear their story, I encourage you to go over to the Women's Military Memorial and look for them as well. To all the veterans that are here today, both Korean and American veterans, I know there are many. Thank you for your courageous service and sacrifices in the name of freedom. Good afternoon, everyone, and annyeonghaseyo. It is an honor to share some time with you today. As you know, we lost a great giant last month when General Luck passed away. General Scapriati, you honored him so movingly with the tribute you published on behalf of the association. And thank you for lifting up his critical leadership and steady hand when tensions were so high with North Korea back in 1995. General Carl Vono said of General Luck, I don't know of a leader, from sergeant through general, who has a greater love of soldiers. I was fortunate to get to see his love of soldiers when I was a young, inexperienced second lieutenant. It was 1995 and my first tour in Korea, and I worked at the American Forces Korea Network, back then AFKN, now known as AFNK, but I think they got it wrong, but that's just me. We were planning our dining in at the Hartel House, and my commander told me that it was my job to get General Luck to join us. So here I am, second lieutenant, taking my invitation over to USFK, gave it to the XO, executive officer, who laughed in my face, told me that General Luck did not have time to go to a little dining out for AFKN. And then the day before the dining in, I got a call from the same executive officer who said, he's coming and he needs some information. So I was so fortunate because General Luck not only came, he was our guest of honor for the dining in, but he was literally one of the last people to walk out. And he met with every single soldier, met with every single Katusa, and just really shared so much time with us. And to see that as a second lieutenant, his care and compassion up front was one of the highlights of my career, and I'm so fortunate to be able to do that. Now, with Veterans Day just a month away, it is a good time for us to begin preparing our hearts and minds for that celebration, for the remembrance of veterans like General Luck. And in fact, November 11th, 1954, 70 years ago this year, while the peace in Korea was still very new, that America celebrated its first Veterans Day, no longer Armistice Day. In the Veterans Day proclamation, President Eisenhower encouraged our country to solemnly remember the sacrifices of all those who fought so valiantly to preserve our heritage of freedom. And he urged us to reconsecrate ourselves, promoting an enduring peace. An enduring peace so our veterans' efforts will not have been in vain. Preserving our heritage of freedom, our shared heritage of freedom. Promoting an enduring peace, and that is what this association is all about. That is what your vision is about, helping to ensure our veterans' sacrifice was never in vain and never forgotten. And their sacrifices in Korea were enormous, matched only by the magnitude of their courage. Let me share just one example, a story about the 8th Army Ranger Company, 51 Rangers and 9 Korean augmentees fighting side by side. On a bitter cold day in November 1950, and under the heavy enemy fire, the 8th Army Ranger Company assaulted across frozen rice paddies to their objective. Hill 205, deep behind enemy lines in North Korea, fighting their way to the objective, 4 Rangers and 1 Katyusha gave their lives. That was the first fight. When night fell, the next battle began, and battalion-sized forces relentlessly attacked the Ranger Company. Wave after wave of attacks, the Rangers and Katyushas held their position, led by a young first lieutenant by the name of Ralph Puckett. In spite of his own wounds, Lieutenant Puckett repeatedly exposed himself to enemy fire to distribute ammunition, to keep the perimeter secure, and to inspire and motivate his soldiers. Grievously wounded after 2 mortar rounds landed in his foxhole, and knowing their position was about to be overwhelmed, Lieutenant Puckett ordered his Rangers to leave him and evacuate. Thankfully, Private First Class Billy Walls and David Pollock courageously refused their order and carried him to safety. Lieutenant Puckett initially received the Distinguished Service Cross for that action. PFC Walls and PFC Pollock were awarded the Silver Star. Then 3 years ago, President Biden presented Colonel Ralph Puckett the Medal of Honor for his heroism on Hill 205. Colonel Puckett was the 147th Korean War Medal of Honor recipient and the longest living recipient of that war. Sadly, we lost Colonel Puckett in April, but he and all those who fought with him will never be forgotten. And I can think of no more powerful reminder of the immense sacrifices than the Korean War Veterans Memorial on the National Mall. Several years ago, at the kind invitation of General Tillelly, I was at the memorial when the Wall of Remembrance was under construction. The Wall of Remembrance, 100 granite panels of the names of 36,634 Americans and 7,174 Katyushas, who died fighting alongside them, etched in stone. Thanks to General Tillelly's leadership and the work of the Korean War Veterans Memorial Foundation, that beautiful new addition is complete and such a moving tribute to those who fought in the Korean War. Visiting the memorial reminds me of my family's connection to Korea. My grandfather, Lieutenant Colonel Hugh Curry, was a veteran of both World War II and the Korean War. And it reminds me of my own time serving in Korea, reinforcing everything it means to have had the privilege to be among those who have had to help preserve the peace. And it reminds me of a wonderful lasting difference between those years in Korea had on my life. And I'll share some of those. I am not exaggerating that my 6 years out of 20, I lived in Korea. Korea was my first duty station after OCS. I volunteered to go. In fact, because I volunteered to go, I was the first one to get their orders in OCS at Fort Benning. And I was the executive officer in Yongsan at the 8th Personnel Command. I'd never been overseas, even though my dad was a 22-year Army veteran, but we spent a lot of time at Fort Bragg. Never been out of the United States, and I loved Korea from the very first moment I got there. Some of my best friends to this day, my Army friends, are all from my time in Korea, and I'm still in touch with many Katyushas that I served with. Our second assignment, we went back because I met this guy in Korea named Bradshaw. He was over in MI, and I was in the 8th PersCom. Then we went back as a family of 2, with 2 kids, and then left with 3 daughters because I had my daughter at 121 Hospital. And I was fortunate to have been the Delta Company commander, so I had the Postal Company, and I was also the Deputy Public Affairs Officer for 8th Army. Those 6 years were so incredibly important to me, my family, as well as being able to raise my daughters for 4 years in Korea. And that sense of safety and that sense of security that we cherish here in Korea as well as over there is a hard win for those names. Sorry, that's what happens when you skip around. Bottom line, I also want to talk about the PACT Act. We have several Korean military who's also served in Korea and Iraq and Afghanistan. And so with the PACT Act, the president signed that in August of 2022. That is for all soldiers who were exposed to toxins. And so what is really going to be very, very helpful is we're going to have research on how those toxins impacted our veterans. And I look forward to the opportunity to share that research with our partners in Korea to be able to ensure that those Korean service members are also, those Korean veterans have the same information that we do when it comes to learning what those toxins were. Thank you so much for having me here today. It is an honor and a privilege to be with you. 갑시다.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, 3 years ago, when the senior leaders from Korea, most of them are sitting here with us, visited the VA, ma'am, you were at the table when we had that meeting, and I walked away going, I don't get it. I don't know why she's so passionate about Korea. I mean, I took notes on it going, this is sort of odd. But you clearly heard why. Her experiences are the reason why it shaped her life and her children's, and it's amazing. So, ma'am, thank you for sharing that, and thank you for your leadership in the VA, because everyone is affected in this room and beyond. So again, thank you very much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, again, my apologies that we skipped over the agenda a little bit, and now we're going to go into the PBS documentary. Let me introduce real quickly. So William Winship is going to be the director and writer of The Evolution of the Hermit Kingdom. So he is a Emmy-nominated, multi-talented writer and director for PBS's documentaries, The Pioneers in Aviation. He's just published a memoir that was nominated for the Pulitzer Prize, and he's a proud 2nd Infantry Division veteran. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Winship.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Let me apologize right off the bat here for my froggy voice, but I will try and get through this being reasonably comprehensible. In the late 1960s, North Korean leader Kim Il-sung gazed down across the Chinese mainland and, observing 500,000 U.S. ground troops mired in Vietnam, decided that the moment had arrived to push the Americans off the Korean peninsula and foment an insurgency in the South. South Korea at the time was in a uniquely vulnerable position, both politically and militarily. 2 ROK Army divisions had been dispatched to support the American forces in Vietnam, along with a brigade of ROK Marines. And the newly born democracy in South Korea was, very frankly, on shaky legs. Syngman Rhee, the first elected leader of the Republic of Korea, had been deposed by a popular revolution in 1960, and General Park Chung-hee had taken over the government the following year. And with all this in mind, Kim Il-sung conceived a plan in which, on one particularly dark winter night, a unit of North Korean commandos cut their way through the barrier fence, assembled in the mountains south of the DMZ, disguised themselves by donning South Korean Army uniforms and made their way to Seoul with the objective of assassinating the South Korean president. Many of you, of course, recognize what I'm describing as the Blue House raid that took place in January 1968. But what people generally don't understand is that this was merely one moment in what military historians now refer to as the DMZ War, which raged along the demilitarized zone from 1966 to 1969, and which did not succeed, largely because the Pentagon, in its wisdom, had deployed a handful of infantry battalions from the 2nd Infantry Division along a critical sector of the DMZ, fronting North Korea's traditional invasion corridor. In point of fact, thousands of American infantrymen collected combat pay and hazardous duty pay fighting on the demilitarized zone during the 3-year period that this war raged along the DMZ. But nobody in America knows this story. And the reason the story is unknown is that former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, who was busy micromanaging every aspect of the Vietnam War and bypassing the Joint Chiefs in doing so, was concerned that if the public was aware that American GIs were actually fighting on 2 fronts in Asia, in Vietnam and also on the DMZ, that this would erode what remained of support for the war in Vietnam. And so McNamara classified all information about North Korean hostilities on the DMZ, effectively putting a lid on the story and keeping the media completely in the dark. And this is a problem because this wholesale ignorance on the part of the American public about this particular chapter of our shared history undermines the alliance. And this problem is compounded by the fact that the history surrounding the Korean War in the early 50s is also very hazy to Americans. Those of us who grew up in the 1950s were nursed on World War II movies. We knew every battle of the European theater and the Pacific theater, not only because our fathers had fought in World War II, but also because every major Hollywood studio was busy cranking out big budget Hollywood films on World War II with leading Hollywood stars. Regrettably, however, there were no big budget Hollywood films about the Korean War. America in the 1950s was tired of war. It wanted to get back to the business of settling down and raising families. And the Korean War largely became the forgotten war. And this is its own tragedy because it means that another seminal chapter of the shared history between Korea and America is fundamentally obscure to the American public. And ladies and gentlemen, this project, I guess, it's not up there on the screen. Could we get this thing up on the screen? Erlene, somebody, is it? Okay. This PBS documentary was conceived and designed to address this particular problem, to fundamentally educate the American public, and for that matter, the rest of the world, about our shared history with Korea, and by doing so, to remove this threat to the alliance. The Evolution of the Hermit Kingdom is a 2-hour, 2-part historical documentary that traces the entire arc of the Korean-American alliance, dating back to the end of the 19th century, when the United States and the Kingdom of Korea, the Empire of Korea, first signed a treaty in 1882. But this period of time, the end of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century, of course, coincided with the rise of Japan in the Far East. And Japan shortly occupied the Korean Peninsula. And then a little later, of course, as World War II approached, Japan allied itself with Germany and Italy in the Tripartite Pact of 1940. And in 41, bombed Pearl Harbor, which brought the Americans into the war, and in fact, all the way across the Pacific. So that a few short years later, General MacArthur presided over the unconditional surrender of Japan, and immediately dispatched troops to escort the Japanese off the Korean Peninsula. And we were immediately plunged into the Cold War and all its complexities. And it can be argued, indeed, that the Korean War is basically the first shot fired in the Cold War, a larger struggle which absorbed the rest of the planet for the next half century. So it's a rich and fascinating history, our alliance with Korea, which culminates, of course, in the miraculous transformation of South Korea's economy, transforming itself from one of the poorest third world countries on the planet in the 1960s to this modern day economic juggernaut, this leader in culture and politics in the Far East and Asia, this bastion of democracy and free enterprise that hangs on China's northeastern coast. I made my bones, actually professionally, as a documentary filmmaker. When I got out of the Army at the end of the 60s, I took advanced degrees in literature and history, and then went off to film school and became a documentary filmmaker, and received an Emmy nomination for my most recent historical documentary, Pioneers in Aviation, which also premiered on PBS, which basically chronicles the history of aviation from the Wright brothers to the Apollo moon landing, that remarkable 6-decade stretch, which essentially marked the 20th century as the American century. But I am nowhere near as famous as my legendary producer partner, Jamie Hammond, who unfortunately could not be here today because she's fighting a virus. And so you're sort of stuck with me. But Ms. Hammond has a room full of Emmy Awards for the numerous productions that she has successfully piloted through production, which are really too numerous to name. But this project was born when Ms. Hammond earlier this year paid a visit to the Korean embassy here in Washington, and visited with Major General Lee, the defense attaché then at the Korean embassy. And he had obviously had his people do their homework on her and looked at her stellar record, not only with PBS, but also with the Department of Education. And so when they met in a very happy meeting, he said to her, "Why don't you consider doing a documentary?" And so this project was born not terribly long ago, but it has taken off like a locomotive or like a rocket, perhaps. And I should say that Ms. Hammond was immediately named by the MPVA as a special ambassador for peace, just simply for tackling the project. And since then, a number of governmental and non-governmental organizations in Korea have heaped titles and awards on her, and we're only still in pre-production. But this is an illustration of the fact that the Republic of Korea wants this to happen. It's a remarkable story that has never been told. And PBS very much wants this to happen. It also recognizes the value of this particular story and its uniqueness. And PBS, frankly, is precisely the right platform for this historical documentary. For the past 30 years, Americans have regarded PBS as the most trusted media platform for history, and in particular for American history. This, in many ways, thanks to Ken Burns and his marvelous historical productions. So we are assembling a team of the foremost Korean and American scholars and military historians to tell this story. And let me just take a second, if I may, and explain how PBS is configured. PBS consists of 340 flagship stations across the length and breadth of the United States. And when this documentary is broadcast, it will be viewed by 100 million Americans, among whom are the most highly educated and influential lawmakers and leaders in every field of American society. And it won't be broadcast simply once. This documentary will be broadcast multiple times by each of the 340 PBS stations, and following this, it will be distributed worldwide. It will be distributed internationally, and then it will go into the American school system and become, we hope, an institutional part of American education. It will be, in brief, the most far-reaching Korean American cultural event in recent history. And let me say, we're not looking for contributions because we're not a charity. What we're looking for and why we're here today is we are looking for partners who want to help us get this project across the finish line. And whether you might care to join as a foundation partner or as a Korean American corporate partner, our sponsors will be highly visible and will be permanently associated with this documentary. As a matter of fact, our major sponsors will have a 15-second or 30-second spot on both the front end and the back end of this documentary every time it's broadcast on PBS. I'm probably leaving out whole chunks of things I meant to say, but they don't occur to me now. And so let me just say two things very quickly. The first is that at the time of the DMZ war in the late 1960s, sorry, I was a young infantry sergeant, fresh out of jump school, on my way to Vietnam when the plane was diverted and we were deposited instead on the DMZ in Korea. And we arrived about midnight, not particularly understanding where we were. And they promptly yanked the battalion personnel clerk out of bed to process us in. And he arrived in battalion headquarters in his boxers and t-shirt and sat down and slid a piece of paper across the desk to me. And I said, "What's this?" And he said, "Read it and sign it." I said, "What is it?" And he said, "You cannot say anything to anyone outside this unit about what's taking place on the DMZ because it's classified. And oh, by the way, don't even think about writing home about what's happening out there because our mail is being censored and you will be caught." And I offer this as an illustration, really, of the fact that this is personal for me. I was 19 and 20 when I spent that year in Korea, and it was one of the most remarkable years of my life, frankly. And so on behalf of all the thousands of guys who served on the DMZ during this time, we in some ways feel like we've had a hand over our mouth for the past half century. And so it's a real privilege to be able to tell at least this part of this chapter of the story along with the greater arc of this. So at any rate, there is that. This last piece I want to talk about is from more recent history, and it specifically involves the alliance and how alliances work. Because you may remember that during the Trump administration, President Trump had this brief flirtation with Kim Jong-un of North Korea. And this actually resulted in a summit between the two men in Hanoi, I think, which had never happened before. We had never had an American president sit down with a North Korean president. And so it was unique in that way. And they sat down together, and President Trump asked Kim Jong-un through translators, "So what are your issues?" And Kim Jong-un said, "Well, we don't like your military parked in South Korea. We don't like the 2nd Infantry Division, which seems to be permanently deployed in the South. And we really don't like these annual military exercises that you're conducting down there." And Mr. Trump sat back and said, "Well, maybe we should just pull these troops out. Maybe we should take them out." Now, this didn't happen. And I'm not taking a swing here at President Trump because, like every other American, he has no idea of the you know, the depth and complexity and involvement of the Korean American Alliance. But this project is designed to enshrine that alliance and to make it permanent so that every American school child grows up understanding the history that underlies it, and to put it beyond the reach, frankly, of the vicissitudes of American politics. And so there is just one more piece here that I forgot, and this is, I'll just throw this in. But all of this begs the question, what is an alliance? What is an alliance? I'll tell you what it's not. An alliance is not simply an agreement between the political leaders of two countries. That's not it. Nor is it some kind of arrangement between the military forces of two countries. That ain't it either. An alliance is an actual relationship between two countries based on a knowledge and understanding of their shared history. That's the glue that holds an alliance together. And that's the problem that we're tackling with this in many ways, because the biggest impediment to a strong and a robust Korean-American alliance is the widespread ignorance of the American public about our shared history. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So please, let's take a 10-minute break. And if you have any questions for Mr. Winship, please go and see him. But 10 minutes, and we will start with feedback consistently says is the best part, and that is stories from Korean War veterans, KDVA members, and our panel. So see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, buddy. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start in about 5 minutes. Plenty of time, but 5 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get started in about a minute. To the left of me, probably to your right, there is coffee and other refreshments. Please help yourself. Again, about another minute or so, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started in our next section. Okay, so hopefully you're able to enjoy lunch. And again, throughout the day, to my left, probably to your right, there's a lot of refreshments and coffee. So this is the part of the program where we get to hear from people who have served in Korea, as well as KDVA members from all walks of life. The first gentleman that was supposed to speak is Colonel Retired Robert DeMarcellus, a Korean War veteran, lives in this area. Unfortunately, as they were getting ready, his wife collapsed, so they had to obviously seek medical attention. So his group of five, he has, Erlene, I think he's got like 5 or 6 kids, and at least 4 of them were going to be here with him, but they all obviously had to take care of their mother. So please keep them in your prayers, and we will certainly ask them to come and speak at a different time, but we're very, very sorry about that. On another note, I also want to let you know that one of our chapter presidents, the one in Florida, was supposed to be here because we asked our chapter presidents to come back, but Florida is having some difficulties, so he literally could not get on a plane to come join us. So please keep our chapter in Florida and our members there in your prayers as well. So thank you very much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker for this afternoon is Mr. Paul Manchak. He is a Korean War veteran. And sir, would you like to start coming up to the stadium? Or quite honestly, if you want to do it from there, you can do it from there as well. I had the great pleasure and honor of meeting Mr. Manchak. A few months ago at the Korean War Veterans Memorial, he shared with me just a wonderful story, yes sir, of his time in Korea and then life afterwards. Lives in Maryland. Sir, thank you for making the trip here here with your daughter.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Paul Manchak, a young lad from the mountains of Southwest Pennsylvania. And I was barely old enough to join the U.S. Air Force. But as you can see, you will see in my remarks, that's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And the basic reason was because our family that lived in a little farmette, just like many other families, were experiencing the throes of the 1929 Depression. Families barely had enough to eat, much less send someone to college. I fell in that category. And I thought, well, maybe my career field would be in southwestern Pennsylvania. Now, I don't know how many of you have heard of the phrase I'm going to use. The only job I could get was to be a Gandhi dancer. How many people know what that is? Yeah, on the Pennsylvania Railroad, and it was a summer job. We lived in the converted old wooden passenger car. They didn't have mattresses. They just had a slab of oak wood. But anyway, it was a good learning experience because that's where I learned that a Gandhi dancer is not what I wanted to be. Fortunately, a very kind gentleman who was a geography and history teacher, he kind of adopted me and guided me. And he said, "Look, Paul, I know your family, I know your siblings and so forth. You have straight A's in almost every subject. You should go to college." And he convinced me of that. And so, of course, the Korean War was not yet there for the GI Bill, but I figured that would be my ticket. Anyway, in short order, I became the frozen chosen in Korea, unknown to me. I still would have gone, and so actually, for an 18-year-old, my career education was just beginning as I had a proclivity to work with vacuum tubes, and we had a real nice console radio and so forth. And I took it apart many times, for which I was never forgiven. But I always put it back together, and it worked. And so that was kind of the marking point, because then I went to radio mechanics training school in Scott Air Force Base, and that was quite a transformation. But before I go any further here, let me thank Steve and others that invited me to be present on this special occasion. I considered it quite an honor, and I thank you for doing that. And so again, I'll say a happy hello to everyone. I'm very tickled to be here, but I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the veterans, the fellow veterans that are in this room today. I really do appreciate the service that you provided for the military, and particularly for the service with the Korean theater. Look what it did. You all know what it did. Absent that, we could have wound up in a totally different situation. And you know, that marked the beginning for so many important developments. You know, it may seem like eternity to some younger people today, but President Truman, he won the election. He became responsible for so many important social things that happened in our society. Number one, I didn't know about desegregation. I didn't know about segregation, but he ended it. He did so many other things that came to pass, like founding NATO, doing so many other things. I have a list here somewhere. Let's see. So I was surprised that there was not a formal conduct of Operation Force Soldier to deal with the fact that if you ever got captured. That was not formalized, but he did formalize it, and several years later, it became the law of the land for a soldier. And the next thing I'm going to say, I'm going to be a little apologetic. You know, this is a real test of my memory. If you consider something that happened 70 years ago, and if I'm expected to recall everything accurately, I could be wrong. So let me warn you, if I have a senior moment, you can laugh. Please do laugh. So Korea, for me, made me grow up really fast. First, there was this fantastic school at Scott Air Force Base for 9 months. That was in 1950. And we didn't quite finish it because in October of that year, all of a sudden we got orders to take a nice little boat ride across the Pacific, which we did with 3,000 others on board. And I began to learn a lot of interesting life skills, like how to bargain with some of my fellow airmen. And what was interesting about it is I didn't know the merits of being on the top bunk, the sixth bunk, but I traded an orange for the sixth bunk, and I'm glad I did. And many of you know why. That's pretty high on a rocking boat. Well, we finally reached our destination in Yokohama, Japan. I think I'm right on that. And they provided us pup tents. It was by then very cold in November, or maybe it was December by then. And the pup tents on the wet grass didn't go very well. So at the end of week one, we boarded a C-54 to try to land on the southern tip of South Korea. Of course, I didn't know anything about that, but we did what we were told, and happily. I learned that lesson early on too. You don't question anything, you just do what you have to do. And so round number one, we flew around the southern tip. I think it was Busan. Perhaps that was the port, because at that point, the Allied forces were moved, sadly, all the way down to the south. Well, 1 week went into the second and third week, and we finally did get a toehold. And we started north, and there were still enemy soldiers coming south. Well, that was a revelation for me. But as we try to traverse the country to go north, we discovered we were kind of on our own. It was very cold, minus 10 or so, or even colder. And there was no place to sleep. So we would find a bombed out building, like a bank building or something that had a really nice heating system. And that's how we spend our nights. And if we couldn't find a place, we would sleep under the Jeep. I was then a mosquito. How many of you have heard of being a mosquito in Korea? Well, that was a advanced spotter contingent. It consisted of 3 people, 2 enlisted men and 1 pilot that just rotated from flying across, working the field. And let's see, I lost my train of thought here for a second. So our enemy wouldn't let us advance as fast as we wanted. And it was a revelation to behold for me, to see 300,000 troops coming against us. And they didn't have weapons, they had sticks in this cold weather. They didn't have shoes or boots. They had newspaper typed around with some kind of tape. It wasn't wallpaper tape, but some kind of tape. And so we finally reached a point where we were going to rest. By then, we were near Pyongyang, getting way up north. And this is when I discovered that we were, the TACP members, as I call them, the spotters, were indeed orphans. We were attached to the infantry, but the infantry had their hands full in trying to feed their own people, so they said, fend for yourself. Fortunately, we had radios, and when we got tired of K rations, I by then had already established a contact of people that I could call on, perhaps a destroyer or in some other part. And we would say, we haven't eaten bread for 6 weeks, etc. I was kind of a beggar. And I will never forget the one incident where I did get a response and they invited me to come aboard. So we were near the coast and arrangements were made. And I remember climbing up the ladder of the side of the vessel, and it had a rope ladder. They helped me to come up, and I put my foot on the top deck, and here were all these sailors in their whites, and here was I, grimy Paul, hadn't had a shower or a bath for months. Anyway, they took care of that at a short order, and they said, well, we'll pack a bag full of stuff for you to take back to your colleagues, which they did. And I had a fine steak dinner, maybe more than one, and so forth. And so it was with a little bit of regret, I had to climb back down that rope and get back to the bushes like we were. And so we did have some American food for a long time. There were a lot of things that I experienced in the next 6 months or so that even decades and decades later, I didn't want to talk about them, not because of anything that I did was dishonorable, but it's just that I had to hold it in myself. So it wasn't until recently that I told my son about it. And the occasion was in about April of this month, I was chosen as an honoree for the honor flight. And that was one of the nicest things that could have ever happened to me, a vet of Korea. Nearly 70 years passed, and there was no such occasion to thank me or others that were in service then. And the honor flight did that. It really restored everything that I had hidden in the back of my head and didn't want to think about. And I found it to be a glorious experience to be an honoree of the honor flight. And let me see. The other thing I couldn't quite get over most of the soldiers that were, or airmen that were with me, because we were with the infantry, we were actually soldiers. And one of the first things they did was to give each one of us a burp gun, a rifle, either a carbine or an M16, and a .45 pistol. None of which did we have training on except for the carbine in basic training in the U.S. Air Force. And I could not quite get over that, but I did. And when it came time to use them, I had to, one time I wasn't able to use it. Fortunately, I escaped. Well, I did not have negative thoughts about Korea. I always looked at it on the bright side. Because of my upbringing, I knew that the U.S. Air Force would be my ticket for my next step. And I kept thinking, you know, that's such a long journey to go from here to there. But I began to look at Korea in a different way. And that is where I developed such an affinity for the people of Korea, the people of the people of Korea and the people of Southeast Asia, because as you know, this was a UN action, and the people that were fighting alongside of me were from different countries like South Africa and Ethiopia and even Egypt. I think I'm right on that. And so this was an eye-opener for me because I had different ideas on what some of these people from other countries would be like. But lo and behold, what I learned was they weren't any different than I. And that began to shape my viewpoint of other people, including the poor Koreans that came up to where our perimeter was and would beg for food. Fortunately, we had chocolate and K rations, and we would trade a piece of chocolate or a cigarette for an egg. And that was a good arrangement. As we sat there in our stations, the one takeaway, and this sounds a little gruesome, but I'm not going to tell the whole story, but the noise, the smoke, the bombardment from a 16-inch cannon on the U.S. Missouri, I think was out on the West Coast at that time. I could be mistaken on that. But when they fired around, it's something, especially in the middle of the night, it sounded to me like a Volkswagen going right over my head, and in short order, not too far away, it sounded that you would begin to hear the blast. So it was constant noise, constant being unsettled, being on guard, and so forth. The other thing was the fact that even the U.S., the UN, did not have the capacity to put dead people in bags. I can't remember what you call them now. And I found that so unsettling, but that's enough of the gory stories. So let me try to wind down a little bit. Joining the U.S. Air Force for a young lad from Southwest Pennsylvania was one of the best decisions in my life, because I didn't know about the GI Bill then, but I knew that I would go to a technical school and learn a skill. And based on that, I began a career of 50 years as a teacher, as an administrator, as a coordinator. I entered into the field through my college program, a specialty that was called Education for Industry, Technology. And so I really enjoyed that program, and I excelled at it. And so I built upon that, and I was destined to have an advanced degree. I had my eyes set on a doctorate. And so I always thought in my head, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And that's how I did. That's what I did. I learned so many bargaining skills and other things. It didn't sound fantastic, but they were skills that got me to where I wanted to go. And so I bargained, and I remained in school for 7 years until I got my PhD degree. And that then was the basis for almost any job that came along that I wanted. And I lived a storied career, in my own personal opinion, from a little coal mining town, from obscurity to, for me, great advancement. And so let me try to bring this to a close. I see the clockmaker standing here on my side. Thank you for bearing with me, but I would wind up my story in the following way. Many of you know the singer Frank Sinatra. And in the words of one of his popular songs, I did it my way. And it turned out Could I add one quick PS?
Please, sir.
I had no idea what this organization does. And with expected time on my hands for, Steve knows what happened recently. Oh, what an opening for an interesting area for a writer, a researcher. I did at one time in my career, sponsor 3 classes of Korean students to come to my community to study at a small college there. And that's something I want to do again. It was so successful. So thank you all. Appreciate it. Right, okay, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Manchik another round of applause. What he said there, I think, is at the heart of what we try to do at KDVA, and that is to just raise awareness. He didn't know that we existed. And that's the feedback that we get. As soon as people find out about KDVA, they go, wow, we had no clue that this is what you do, and it's great. So thank you again, sir, for making the trip from Maryland to be with us today. And please go say hi to him during breaks. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is, I know it's going to be hard to follow, Bob, my apologies. But Command Sergeant Major, retired Bob Hinault, lives in New Jersey, spent a lot of time in Korea, as well as at the United Nations Command Military Armistice Commission Secretariat, is having a wonderful time in retirement overall. His daughter, I'm sure I don't even know if he's going to mention it, but his daughter, Tammy, is the Chief Marketing Officer of the National Basketball Association. And so I'm sure her experiences in Korea helped her attain that significant position in corporate America. So, Mr. Bob Hinault, ladies and gentlemen.
As Steve said, my name is Bob Hinault, Miguk Saram. And I'll explain that. People laugh, but I'll explain that as I go through. As he said, I have a lot of time in Korea. I have a total of 26 years in Korea, 22 from 93 to 2015 straight. I was very fortunate to have some really great assignments in Korea, and I got to know Korea and the Korean people a lot. My first assignment, I landed in April of '74, and I went to Camp Corner that everybody does from Osan, and I was told I was going to the military mail terminal at Kimpo. And our office, barracks, everything was all adjacent to the small airport gate area. And the planes would park in front of our barracks overnight. I stayed there. I was told we were only going to be there for a couple weeks, and then we were moving the unit to Pyeongtaek at Camp Humphreys. But I wanted to see what was outside the gate, so the second night I was there, I walked out, went down to the corner, and there was a little store that I walked into, and typical Korean store. They smoked cigarettes, soju, some beer, and bread and stuff like that. And the gentleman said, "Hi, how are you?" And I looked and I said, "Fine." He says, "Are you a soldier?" And I says, "I am." And his English was really good. And I asked him, I said, "Your English is good." He said, "Well, I lived in New York for 35 years. And my wife and I decided that we wanted to retire in Korea. So we came back and I opened up this little store." And I said, "Oh, wonderful." He said, "Sit down." And so I sat down and we talked, and he asked me where I was from and everything. But one thing that he kept reiterating to me was learn about Korea and learn about the Korean people. And he said, what you do when you get to your next station, because he said, "I know you're leaving," is find a Korean that you can be friends with, a Katusa or a civilian that works on base, and have them teach you about their country, and about the people. And I said, "I'll do that." On the way down to Pyeongtaek, the first sergeant looked at me and says, "You're not staying in Pyeongtaek. We had a problem at one of our outline units, and you're going to have to take over." And I said, "Okay." So we got to Pyeongtaek the next morning, got in the car, and I was taken to Camp Ames, which is between Daejeon and Shintanjin. And it was up on the mountain in a valley. Small post. We had 2 ordnance battalions, a MP company, and support staff. And so I got to meet someone that played tennis, and he and I would go out and play tennis, and then a Korean soldier came and asked if he could play tennis with us. And I said, "Sure." Well, we got to be friendly, and I went to his first sergeant and said, "Is there a way that I could get him a weekend pass so he could teach me a little bit, take me to different places so I could learn about Korea?" And he said, "Well, I don't control that. We have a master sergeant that works at the battalion that kind of controls all the Korean soldiers that work for us." And he said, Master Sergeant Kim is his name. And I said, okay. So I went over and he said, but give him a little incentive to help you. And I said, okay. And so I went over and I asked the individual I was playing tennis with, and he said, yeah, just maybe some cigarettes or something. And I said, okay. So I went over, I brought him a bottle of Canadian Club whiskey. I wasn't a drinker and I wasn't using it. I brought it to him and I said hello and I introduced myself. He says, oh, I know you. You run all the mail on this base. I said, yeah. And I said, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. And I talked to him and I said, I want to learn about your country. And I think a Korean could teach me, and a Korean Katusa would be perfect. And he said, okay. So one weekend, almost every month, he would let this individual take me and teach me Korea and about the people. Of course, the people were, as long as I had a translator, they were magnificent because they were friendly. They were friendly even though you couldn't speak Korean, but they were very friendly. And little did I know, 15 months later, he would become my brother-in-law, as his sister and I got married at Fort Stewart, Georgia in November of 1975. We stayed there for a short period. The 24th Infantry Division just activated. I couldn't stay in Korea, but I had already re-enlisted for a new school, and it was at Walter Reed, and we were moving to DC. Perfect. DC is a large Korean community. And so we blended in real well. And after school, they asked me if I would stay there and work. And I said, yeah. So I had promised my wife at our wedding that if I could ever get stationed back in Korea with her coming with me, and if she stayed with me and supported me for my military career, that someday when I retired and became a civilian, I would try to get a job in Korea. And she said, okay. So we went to Walter Reed, we spent 10 years there, and I got an assignment back to Korea with family. And we came to Seoul and I worked as a veterinary first sergeant. And veterinary in the American Army takes care of food inspection and animal care. Well, that meant that every military installation in Korea we would have to go to, because any food bought by the dining facility or the snack bars had to be inspected through someone that we controlled. Whether it was a Korean company, which we inspected yearly, or coming in from the United States, which was already inspected, but we would have to re-inspect at Busan or at Osan if it came in on air. But I got to visit and travel all over Korea, either driving or by train or by plane, because we had to go to Jeju. There was a rappelling school there at the time. And so I really got to learn about Korea and got to meet more and more Korean people. And it became my second home. We stayed for 3 years. I got selected for Sergeant Major's Academy and we had to leave. And I had got an assignment in the States. And when I got selected for Sergeant Major, they said, you've got a lot of experience in Korea and we're going to activate a medical battalion that's going to take care of all the medical clinics in Korea at Army bases. And would you be willing to activate that battalion? I said, yeah. Can my family come? Yep. Okay. So we came back and we were in Korea and Daegu for 2 years. And again, all the Army medical clinics we would visit, my colonel and I, either by driving, by train, and because he was in 06, we were able to take the Chogi flight from Daegu to Seoul. And so we went, and it was his first time in Korea. And he was a physician, and so I said, you're going to learn Korea. He was a little scared of my driving, but I had learned very quickly how to drive in Korea. And so never, ever had an accident, and always got on wherever we had to go on time. When my 2 years was up, our major branch called me and says, hey, would you be willing to stay in Korea? Oh, yeah, I would. And they said, well, we have 2 openings in Seoul. One is for 121, the hospital, and the other is for the dental battalion. But the commander of the 18th Medical Command wants to talk to you about it. And I said, okay. So I made an appointment, went up, and he said, I want you to take the dental battalion because I need them to understand they're part of the U.S. Army. And I said, okay, I'll take it. So I did. Had a great boss. We brought him back to the real Army. And again, all the dental clinics in Korea were under me. So we traveled. Now I had more because as we also took dental, I also took everything north of Seoul, where the 2nd Infantry Division, as a medical, they wanted to keep certain areas in Seoul, so we didn't get to visit those areas. But now I could visit everything. And then the 18th Med Command Sergeant Major had some heart problems, and he decided he was going to retire, and we moved to into that position as 18 MedCom. When I retired, I was very fortunate to go to work for the United Nations Command Military Armistice Commission for 15 years, from 2000 to 2015, and really got to know many Koreans at all the ministries and many nations as part of the UN. And that's why a lot of Korean Americans were raised in the United States, only lived in Korea for 3, 4, 10, 15 years. I lived in Korea 22 straight years with my wife, of 48 years. So I lived with my wife, Korean, more than they lived with their parents, Korean. And so I felt, Hanguk Saram, I am Korean. Thank you.
Okay, so Bob, thank you so much. Really appreciate you traveling all the way from New Jersey for this. So thank you very much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is active duty Navy Captain Hank Kim. He is stationed in San Diego. He had a speaking engagement at Annapolis just a couple of days before us, and so it was just very good timing. We asked if he could join us. I'm going to let something out we haven't announced publicly yet. But we are about to open up chapters all over the United States in different sequences, and we are going to open up a chapter in California, and this gentleman here is probably going to be our chapter president. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Captain Hank Kim.
Thank you, Colonel. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, generals, and especially to our Korean War veterans. Thank you very much for taking some time to listen to my story. And for our Korean guests, 저는 미 해군 대령 행킴입니다. 영광입니다. 반갑습니다. 필승. I'll begin the story where Korea, United States, and then my journey in the Navy first started. It was in the late 80s. I was in high school and deciding what career path I should take. And, Top Gun was on. And as sometimes young people are influenced by maybe things they shouldn't be influenced by, I was influenced by that movie. And decided that the Navy might be a good option for me. So I, of course, communicated this with my parents. And my father looked at me very seriously and he said, do you know that we immigrated from Korea so that you did not have to join the military? And now you want to join the military. That statement wasn't because they had any disparaging thoughts about the mother country that they had come from. or any loss of love from Korea that they had come from, they were born and raised in. But I think it was a reflection of the stark realities and the harsh nature of what South Korea was facing vis-a-vis North Korea. And the military was a hard life, and they didn't want their son at that time to face that hard life. They wanted, the benefits of coming to the land of milk and honey and taking advantage of those opportunities. But my mind was set, and I had the great fortune of joining the Navy. And my first experience with the Korean Navy, and I'll just talk about my experience from the maritime perspective for the brevity of time. My first experience with the Korean Navy was in 1994. I had a foreign exchange midshipman cruise, and I got to go to the Korean Naval Academy located in Jinhae, South Korea. And part of that experience, we embarked on, then it was DD-919. It was a Cheongbuk class destroyer. This was the mainstay of the ROK fleet in '94. It was a World War II era Gearing class destroyer steamship. And there were 7 of those at that time. And so we did our training there. And although the equipment was old, the tenacity, the professionalism of the ROK spirit, the maritime force was all there. I got to see that really firsthand for the first time. And then fast forward a little bit, and I had the opportunity to serve as the Chief of Staff of Naval Forces Korea. And General Brooks, I was there under you with Admiral Cooper as my commanding officer at the time down in Busan. And it's not exactly overnight, but in the span of 30 years, which is not really a long time for a Navy to transform, the Korean Navy really divested of all of the US warships, those old World War II warships, and transformed themselves to a world-class modern maritime international force. And as you know, as many of you know, they have the KDX-3 batch 1, and now they're working on delivering the second batch of 3 KDX-2. And another touch point that I had was in 2009, I served in Fifth Fleet, and many of you may recall that we had piracy kind of rear its head in full force during that period. And the United States, we were putting together a multinational maritime force to help protect all of the international commerce that's going through the Red Sea and the Horn of Africa. And I think everybody realizes, 80+% of global trade is maritime. And so the importance of that, not only for the United States, but for the world was tremendous. And who was one of the first nations who provided a maritime force? South Korea. And just last year, the South Korean Navy commanded the multinational task force 151 located in the Arabian Gulf. And it was a great sense of pride for me being a Korean American to see that tremendous growth in that relatively short span of time. 2016 was also the year that CNFK, Naval Forces Korea, moved from Yongsan to Busan. And it was a tough decision, I know, because we lost some connectivity with our main headquarters at U.S. Fleet or at USFK. I would say from my perspective, serving as the Chief of Staff at U.S. Naval Forces in Korea, being side by side next to the ROK fleet really paid huge dividends in cementing and forging anew the maritime strength and alliance between the U.S. and the ROK fleet. And I'll give you a couple of examples. 16 to 18, we had a tremendous amount of activity from North Korea. At that time, it was probably the largest number of ballistic missile launches and test launches that occurred up to that point. And there was a maritime response to that. Some of it is classified, so I won't go into details, but the coordination that was required between the US and the ROC fleet in order to provide a maritime response to those launches happened at the speed of trust, which is very, very fast. And you can't build trust overnight. Being co-located really promoted that trust, and it laid the foundation for, I think, all of the follow-on successes that occurred in there. The other small story I want to share was in December of 2016, so that was the year I first got there. I talk about DD-919, the Gearing class World War II ship that I served on for training as a midshipman. So fast forward 2016, I got to participate in a bittersweet ceremony. It was the decommissioning of ROKS Pyeongtaek, which was a rescue and salvage ship from the United States. It was the last vestige of a US warship that the ROKS Navy had. And as I stated, it was a proud and a sad moment because now this ex-US warship is no longer part of the inventory. And so that's gone. But the proud moment was we helped build the foundation of this amazing Korean maritime force that is now almost entirely indigenously built. And it was through this cooperation, this alliance between the United States and South Korea that helped forge that. And that alliance obviously continues today. As we all know, Korea, a peninsula, but in reality, as the senator stated, South Korea is an island. It's a maritime nation. And that maritime nation needs a maritime force that is capable, global, credible, and it is an ally for our national goals, as the United States national goals as well. So it was really an important moment for me to be there and to witness that. And then I'll just close with one small, I think, humorous anecdote. I know we tried. We weren't able to completely stop Kim Jong-un from launching his ballistic missiles or ending his nuclear ballistic missile program. But my one small claim to success is my children really didn't eat kimchi prior to going to Korea. The last name is Kim. I thought this was like a complete failure on my part. But after 2 years, they actually left Korea loving kimchi. So I chalk that up to a big success. And I hope one day to return there. Professionally would be great, but definitely as a private citizen to enjoy the great culture and music technology of that nation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Fellow ROC Navy officer, retired captain. So thank you, Hank. So again, we're going to open up a chapter here in California probably by the end of this year. Opening up a chapter relatively easy for KDVA. We're looking for anyone who has a desire, a passion for the KDVA mission, has the bandwidth, has the leadership capabilities, and has the characteristics and character that we're looking for. So if you're interested, please just literally let me know and we'll get the process started. But thank you, Hank, for doing that. He came to a couple of our events here when he was stationed in Pentagon until this summer, liked it and said, hey, I'm going to be going to California. Let's open up a chapter. I say, hey, man, let's knock it out. And so thank you, Hank, very much. Okay, so the next person that we're going to have, Mr. Pierce has been coming to us, James Pierce, a former Foreign Service officer for several years. And we really appreciate it. I got to know him through a whole bunch of interactions. And so I kidded him. I said, hey, look, you're going to be telling stories. There's so much of it that is so unbelievable. I can't even fact check it. So I assume they're correct, but his diverse background is like no one else's probably in this room. And so, Mr. Pierce, thank you for joining us here today.
When I transferred back to Washington from one of my assignments in Korea, which involved what we call political military affairs. That's basically coordination between the United States and the Korean government, including Ministry of National Defense Foreign Ministry, and of course, USFK. When and that included, by the way, this was in 1994, we were in a pretty tense situation in 94 because of the North Korean nuclear problem. And because that had been in my portfolio, I immediately segued onto Ambassador Bob Gallucci's staff. As you may recall, he's the man that negotiated with North Korea and in October of 94 reached the agreed framework by which the North Korean nuclear reactor was put on hold, and in return, we and the rest of the international community had some obligations on our side. In addition to the nuclear specific items of the agreed framework, there were two other items which were also part of the framework. The first one involved, quote, the normalization of political and economic relations. Basically, we would recognize North Korea, they would establish diplomatic relations with us, reciprocally we would do that, and part and parcel of it was to open an embassy in Pyongyang. Ambassador Gallucci came to me at the end of 94 and said, you're the only guy on my staff who's actually worked in Korea. So you're going to go to Pyongyang and formalize an opening of an embassy. We would actually start with a liaison office and then move to a formal embassy, just as we did in China, by the way. I said, okay, boss, that's fine. So I had one officer from the Korea office and State Department, and then a couple of engineers, because literally we were going to look at buildings, which we would then use for first liaison, then an embassy. When we got to North Korea, the first thing that struck me was how totalitarian the society was. Now, I had had experience with authoritarian societies, but this was a place in which the government wanted to control everything and every minute of your day, not just with their citizens, but also with any other foreigners who come in. And the first example of it was when we checked into the Koryo Hotel. Now, this is a fairly big hotel, 20 stories. They put a lot of foreigners in there. And we checked into our rooms and discovered that the locks on the doors were on the outside, not the inside. I had never seen anything like that in the world, and I doubt it exists any other place. That was the first indication that they wanted to control, and they continue to want to control everything. The second example was they hand you a schedule. This is what you're going to do for the next 3 days. And if it's not on the schedule, it can be very difficult. I suggested, for example, I said, I've heard about your great subway system. Can my team get a ride on the subway? There's this huge intake of air from the minders that are always with you. And they said, oh, we'll have to check on that. Well, the next day they come back and all of a sudden, we're going to the subway. So we get to a subway entrance and we take what turned out to be the longest escalator ride I have ever been on by far. It must have taken fully a minute, maybe 2 minutes to get from street level down to where the tracks are. And the subway actually looks very similar to what's in the old Soviet Union in Moscow. It's got murals and it's got chandeliers. It's quite interesting. Anyhow, so we're waiting at the station, and 1 minute later, a single subway car comes in, and on it is one fellow over here reading a Korean Workers Daily. And then there's a woman with 2 kids, and then there's a couple over here. We get on with our minders, of course, absolutely no eye contact from any of the North Koreans to these foreigners, right? That's kind of verboten too in North Korea, any interaction with foreigners. We go one stop and our minders say, okay, that's it. We're going back up to street level. Now, I know for certain that as soon as we went up that elevator, the man, the woman with the kids, and the couple, they went back to their day jobs or their homes or whatever. Once again, everything is controlled by the government. My second and third trips to North Korea were much more contentious than the first one. First one was sort of kumbaya. We're going to establish diplomatic relations, and it all worked out fine with the North Korean government. Second and third was much more difficult because as part of the agreed framework, they would turn off their nuclear reactor and we would lead an international consortium to provide 500,000 metric tons of what's called heavy fuel oil. And they specifically said, we want it up at this power plant in the northern part of North Korea. And we supplied the first 50,000 tons. And through our national technical means, okay, we discovered that they cheated. They took some of it and they put it on a railroad car, probably sent it to some factory. Well, the very first thing they cheated on, right? It was not surprising, but we couldn't allow that to stand. So again, my boss, Ambassador Gallucci, says he exchanged a couple of letters with his counterpart in North Korea, Kang Suk-ju. And he finally, there was no agreement by letters. So he said, I'm going to send Mr. Pierce, who you've dealt with before, and he will work with you to resolve this difference. So that brought me to Pyongyang again. And it was much more contentious, as I say. In fact, it was just before the end of July. Now, let me do a little break here. Every South Korean that I've ever met knows Yu-Gi-Oh! 625, the beginning of the Korean War. Not many South Koreans that I've ever met were able to say, oh, the date of the signing of the armistice. In North Korea, it's reversed. They celebrate Chili Chil, 725, which was the signing of the armistice in 1953, July 27th. And our initial discussion, my initial discussion with the North Korean government took place in a building which is, you've all seen it before, where they do these huge demonstrations and marches with military forces, and they practice them ahead of time. And literally, this was in July, so the windows were open in the building we were in, and they were actually doing the rehearsal. Down with the American imperialists and so forth and so on. And I speak enough Korean to know what they were saying. And I think that was also arranged partly for my benefit. Anyhow, the initial session was good cop, bad cop, and the bad cop started off because, of course, the whole thing was being recorded under the table, and he would be able to report back to his seniors how tough he was. And then I replied that, well, you're talking about the past, and we did have problems, but I want to talk about the future and how we can work together. At which point, the second speaker on the North Korean side, who was from the Ministry of Energy, He was responsible for getting the resources, in this case, heavy fuel oil. And he was totally different and rather cooperative. I said to him, okay, we're beginning to, make progress, but in order to solidify this progress, we have to actually go to the power plant. Now, the power plant was almost to the border with Russia, way up in the northeast. But that's what they chose. So the only way to get there would be to take the train. I think it's probably like the distance from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, maybe Chicago, took 24 hours. That's because the infrastructure is so weak in North Korea. And I took that up and back, and then on the third trip, up and back again. It afforded me the opportunity, and this is the second point I'd like to make, to see something outside of Pyongyang. It's very rare that foreigners are allowed out of Pyongyang. In this case, I had 24 hours to look out the window of the train and see what rural North Korea is like. It's poor. Now, okay, it's 30 years ago. I don't think it's changed much at all. I did a pretty intensive search on the internet for photographs of rural North Korea. It looks pretty much the same. It's poor. And we completed that work, but there was something that stuck in my mind. God, the difference between Pyongyang with nice big buildings and rich people and the rest of the country is enormous. Let me go back to that first trip. I explained to the North Koreans that we travel heavy. When we open an embassy, we're going to bring communications gear, telephones, not just telephones, but transmission equipment, desks, chairs, personal belongings. And if we have to come through China like we did, it's just going to take longer and longer. And I think you want and we want to do this as quickly as possible. So you've got this port, which is about 30 miles to the west, called Nampo. What I'd like to do is take a look at the port and be able to report back to Ambassador Glucci that we could bring everything in by sea, we could load it onto your trucks, your North Korean truck, and bring it into the capital, 30 miles away, and everything would go much more quickly. Of course, this was not on the schedule either. So, we'll have to get back to you. And the next day, lo and behold, they said, we're going to Nampo. So they got 3 cars for our team, and we leave Pyongyang, and we're on this enormous highway without a median. You could put 3-4 lanes on each side, and we're going about 100 miles an hour because there are no other cars. And then all of a sudden we're going to 80 and 60 and 40 and 20 because up ahead it's sort of like a mirage. It turns out to be thousands of people standing around, and this, by the way, is back in January. It gets cold in North Korea in January. They're standing around in the middle of the street, thousands. Maybe 1 person out of 5 has an implement, a hammer, literally, pounding away at the macadam. And I turned to the North Korean guy and I said, what am I looking at? And he says, oh, this is the voluntary Labor Day. Once a month, everyone volunteers their services for the good of the nation. The waters parted, we went through. That night was the farewell dinner, which traditionally they would host for us. And we came in, there were 4 or 5 chairs and a table and a glass. Nobody was saying a word. Somebody comes in with a bottle of Johnny Walker Black and proceeds to pour 2 fingers in each of our glasses. No one said a word. The meaning was, what you saw this morning, you may think we're all poor, but we've got the good stuff too. And that just was a terrible impression for me, that here I was seeing the elite who had everything. And yet before I had seen the countryside and the poor, the 90% at least, who have virtually nothing. This is supposedly the workers' paradise, and yet it's a bifurcated society. That's it.
So thank you, Mr. Pierce. So we really appreciate all the work you actually do for KDVA. He has the opportunity to lecture around the DC area, the area colleges and young groups. And just on his own initiative, he tells all of these college students about KDVA. And so we've had a lot of college students come to our events, and I think some of them even became interns. So we really appreciate all his work for us. And so thank you very much, sir. Okay, speaking of KDVA interns, so Miss Celine Mond was a KDVA intern a couple of years ago, working very closely with Erlene Hollerith. Those of you who know, she is now, Erlene is the director of our KDVA internship program, and Celine was one of her top interns. And so we're very fortunate, and we're very thankful that you've come back to share your experiences and stories. Celine.
Hi, everybody. My name is Celine Main, and first I'd like to really thank Steve and Arlene for letting me speak today, even though I'm probably the least distinguished guest you will see today, but that's all right. I was a KDVA intern from October 2020 to October 2021, and I am now a policy analyst for systems planning and analysis, and currently I am working at the Office of Strategic Intelligence and Analysis, OSINA, under the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering. When I began writing this speech, I wasn't sure how much I'd be able to contribute, as my professional career has not been relatively long, and I don't work in a position that focuses on the alliance. But as I thought about it further, Korea has truly changed my entire career trajectory and shaped my worldview. For most of my time in high school, my plan was to become a nurse. However, in my senior year, I stumbled upon South Korean popular culture, and simultaneously, I happened to be taking AP Comparative Politics, which examines political systems from about 6 different countries. But for this, I never been particularly interested in international politics, but by being exposed to both simultaneously, I kind of merged the 2 new interests. In particular, I became fascinated by ROK's historical resilience and how they're able to go from one of the world's poorest countries in the world, following the Korean War, to being a powerhouse despite being surrounded by some of the most influential countries in the world. On a personal level, my research changed how I thought about the world and taught me to think bigger than the United States and helped me understand why our alliances matter. I was influenced so much that I wanted to change my projected major from nursing to international affairs. My parents very much did not want me to get a liberal arts degree and told me I would only be able to pursue an international affairs degree if I went to a school with a strong program in it. Much to my surprise, to myself and to my parents, I was accepted to GW, and unfortunately, they had to uphold their side of the bargain. So because of my interest in Korea, I took a leap of faith and changed the major that I decided to pursue at the 11th hour, which completely altered my future career path and in turn my life. While my interest in Korea got me into international affairs, I continued to focus on Korea throughout my academic career. Of course, I took Korea-specific classes that led to my minor in Korean language and literature, but I also did around 10 Korean-specific external opportunities. I participate in various cultural clubs, language programs, conferences, fellowships, professional societies, internships, all throughout college. If there was a career-related program that I could get into and that I could afford, I did it. After college, I have to admit I haven't had any professional positions that have focused on Korea specifically, but the lessons that I've learned while participating in these ROC US Alliance opportunities in college has allowed me to be in the position that I am in today. In my career, I've always ensured that assuring America's allies and partners has always been central to any analysis that I ever do. For instance, when I worked in nuclear policy, maintaining a strong and credible extended deterrence for countries such as South Korea was always at the forefront of my mind. So when policy topics such as SLICMN arise, of course, US considerations come first, but one of the first questions that I have is this going to assure our allies and partners? At my current position with OSINA, our office focuses on informing DoD investment into future technology. One of the projects that we are performing is doing green operational assessments. So of course, not only understanding US priorities, but the priorities of our allies and partners is crucial to the quality of those products. I learned to understand and sympathize, by focusing on ROC in college, I learned to understand and sympathize with their objectives, which has allowed me to do the same for other allies and partners as a part of this job. In short, if it wasn't for Korea, I would not be in the field that I am in today, nor lead the life that I live today. Throughout my career in the DoD, one of the things that drives me is recognizing that the United States' numerous deep relationships is one of our greatest strategic strengths, a strength that our adversaries don't really possess. In this decisive decade, it is crucial that the United States fights to maintain these relationships every day as we prepare for the future of strategic competition. Thank you.
Celine, thank you. So, very accomplished at such a young age. Really appreciate you taking the time to be with us. So thank you, Celine. Really appreciate it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we are in our afternoon break. We'll take a break for about 15 minutes. The stage is going to get reset with tables for our panelists, and we'll return with our diplomacy and defense dialogue panel featuring Ambassador Harry Harris, General Abrams, and General Jung-Sin Jo, moderated by the great Marcus Galaskis. So we'll see you in about 15 minutes. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, in about 2 minutes, we'll start the panel. In about 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And all your mics are on. So. Can y'all turn the desk mics on? It was on just a couple of minutes ago.
There we go. Test.
Yeah.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're out in the hallway, please join us so we can start the panel. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start here in about another 30 seconds. If you have your phones on, I would recommend that please either silence it, put it on vibrate, or turn it off. Okay. All righty. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the final section of the conference this afternoon before we go into the honors banquet. And as you can see seated here, distinguished group for our 3D continuing series, Defense and Diplomacy Dialogue, former CFC Commanders and Ambassadors Forum. So let me just quickly introduce our moderator, Mr. Marcus Galaskis, currently non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. So Marcus has incredible background and depth, like very few people. We had the great opportunity to work together in Korea when he was the director of strategy, one of the most important positions in Korea. Masterfully did that, came back here and led our intel efforts on Korea. So he knows Korea literally about as well as anybody, and such a well-respected guy. And we're very, very thankful to be a partner with the Atlantic Council. So Marcus, thank you very much, and you have the ball.
Steve, thank you very much for that great introduction. And I also want to point out that actually, since being a non-resident fellow, I actually now am director of the new Indo-Pacific Security Initiative, and I'm joined here by my deputy, Lauren Gilbert. And so really appreciate the tremendous introduction and the partnership between KDVA and the Atlantic Council. And I'd like to thank General Scaparrotti and General Leem for the opportunity to be here and for them hosting this outstanding event. So I'm impressed that Steve actually invited me to come back to moderate one of these panels again. I must have done something right the last couple of times. So overall, I found that these discussions have been really enlightening over the years, and we get some good back and forth going. This is not going to be sort of your typical blasé panel. I know we have three really deep experts here who also are not going to be shy about sharing their views. The overall theme for this year that Steve had asked me to lead off on is focus areas before unification. But as in previous years, this is going to also be an excellent platform for a broader discussion on key issues for the Alliance and for panelists to share their key insights from their own experience. And then we'll have an opportunity to take questions and comments from the audience. So I'll introduce our panelists today in more detail as we start our discussion. But certainly they have distinguished backgrounds, and I direct you to their bios in the book for more details. So the 90-minute session that we're going to execute today will be in 4 parts. I'm going to make some additional opening comments that frame our discussion. Then we'll go into a focused panel conversation of 2 rounds. We'll first set the stage operationally and strategically for considering the potential preparation for unification. And then we'll go into a discussion of some of the operational and strategic actions that we should take as an alliance given the current environment. Then we'll switch to a open question and answer session. I'll ask a question to lead off, and then we'll open to the floor. And then lastly, the panelists will each have an opportunity for closing remarks, and then I'll wrap up the session and pull together some of the themes of the conversation. So overall, in terms of this topic of focus areas before unification, I'll be honest, when Steve first came to me with the idea of this being the topic, I was a little bit skeptical. I'd actually had written an article for Newsweek contextualizing why Kim Jong-un was moving away from, and it basically stated a policy that North Korea was no longer interested in peaceful unification after so many years of claiming that was their goal. And this had generated a real concern about the potential for war on the peninsula. And so I had done some analysis kind of contextualizing what this meant, and that it's not something that we shouldn't be concerned about, but that overall the risk of limited aggression is much greater than the risk of war. But then, as Steve is often proven to be, he was quite right to raise this issue, because not long after our email exchange, President Yoon Suk-yeol put forward a new policy from South Korea, refining South Korea's plans and approach toward unification of the Korean Peninsula. So it turned out actually to be a very timely conversation. And so we're going to hear more from the panelists in detail about these issues and about the strategic conditions. And we can understand why unification is not at the forefront right now. It looks like it's something that potentially is very far off, maybe impossible, but change can come quickly. As we have seen before, that the geostrategic environment and domestic political change can come very, very quickly. And so with that in mind, we're going to have a good discussion here about some potential developments in the strategic environment and the environment that we face today. So the more that we are able to engage with these issues and look at the various possibilities, the better we are going to be prepared for the risks and for the opportunities. So now let me turn to the panelists. And again, this will proceed in two prepared rounds, with the first round here that we're about to start focused on the strategic and operational context. So we're going to start here with Admiral and Ambassador Harris, who served as the U.S. Ambassador to South Korea from 2018 to 2021 after a distinguished 40-year career in the United States Navy. The first Japanese American to hold 4-star rank in the U.S. Navy. He commanded at multiple levels, including, of course, U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, U.S. Pacific Fleet, U.S. Sixth Fleet, Naval Striking and Support Forces, NATO, Joint Task Force Guantanamo, and Patrol and Reconnaissance Wing 1 and Patrol Squadron 46. He also served as the assistant to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and amassed over 4,400 flight hours, including over 400 hours in combat. He has a range of personal decorations from the United States, South Korea, and other U.S. allies and partners. And naturally recognized as a champion of diversity, he was awarded the Tufts University Dr. Jean Mayer Global Citizenship Award in 1921. He's a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, holds master's degrees from Harvard's Kennedy School of Government and Georgetown School of Foreign Service. Hoya Saxester. And he's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and the Council of American Ambassadors. So, Ambassador Harris, in your comments to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee this April, you noted Kim Jong-un's declaration the North would no longer seek peaceful reunification with the South, and his depiction of the ROK as the invariable principal enemy. So with that in mind, can you share your thoughts on the strategic environment that the alliance will face in the region and how potential for unification fits in with it?
Yeah, thanks, Marcus, for that nice introduction. You might be the only person on 2 continents to actually pay attention to a Senate testimony. So let me just first thank KDVA and KUSAF for putting this on and for inviting me to be a part of it. I don't want to be a downer. I mean, we've had a really good day and we have a big day ahead of us, a big evening ahead of us. So I don't want to be a downer, but I am a realist, and I think the idea of focus areas before unification is high dreaming. I think there will be no unification on the peninsula, unfortunately, short of a catastrophic event of some sort, whether it's war or some other event. But the idea, in my opinion, of peaceful reunification on the peninsula is like trying to grasp smoke. Now, where there's smoke, there is fire, and that fire is a nuclear fire being built by Kim Jong-un. I think by his declarations and actions, Kim Jong-un has eliminated any remaining fantasy about peaceful reunification with South Korea. Now, let's not sugarcoat his words. Let's take them at face value. I believe that our heretofore U.S. policy goal of negotiating away North Korea's nuclear program has reached its useful end. We should instead, speaking of focus areas, we should instead focus on our preparation and readiness to meet the threat from North Korea. I'll stop there. give you time for more questions.
All right. Thanks very much. All right. So now we'll go to General Jung. And General Jung, as of course we all know, is currently the honorary president of the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation and chair professor at the Korea Military Academy, having honorably retired from the ROK military after serving as chairman of the ROK Joint Chiefs of Staff. And of course, this was after serving as deputy commander of Combined Forces Command, where I had the pleasure of serving under General Jung's leadership. His notable command assignments include company, battalion, and brigade level special warfare command assignments, commander of the 1st ROK Division, commander of the Zaitun Division in Iraq, commander of 2nd Corps and 1st Army, and superintendent of the Korea Military Academy. He holds a bachelor's from the Korea Military Academy, a master's of business administration from the Graduate School of Yonsei University, and a wide range of military awards. So General Jung, considering President Yoon's comments on unification, in context, unification of the Korean Peninsula has long been a goal of the Republic of Korea. But what this actually means in practical terms has changed over time. And I remember very well, wasn't alive at the time, but I remember from the history books, the motto Bukjin Tongil, drive north and reunify. But of course, that's not the policy of today. So given the vision that President Yoon laid out in his speech in August, from a Korean perspective, what would a unified Korea look like, and how could it be achieved in practical terms, particularly given what we just heard from Ambassador Harris?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Galauskas.
Sir, you always called me Mr. G. That's okay.
It's not easy for a Korean speaker to pronounce exactly his name. We worked together in the CFC when I was a deputy commander of CFC. So we usually call him just Mr. G. Thank you, Mr. G.
Thank you, sir. Great, it's a great honor.
Reunification of Korea is a kind of crucial national interest for Korean people. When we achieve reunification, we can be free from the threat of North Korea. However, two Koreas pursue different strategies to achieve reunification. The pronunciation of reunification is not so easy to me. That is the reason why it is difficult to reunify. The Republic of Korea, South Korea, wants to build free democracy and market economy country through peaceful procedure. On the other hand, North Korean leader wants to build the communism and socialist country by military means. In 1991, the prime ministers of both Koreas signed the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement. In this agreement, both sides agreed that the relationship of both Korea is not that of inter-country relationship, but the tentative special relationship in the process to go for the reunification. In accordance with this spirit, both sides agreed to respect the armistice agreement and not to use military power against the other side. Every one of you may know that North Korea has not kept that promise. If you remind its nuclear and missile projects, the Cheonan Navy ship attack, Yeonpyeong Island shelling, so many northern limit line violation in vicinity of Northwest Islands, and so on. President Yoon recently declared August 15 reunification doctrine on the 79th anniversary of ceremony of liberation from Japanese colony. He proposed 3 visions of reunified Korea. He clarified that the reunified Korea should be, first, the happy country that ensures the freedom and safety. Second, the strong and rich country constructed by the creativity and innovation. Third and lastly, the country contributing the world peace. I believe his doctrine is the continuation of historically existing peaceful reunification procedure. On the other hand, Kim Jong-un recently changed the two-Korea relationship in the end of the last year. He defined the two-Korea relationship as the hostile two countries on the war instead of tentative special relationship in the process of going for reunification. With his statement, the reunification became more difficult while the threat remained same or heightened. Furthermore, some leftists in South Korea supported Kim Jong-un's policy in front of the public. The reunified Korea must be free democracy country with market economy in which every person enjoys the freedom and the human right. It might be uncomfortable to the current ruling class of North Korea, led by Kim Jong-un. However, it will be much beneficial to the people of North Korea. It will also give a lot of benefits to the people of South Korea as the security and economy environments are improved fundamentally. To make this happen, we need to educate the people of North Korea. We need to let them know how much their qualities of life can be improved when two Koreas are reunified as the free democracy country. We need to let them imagine what a good country they can live in when North Korea gives up the nuclear ambition and opens the country. We need to let them want the free democracy reunified Korea. When the democratic capability of the people of North Korea is built up, the current North Korean leaders cannot ignore the people's desire to open the country and reform it more or less. Let me stop here.
General, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to talking more about these questions as we continue the discussion. So now we'll turn to General Abrams. General Abrams, of course, was the CFC commander in his last assignment before retiring from a distinguished career of 39 years of active duty service in the United States Army. Following his commissioning from the U.S. Military Academy in '82, he served in Germany during the Cold War, and you'll hear more about that in a moment. He later led combat troops in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Afghanistan during multiple combat tours spanning a series of operations, and he was the senior military assistant to the Secretary of Defense. He's commanded at every level, from company to four-star major command, and of course, his final assignment was as commander of UN Command, ROK, U.S. Combined Forces Command, and U.S. Forces Korea from 2018 to 2021. Since retiring, he's served as a board director, senior board advisor, and a consultant for several companies, and speaking on a range of issues, including leadership and Korean Peninsula affairs, has been a vocal advocate for veterans and family members. He received numerous awards and decorations over his career, including the Order of National Security Merit, the Tong-il Medal, the Unification Medal, presented by the ROK president. And he holds a Bachelor of Science from the U.S. Military Academy, of course, a Master's of Science in Administration from Central Michigan University, and a Master of Strategic Studies from the United States Army War College, Carlisle, Pennsylvania. So General Abrams, over the years, some have argued that Korean unification should use the template of East and West Germany in 1990. But as someone who was born in West Germany, who lived there as a child and served there during the Cold War, and a unit was with a mission right along the inter-German border, you've got some personal experience in this topic, and I know you have some thoughts on this. So what do you think the similarities and differences are comparing the current situation in the Korean Peninsula to the situation in Germany between East and West, and what lessons could we learn from German unification that might be applicable to the situation on the Korean Peninsula?
Marcus, thank you for the introduction.
And to our President and Chairman, General Scaparrotti, I appreciate the opportunity to be up on the panel today with these two distinguished gentlemen. And I'd like to just publicly recognize the most courageous person on the stage is General Jung. How daunting it must be to sit on a panel to an all English-speaking audience in English. Job well done, as always, General Jung Sung Jo.
That is my problem.
I think this is an important question. And when I was in Korea, I frequently would see news reporting and other statements made trying to draw comparisons between what happened in East and West Germany in 1989, early 1990, and the Korean Peninsula. So I'll start with the similar, and I'm going to tell you up front, I don't believe that the German reunification is a template, is an adequate template for the Korean Peninsula, and I'll explain. So on the similarities, right? We all know Korea's got an amazing 5,000-year history of civilization. Europe's pretty old too. In fact, the German language that is spoken today can draw its roots back to almost 5,000 years. East and West Germany and North and South Korea shared a language, culture, customs, and history with their opposite side. They both have in common centuries, literally centuries of conflict over the same land, the same people, and both countries were separated as a result of World War II settlement agreements. Both countries, in the case of East Germany and North Korea, viewed as communist states, post-World War II Germany and the Republic of Korea, free democracies. In both cases, on the west side, defended by alliances. In the case of West Germany, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and in Korea, of course, the ROK-US Alliance, where our bywords were strong combined defense posture. Fight tonight. In the case of Korea, and for those of us who served in Cold War Germany, that was my first duty assignment. We prided ourselves in being ready to recall, assemble, and move out of our bases in West Germany in 2 hours, right? So that culture, very similar between the two. There's probably other similarities, but not many. So let me talk about the differences that I think are topical for this discussion point on peaceful reunification. And I think first and foremost, most important, is that in the case of Germany, there was an unconditional surrender by Germany at the end of World War II. And the occupation zones were determined, at the Potsdam Conference by the Allies in July of 45. And of course, we all know that in Korea, that the war's still not over. We're still in a temporary cessation called armistice since July of 1953, until, taking from the armistice agreement, a peaceful settlement can be reached. At the end of World War II, East Germany was occupied by a foreign power, the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union installed a communist state, and later East Germany joined the Warsaw Pact in 1955. At the height of the Cold War, there were 500,000 Soviet troops stationed in East Germany. North Korea, on the other hand, was not occupied or ruled by another country following World War II. It was initially ruled by Kim Jong-il and has subsequently been ruled by the Kim regime. And today, of course, Kim Jong-un. As a result of the World War II occupation zones, the zone between East and West Germany was initially marked like most international borders because the war was over, which contributed to a sense of normalcy. And even at the height of the tension with the Berlin crisis, when the Berlin Wall was built, the international zonal border between East Germany and West Germany was a simple 10-foot high chain link fence. No mines, no unexploded ordnance, no demilitarized zone. And of course, in Korea, we all know of the physical separation of the DMZ, 250 kilometers long, 2 kilometers wide on each side, with estimates of almost 1 million landmines and unexploded ordnance littering that entire area. East Germany was not subjected to systemic indoctrination, nor was their education system changed to teach Soviet ideology. North Korea, on the other hand, has had 79 years of systemic, countrywide indoctrination that starts at the youngest possible age, continues through adulthood. At the end of World War II, most East Germans, or I should say many East Germans, did not want to live in a communist country. They legally crossed into West Berlin and then onward to Europe and other continents by plane or train. By 1961, 4 million East Germans had lawfully, legally left the East Zone, and which precipitated, by the way, the building of the Berlin Wall. And even after the Berlin Wall was erected, there remained legitimate and government-sanctioned ways to leave East Germany. Of course, in North Korea, where you have a totalitarian dictatorship with strict internal controls, prevents North Koreans from legally leaving the country unless they are directed to. And they even have internal controls that at times prevent even movement internal to the country. Public reporting shows less than 35,000 North Koreans have escaped North Korea since 1953. East Germany was never cut off from the world. They had access to radio, TV, and newspapers from the West. East Germans participated in large numbers of international sporting events and in various diplomatic and economic fora worldwide. News of protests, reform, and changes emerging in the Eastern Bloc in East Germany and as far away as China reached East Germany as they occurred. We all know North Korea is completely cut off from the rest of the world, and access to foreign media is strictly controlled. Violators are severely punished. East Germany had the strongest economy of all the Eastern Bloc states and was a net exporter of technology. They traded with Western nations, and over 50% of their exports went to West Germany. North Korea, last year their GDP was ranked 135th worldwide, spends 36% of their GDP on defense, and trades only with China and Russia. Some of that's now due to sanctions, but even before that. East Germany's army and the occupying Soviet army conducted routine military training. They did. But they did not conduct made-for-TV or propaganda firepower demonstrations intended to deter or provoke NATO. I pulled, as Mark has indicated, I pulled border duty along the East-West German border several times in the early 1980s. We patrolled by foot right up to the fence line. Our interactions with the East German Army and some Soviets were professional and unremarkable. We kept an eye on each other, and that was about it. But that should be expected because we were not at war with East Germany nor the Soviet Union. And as someone mentioned earlier today, since the signing of the Armistice Agreement in July '53, over 100 Americans and several hundred South Korean troops have been killed by North Korean hostile actions, including many high-profile attacks. East Germany shared a border with Poland and Czechoslovakia, which gave them a 1,400-kilometer buffer between a western-aligned West Germany and Russia. And of course, we all know North Korea shares a border with China and Russia, both of whom have a vested interest in keeping a treaty-aligned, both countries have treaties with North Korea as a buffer between them and South Korea. Now, I know that sounds pretty stark in terms of contrasting, but I think there may be some lessons from Germany's unification that could apply to Korea. So let me get quickly into that. First, I'd say a peace treaty, which formally ends the Korean War, must be the prerequisite of any plan to peacefully unify the Korean Peninsula. When the peaceful revolution of 1989 occurred in East Germany, they were not at war or in direct conflict with West Germany or NATO. That enabled a rapid movement towards bringing down the Berlin Wall and unification. I believe that a formal peace treaty needs to precede any movement towards peaceful unification. The Korean question has to be settled diplomatically. Secondly, I'd say other countries in the Eastern Bloc began to reform in the late 1980s, which opened the door for more East German immigration and actually was the inspiration behind the peaceful resolution in East Germany in 1989. But we should be clear, Germany's ultimate unification was the direct result of the dissolution of the Soviet Union as part of reforms led by President Gorbachev in Russia. So I think in the case of Korea, I believe that any talk of peaceful reunification must include, discussions must include Russia and China to ensure that their equities are represented unless there are similar peaceful revolutions simultaneously in both Russia and China. Not likely right now. So I think that this implies that there must be some sort of draft security framework that can give both Russia and China the confidence the unification of Korea will not pose a threat to Chinese and Russian national security. I think any discussion of peaceful reunification, we should discuss the topic of what to do with the North Korean military. When East Germany unified with West Germany, that they had a conscript army largely in East Germany with a professional non-commissioned officer and officer corps. When unification happened, the conscripts in the East Germany army were allowed to return home immediately, go back to their families. Non-commissioned officers and officers in the East German army, they from NCO up to the grade of colonel, they were allowed to apply to join the Bundeswehr, and many of them were selected and chose, and it was done very well. That type of approach of merging in the East German army, first off, it reduced a lot of angst inside the East German armed forces. It established really goodwill with the people, and it actually enhanced assimilation of East Germany into the Germany that we know today. And in the case of East Germany's military equipment, there was an orderly transfer to the West German Bundeswehr, who in turn either sold it or scrapped it. Now, while there was some propaganda in East Germany over those 45 years of Soviet occupation, I believe it pales in comparison to the systemic and unrelenting indoctrination by the regime against the North Korean people. The Kim regime is at times called a cult. In fact, one of our guests here today, I think, likes to use that phrase. It will take a significant effort, in my view, to psychologically deprogram the population of North Korea. And there should be discussions now on how we would conduct deprogramming on such a large scale. As I mentioned, East Germany lived under decades of communism, while West Germany had a social market economy. So when unification happened, there was cultural gaps in values, expectations, and lifestyle. And that contributed to a lot of unrest on both sides, East and West Germany. I think in the case of Korea, North and South Korea, those differences will be magnified 100 times at least. And planning now should include resources necessary to mitigate some of that risk. And then lastly, I just say the biggest point, and my wife's family's from Germany, so I've heard this firsthand. The biggest friction point in Germany's unification was the cost. Integration of East Germany's pathetic Best in the Eastern Bloc, but by worldwide standards, pathetic economy, placed a significant financial burden on West Germany, which significantly increased West Germany's public debt. The unification of North and South Korea will be an even greater financial burden. And discussions now are necessary to begin garnering promises of international financial support in the event of peaceful reunification. I think the bill will be too much to bear and should not be borne by the Republic of Korea. It's in the world's best interest, and we should not put that full financial burden on the ROC. Thank you.
General, thank you very much. It strikes me that there is one other similarity that you didn't cover between East and West Germany and North and South Korea, and that is they are bound together by a common love for pickled cabbage, sauerkraut, and kimchi. Just trying to keep it light. But seriously, tremendous explanation of all of the relevant challenges and issues to consider. And I think this leads in very well to hear from General Jung. So as you explained, General Jung, South Korea's got a vision for unification of the Korean Peninsula. But what sort of support does it need, as General Abrams alluded, from the United States, from others in the international community to prepare the ground for unification, whether it comes about peacefully, ideally, but of course in one of these other potential catastrophic scenarios that Admiral Harris alluded to?
Thank you, Marcus. Before I answer your question, one more difference between Germany case and Korea case is in Korea we experienced the war. In result of that, we have some hatred each other. It makes the reunification more difficult. And concerning your question, peaceful reunification can be achieved only when there is a peace. The confident extended deterrence should be ensured to deter the war and maintain the peace. I understand the strong will of United States to provide the extended deterrence to Korea. This is not enough. The alliance needs to give confidence to the general level public of Korea. More importantly, we need to let North Korean leaders know that the United States will provide the Republic of Korea with nuclear umbrella. We need to let them know North Korea will disappear from the map if they conduct any nuclear attack to their outside. Korea also has important responsibility. Although South Korea does not have any nuclear weapon, it needs to have strong conventional capability. Also, Korea needs to provide the United States with the good conditions for the stable stationing of U.S. forces Korea. It includes rational burden sharing, good condition for training like live fire exercise. We may think the alliance is natural or alliance is given by someone, but I don't believe so. We need to make some effort to maintain the alliance. The alliance cannot be maintained automatically. We need some effort to maintain and strengthen the alliance. The most important part is from the presidents of both countries. Fortunately, these days, we have good presidents who understand the value of alliance very well. It is very fortunate. When the president has that kind of belief, the military officers or government officials will make some good policies to maintain or strengthen the alliance. And more importantly, the people of both countries should believe that the alliance is beneficial to its own country. I believe the alliance is mutually beneficial to both countries. Both governments need to make effort to let the people of both countries understand the value and the importance of the alliance. It is not the issue changeable as any president is elected in any country. Thank you.
General John, thank you very much. Now we'll go next to Ambassador and Admiral Harris. So as your twin titles imply, you've had this very unique opportunity to be a senior leader in the ROK-US alliance on the military side and on the diplomatic side. So considering the full range of elements of power, the diplomatic, the informational, the economic aspects of the situation that we face, what are your thoughts on what the alliance should do to posture itself?
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. I believe that, well, one, let's talk about South Korea for a little bit. I think South Korea is already a leader in international diplomacy. I mean, South Korea's had a UN Secretary General, the work that Seoul is doing with Tokyo in the bilateral space and in the trilateral space is significant and important. The work that South Korea is doing with ASEAN is encouraging, very, very important work. And South Korea's active involvement and leadership in UN peacekeeping operations globally underscores South Korea's place as a leader in international diplomacy. So that's the D part of that, the diplomatic part of that, and a little bit of the economic part. South Korea is a cultural, a diplomatic, I've already said, and an economic powerhouse globally. By some measures, they are the 9th largest economy in the world. And in 1970, South Korea's GDP was actually less than North Korea's. And today, they're the world's 9th largest economy by some measure. I think there's stuff to be done. There's more juice in that orange to squeeze out, if you will. I think that South Korea could do more in international fora like the Quad. It could aggressively lobby to join the Quad. You know, I often joke that in American college football, the Big Ten used to have, well, 10 teams. Now it has 18 teams. So there's nothing that says the Quad has to have only 4 teams. I think that there's space in AUKUS, the Australia, United Kingdom, U.S. Defense Pact, and the Indo-Pacific for countries like South Korea to join AUKUS Pillar 2. There's a technology component of AUKUS which would benefit from and be a benefit to advanced technological countries like South Korea and Japan. Japan has already indicated its desire to join AUKUS Pillar 2, and I think there's something there for South Korea as well. I believe that South Korea should take a harder line on China. You know, when China talks win-win, that means they win twice and you win none. So I think it's important that South Korea's voice be louder on the issue of China, whether it's human rights, whether it's trade and economy, and all of that. If you choose to partner with a country that, according to the United States State Department, is committing genocide against its own people, if you choose to partner with a country that's partnered with the Taliban, which is trying to drive women and girls back to the Stone Age, that says more about you than it says about China. And finally, on this area, on the nuclear piece, I do believe that South Korea's voice should be stronger in the nuclear non-proliferation treaty regime space, so that it's South Korea that's leading the charge within its own borders that South Korea is not going to nuclearize, and tamp down those voices that are rising inside South Korea for South Korea to have its own nuclear deterrent. I think it's important to do that. That would show leadership on the global space. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, sir. No, I think that's a very helpful strategic overview. It leads right into the question of, okay, so now we've heard about diplomatic, informational, and economic measures from a Korean perspective, from a U.S. perspective. Now, in a military sense, General Abrams, you've had to prepare for, of course, a whole range of contingencies as CFC commander, including the potential for sudden changes in North Korea. So what sort of military considerations do you think we should focus on as we consider the current environment and scenarios, including a potential Korean unification?
Thanks, Marcus. Look, I think right now, based on the conditions on the peninsula, it's my view that the military alliance should remain focused, entirely focused, like a laser beam, on ensuring that the combined force is ready to defend the Republic of Korea on little or no notice. Now is not the time to relax or reduce readiness levels. It's my view that during this time of increased tensions, where one mistake, one misunderstanding, or one miscalculation could quickly put us in a crisis, which could become kinetic and lead to the restart of hostilities. That's how serious it is. So we have to remain focused. But having said that, you implied, right? What do we need to be ready for? What should we be thinking about? Well, I'll tell you, it's easy during times like this to just tell the force, be ready, and not have contingency plans for other things. And I think that the combined force, the military force, they need to stay in step with any diplomatic efforts that might appear suddenly, which means that if a diplomatic opening appears, the military alliance needs to be flexible enough to immediately adjust their posture to match the diplomatic outreach, especially in the information space. It's my view, and look, North Korea does not have very good intelligence. I know that may come as a shock to you, but they don't have a very good intelligence network. Many people assume they do. They don't. So it's vitally important then for the combined force to publicly telegraph its intent to reduce or otherwise adjust our defense posture in support of diplomatic efforts. So let's just look back to the 2018-19 timeframe when all the head of state summitry was occurring. The U.S., the United States government, and the Department of Defense they did a self-imposed moratorium on deploying strategic bombers to Korea. No strategic bombers, no overflights, no anything, no shows of force, no U.S. fifth generation fighters, and no nuclear submarines could conduct a visit. And aircraft carriers. And that was May of 2018. That was in support of the summit between Kim Jong-un and President Trump in Singapore. And then throughout the summer, then we had the Comprehensive Military Agreement, the September 2018 agreement between North and South Korea. But that self-imposed moratorium went on for 4 years. The U.S. did not restart deployment of those assets, strategic assets, until the summer of 2022. That self-imposed moratorium came with a lot of operational and tactical risk that the commanders on the ground in Korea, me and my successor and my predecessor had to accept, and we had to mitigate it. And truthfully, I don't think North Korea ever knew it because we never told them. If you look at their rhetoric, they just assumed we were doing those things because we had been for 30 or 40 years. No, we were, from a military perspective, we were trying to stay in step with the diplomatic element of national power. And I don't think they ever knew. So we've got to publicly telegraph. That's something that we need to think about. We don't have to do anything right now, but we do need to think about how we would do that. Look, there is a military support plan for unification. That should not come as a surprise to anyone. And I think the current cadence of reviewing that plan annually is about the right amount of effort and priority. As we've all indicated, peaceful reunification is not right around the corner. There's going to have to be a lot of heavy lifting before anything could possibly move forward, which gives the military plenty of time to adjust or modify their support plan. Thank you.
General, thank you very much. So now let's turn back to Ambassador Harris. Sir, you focused on China in some of your remarks, and we've heard some about how the strategic environment is changing, where we have these authoritarian adversaries in alignment. China and North Korea, Russia and North Korea becoming much closer, particularly with the munitions going from North Korea to Russia. So what are your thoughts on how we confront and deal with this authoritarian alignment, particularly the potential, say, for a have to confront multiple adversaries at the same time? How should we be thinking about this?
Yeah, so one, and let me back it up just slightly and talk about the alignment. So we're seeing marriages actually of convenience between North Korea, Russia, and China. Not a trilateral defense arrangement, but certainly bilateral treaties that have been enacted and are being reinforced between North Korea and Russia on the one hand, and North Korea and China on the other hand. This is very troubling. We haven't seen this sort of alignment since really the Cold War, but there's a new element in the alignment structure now, and that is a uncomfortable grouping of these three countries and Iran. And when you look at Iran and Iranian proxy organizations around the world, Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah in Syria. It is problematic when you add to that North Korean technology, especially nuclear technology. We have to acknowledge the possibility of that occurring. We see the addition of North Korean low-tech weapons to Russia and Russia's illegal, unconscionable war against sovereign Ukraine. And in return, Russia is providing North Korea with high technology for satellites and the like, which can immediately be translated into effective ICBMs. So we have to be concerned about that, and I'm very worried about it. Fortunately, I guess I'm retired, so other people can actually worry about it and do something about it. So I can pontificate about it, which I'm happy to do it at length. I think what we have to do as an alliance, not only the United States and South Korea, but the United States and Japan, the United States and Australia, the United States and NATO, and our relationship with Israel, we have to be ready for any eventuality. And in so doing, that means that we have to resource our defense establishment adequately. I think we are inadequately resourced today. If you look at absolute terms, absolute dollars, it's an increase But in real terms, when you factor in inflation, we've actually experienced a decrease in our defense budget over the course of the past several years. And people tell me, well, Harry, you have an $800 billion defense budget. Isn't that enough? Well, quite frankly, no, because the United States has global responsibilities, and carrying out those responsibilities comes at a cost. And unfortunately, the $800 billion is spread too thin. So I'm an advocate for increasing our defense budget. South Korea is increasing its defense budget. Japan is doubling its defense budget. NATO is meeting its defense obligations. So these are important things that we all must do as nations who value freedom and democracy and the rule of law against this grouping of countries. You can call it an axis of autocracy. You can call it axis of chaos. I've heard all these terms, but it is a grouping of like-minded countries that are coming together in the face of the United States and our friends, allies, and partners around the world. That I think that we have to confront that head on with an increase in military readiness and readiness across all avenues of national power.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to abuse my moderator privilege and ask one more question before we open the floor. And so we've just heard about the commitments that the United States has and the resources that the U.S. needs to commit to have its role as a global power. But I know that South Korea is also has a motto of emerging as a global pivotal state. So General Jung, your thoughts on South Korea's role in the world? What does that global pivotal state idea mean?
Yes, thank you. In fact, in the past, the Republic of Korea used to have the interest mainly on the threat from North Korea. However, the Republic of Korea recently began to pursue the global pivotal country. When there was war or any conflict in Europe or Middle East countries, Korea used to see it as something that is irrelevant to Korea. It was past thing. However, as Korea became to have more relationship with more countries in various regions and influenced by them, the people of Korea began to realize that they must be more responsible for the global issues. If there had been Ukraine war 40 or 50 years ago, Korea would not have supported Ukraine. However, that war has a lot of influence to Korea these days. Korea is forced to have more interests on the global issues. As we understand very well, the security situation in the Northeast Asian region becomes worse and worse as China pursues hegemony in the region. Free and open Indo-Pacific is very much important to Korea, not only in economic level, but also in the security of my country. It is same in Taiwan Strait issue. I don't know yet what contribution Korea should provide. However, I believe Korea should support something if there is any conflict in the Northeast Asia region or outside of that region. In this context, Korea needs to increase the cooperation with Japan. It is also very important to maintain or strengthen the ROK-US alliance. Korea and Japan still have some historic issues not solved yet. If we want to cooperate after we solve all the issues, then I don't believe we can cooperate. We can begin the cooperation anymore. ROK and Japan should cooperate more actively in the necessary area while we debate or fight to solve the unsolved historic issues. Thank you.
General Jung, thank you very much for giving us a strategic perspective from the Korean view. So now at this point, I want to make sure that we have enough time left to be able to get to some audience questions. So I'll turn to the audience. We see a lot of hands going up, but Scott Morrissey from the command out in Korea, who's traveled here, I saw his hand go up first, quick on the button. So I'll go to Scott first, and he's in the UCJ5, but I'm sure his question is in a personal capacity. So over to you, Scott.
Thank you, Marcus. Let's see. We've got a fine panel in front of us of lifelong military professionals. So I wanted to ask a military question that, for all the reasons the panel has stated, it sounds like peaceful unification is not likely to happen because the preconditions aren't there. Among which, we know that in Germany, Gorbachev was a humanist and idealist, and he wasn't willing to use force to keep the system alive. I don't think we could say the same thing about the Kims. That would imply, as I think General Abrams was getting at, that war is much more likely than peaceful unification, some sort of conflict. And when that happens, it's probably going to be some crazy mixture of Chinese and Russian intervention, internal collapse, civil war, weapons of mass destruction use. In that mess, my question is, what would partial reunification look like? What would reunifying some of the country look like? Because it may be too hard to get all of that at once without those preconditions. And for this, I don't know if modern history has provided us a parallel.
So Scott, leave it to you to ask a simple, easy to answer question. So gentlemen, I don't know which of you would like to take a shot at that one first. That's an interesting line of discussion. Any volunteers? General Abrams?
I'll see if we can get started on this. I don't like to get into hypotheticals of what is more likely, right? You use the phrase, one is more likely than the other. I don't think historically that's a fair way to construct this discussion. I think there's some lesser forms that are in the middle. And one of those, and again, any possible solution other than peaceful unification is controversial. If you take any other position other than that, it becomes controversial. What I would suggest is a start point perhaps is peaceful coexistence, right? What does that look like? I think that would be, we've experienced to some degree peaceful coexistence for the last decade. Aside from some kinetic actions that General Jung talked about, right? The Chonan, Waipido, and some other incidents, but it's been over 10 years. We may find, we could if we described it now, I don't think it's helpful when there's firepower demonstrations by North Korea. It's not helpful. It's not helpful for them to send trash balloons across the military demarcation line and other. It's the provocative language is certainly not helpful. But for those of you who just came from Seoul, I was there in August. It's pretty good. I think we're in a period now of peaceful coexistence. So I think as a start point, I would say finding ways to maintain at least this status quo for a period of time to cement this environment that we can actually peacefully, without restarting hostilities, coexist, go about our own ways without, and tone down the rhetoric. That's as good a start as any. And then I'd say, secondly, someone's got to find the magic code to get North Korea to, pardon my the expression, right? But they need to answer the phone. They need to respond. Recently, we heard from a senior State Department official who stated that, since the failed summit in Hanoi in February of 19, and that 1 hour meeting between Kim Jong-un and President Trump in the Joint Security Area in June of 2019, aside from that, there has been zero communication from North Korea. got to find a way to at least get them to diplomatically, quietly just answer the phone and begin discussions. That's kind of my view.
General, thank you very much. General Jung, it looks like you would also like to add something?
If I may add, in Korea, actually, there is two different opinions coexist. First one is reunification will be really hard, will not come. And actually, especially the youngsters, sometimes they do not want the reunification. But the other opinion is reunification can come suddenly. So we must prepare for them. That is the two different opinions. I believe the reunification can come with two different cues. One from outside influence, the other from inside something. So that is the reason why I should educate the people of North Korea by every means, by psychological operation, including some broadcasting or leaflets or something. We need to emphasize the psychological operation. That's all.
General, thank you very much. Admiral, would you like to anything, or shall we move on?
I'll just make the comment that there are two examples in my mind of partial reunification. One is by force, and that's Russia trying to reunify with Ukraine, partially through the Donbass and the Crimea. So I suppose that would be an example of partial reunification. There's also a case of gradual reunification over generations, and that would be China's reunification with Hong Kong and Tibet, and its attempt to reunify with Taiwan, which it was never unified with in the first place, so I'm not sure that would be reunification. But that could be an example, I suppose. But I don't believe in the Korean Peninsula case that there is any a chance of a partial reunification. It's just the two parties involved are too dug in, so to speak, in their positions, and I just don't see the South giving up name a province or a name a city, and the same with North Korea. So I don't think we're going to see a partial reunification there at all.
Thank you, Admiral. Now you set off an interesting line of discussion, Scott. That's one I hadn't heard before. All right, so I see some hands up there, and sir, I'm sorry I can't make out your face with the light in my eye, but over to you, please. If you could introduce yourself to the group.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, my name is Paul. I am a naval veteran from Republic of Korea. And I deeply appreciate for all of your service, but especially I deeply appreciate for General Abrams for your great service for the global security management. I have the to General Abrams and every panelist, I have a question regarding the aspect of the religious freedom. So on the precedent of the great sacrifice of the United States Navy Lieutenant William Hamilton show, the evangelical influence is somehow inseparable with the strong alliance between the United States and Korea. And also the chaplains claim that our strong alliance reflects the evangelical influence. And also the inspirationally in the military history, both the American and Korean military commanders were devout believers. But unfortunately and tragically in North Korea, there is intolerance about any religion or faith, and most underground believers are shot to death. And unlike the East and West Germany, there is no Freikauf to save the evangelical clergy from the religious persecution. So do you have any resolution about this case? And my second question is, how did this kind of the humanitarian assistance affect the unification of the unification between the East and West Germany? That is my question. And I got I got the history of the sacrifice of the William Hamilton show from my intelligence service when I was naval intelligence officer. Thank you.
So I couldn't make out I think we should focus on the second question about unification. But I couldn't make out the first part of your question about East and West Germany. What? Oh. Right. Yeah, that was your first question, right? Influence of humanitarian assistance. I think, unless someone would like to take the first one, I think maybe we should focus on the second one about the potential role of humanitarian assistance. Thoughts on this in terms of how it can contribute?
Well, look, there have been countless examples, again, since the failed summit in Hanoi, where both the Republic of Korea unilaterally has offered humanitarian assistance to the North, as has the United States. Both countries really reached their hand out during the COVID pandemic. And again, North Korea refuses to even answer the phone. I mean, that's how basic this is. There's a strong, in my opinion, I think there's a strong case for focusing on any sort of humanitarian. Over 60% of the country suffers from malnutrition. Right, that was as of 2019 when we had all the NGOs still in North Korea that could operate there. I mean, it's all well known, and I think there's plenty of assistance that could be mustered internationally to do that. But again, we're back to a regime that refuses to talk to the United States, talk to the Republic of Korea. They'll only talk with China and Russia. And they're not interested in leading, as best I can tell, they're not interested in leading a humanitarian assistance program into North Korea. Only we are, and they're not talking to us. So I think there's plenty of room for that. And I'd also go so far as to say, to make clear, with no strings attached, right? This is strictly from a humanitarian point of view. But they have to answer the phone. They have to be willing to at least talk to us in some form.
All right, General Jung, did you want to address this one as well?
Humanitarian assistance may delay the provocation, but I don't believe it brings the reunification. It may, during when there is a liberal government in Korea, South Korea had a lot of support, a lot of humanitarian support to North Korea. But with that support, North Korea developed nuclear weapon and missiles. I don't believe that kind of support may bring the reunification. That's what I believe.
Mr. Ambassador?
Yeah, to the first point, I'll just note that it's ironic that in the 19th century, North Korea was a center of Christianity, along with South Korea. In fact, Pyongyang was considered a center of education and learning in East Asia. Look how far we've come. To the second point about humanitarian assistance, I agree with General Jung. I mean, look, during COVID, at least one North Korean person died of COVID, maybe two at the most, according to Kim Jong-un. But North Korea refused any assistance from South Korea in that regard. Back to my earlier comments about leading in the international space regarding human rights. During my time in Korea as the ambassador, South Korea, for the first time, did not co-sponsor the United Nations um, criticism of North Korea for human rights abuses. And I think it's critical that South Korea lead in that effort, not simply sign off on it, but lead in that effort.
Thank you. All right. So I want to emphasize when we go to the floor for questions, please just one question per person. Let's go. We haven't gone to this side of the room. And you over there, sir, again, with the lights, it's hard to recognize. Please identify yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Butler. I spent 7 years in Korea, retired Army last year. My question is, so President Yoon has had some recent success in thawing that previously frigid relationship with Japan, given the recent trilateral agreements. I'm curious if the panel may see value in enabling that laser focus on North Korea and Korea and Japan as well, by reestablishing, possibly the United States reestablishing that post-World War II Far East Command that used to exist from 1947 to 1957 to help enable that focus and offload that burden from Indo-PACOM so they can focus on PRC.
No, that's an interesting question. I know this is one that's come up before in terms of looking at the command and control structures given the nature of the threat. So Admiral is the former Indo-PACOM commander. That would be right in your AOR. So I'm curious as your thoughts if you're willing to speak to them.
Yeah, I guess on the American side, you have to be named Scott to ask questions. We've had 2 Scots in a row ask us questions and no one else. Let me just talk briefly about the first point, and that's President Yoon's outreach and his bilateral relationship with Japan. I believe that is statesmanship in action. I mean, here's a leader whose position regarding Japan is wildly unpopular in his own country, but he's doing the right thing. And made that outreach to then Prime Minister Kishida, and now the new Prime Minister. So I think that is statesmanship in action, and he should be credited for that. Regarding the Far East Command, I don't agree. I think we have a Far East Command. It's called Indo-PACOM. There is a move, it's mandated by law, to look at increasing the command and control relationship between U.S. forces and the Japan Self-Defense Forces in Japan. And that effort is underway now. Don't know what the outcome will be. That's Admiral Paparo's piece in concert with DOD, whether that becomes a new 4-star command, whether it's an upgunned U.S. Forces Japan or whatever. But there are calls, and I'll say by the uninformed, I hope it's the uninformed and not the informed, that this new relationship in Japan should somehow resemble U.S. Forces Korea. That would be a disaster, in my view. I mean, here the U.S. 4-star in Korea as a CFC commander doesn't work for Indo-PACOM. He works directly for the Minister of Defense of Korea and the Secretary of Defense of the United States. And he has operational control of Korean forces in wartime. It's inconceivable to me that Japan would agree to an arrangement where a U.S. commander has operational control of the Japan Self-Defense Forces, which are not a military by their constitution. So I'm very interested, as I'm sure you are, Scott, and others, how this arrangement will evolve over time. And the time is not a long time. It has to be done in short order because there has to be a man training equipped components to it, and that will be forthcoming. So I'm anxious to see that as well. As far as reestablishing Far East Command, again, I don't think that's the solution. I don't think the solution is another 4-star major command, unified commander somewhere in the Western Pacific when you already have one in the Middle Pacific that's responsible for the region.
General Abrams, did you want to add to this conversation?
And I've heard this topic before. You know, for the in Korea, unless you've served there, it's difficult to have a full understanding of the roles and responsibilities. So the U.S. 4-star on the Korean Peninsula really has 4 jobs. He's the commander of United Nations Command with a certain set of authorities and responsibilities and a chain of command that runs, through the secretary or the chairman and the secretary of defense. The Combined Forces Command is, operates under a strategic directive, terms of reference that were signed by the secretary and the minister of national defense. It is, in fact, that provides who does what and who's responsible for what. And it operates in a bilateral command environment that when we created CFC in 1978 was specifically to respond to the unique bilateral nature of that command. That chain of command runs through a combined military committee, through a security consultative process directly to the 2 national command authorities. And then U.S. Forces Korea, as you know, is a sub-unified command that gets its Title 10 support from Indo-PACOM. The 4th job is the 4-star in Korea is also, as designated in the terms of reference between Korea and the United States, is the Senior U.S. Military Officer Korea. It's the only place in the military where a non-SDO DAT has that responsibility. And that's a big one, because on a day-to-day basis, speaks on behalf of the chairman and the SecDef directly to the military leadership and to the President of the Republic of Korea. I think adding in, so either another layer or consolidating somewhere else will dilute that effort and not provide the laser focus that we have. Some other things would have to, it would be a massive, to accomplish that, it would require a massive reorganization that would stretch across Indo-PACOM. The last thing I'd say is, the Far East Command existed, pre-21st century, right? We weren't as interconnected. We didn't have Goldwater Nichols. We hadn't, established geographic combatant commands and the functional commands in support. And the lines were a little cleaner back then because of the range of missile systems and other things. Today, the world is interconnected and blurred, and we can reach anywhere. So trying to do it geographically like that, to carve out a part of Northeast Asia as if to say they're unrelated, I think is no longer valid. It's a conflict that sparks up in the South China Sea will involve everyone in the Indo-Pacific, and you need one Commander Indo-PACOM, to run that. That's my view.
Let's go back to Admiral Harrison. You got some additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, I want to echo what General Abrams said and just add that it's hard to imagine a scenario, a combat warfighting scenario in the Far East that doesn't involve China. So the idea of carving out a new command to give Indo-PACOM the ability to focus on China, to me, creates seams. And it would not be unlike the seams that we created in World War II, where you had Nimitz commanding the Pacific Ocean areas and MacArthur commanding the Southwest Pacific areas. And that seam that existed between those two geographic lines in the water created a lot of confusion. So I think the creation of another major command like Far Eastern Command would be hard to effect in day-to-day military operations, especially in combat.
So it sounds like between Admiral Harris and General Abrams, you agree that there's the diagnosis of the challenge posed by interconnectivity of adversaries and the fact that China has such a huge role potentially in any contingency, but that this is not the prescription for that diagnosis necessarily. This idea of a Far East Command, is that a fair summation?
For me, yeah.
General Jung, the ROK, of course, has got a stake in this conversation, even though it's about U.S. command and control. So, any thoughts on the command and control issues in the broader regional area beyond the peninsula? And if you don't have any, that's all right, sir.
Actually, as the both military are accustomed to a current command and control system, I don't believe I had something to add here. If I should say about the wartime Afghan transition, then we need to follow the already agreed by both government. That's what I think.
Right. And as you've alluded, sir, the need for increased trilateral coordination, maybe it doesn't necessarily require new command and control structure, but certainly that's a factor in how you think about command and control, the ROK U.S.-Japan relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was very helpful in your earlier comments about the importance of Japan factoring in all this. So I think we have just enough time for some closing comments from the panelists. I think those were some great provocative questions. And so I'd like to go. We'll start with General Abrams and come back this way, sir, for some final thoughts and questions.
I'd like to go back to something that General Jung said in his one of his remarks, and that is about the alliance, the military alliance. And I'll say up front, I'm 100% aligned with him. Even though we have a treaty alliance now since 1953, we can't take it for granted. On the military side, and the alliance is much more now than just a military alliance, but just in the military domain, this is something we have to work on every day. We can't take it for granted. Faces come and go, personalities come and go on the peninsula in both the ROK military and in U.S. forces. And it's something that is unique, it's special. Combined Forces Command for the United States is the only one. It's a unique command from a U.S. perspective, but it requires work and commitment and effort. And your presence today as supporters of the Korea Defense Veterans Association and KUSAF and the alliance at large that's the kind of effort that has to exist every single day in the trenches, right, at Camp Humphreys, at the CFC headquarters, and throughout the combined force. And so all our voices matter in support of the military alliance, and we should not take it for granted. And we should always commit ourselves to doing whatever we can to strengthen that military alliance, because that will be, in my view, the strength of the alliance will be the difference maker if we ever find ourselves back in a very bad time, or even, God forbid, hostilities restart. We will rely on that military alliance to deliver. And we have to keep that in mind always. So, General Jung, thank you for that reminder. You're exactly right.
General Abrams, thank you. General Jung, just quick closing thought.
Yes. As we all know, I already emphasized that we need some effort. Both United States and Korea are democratic country. In democratic society, the politicians, the most important thing to politicians are election. So it is very important to have a good public opinion, to make good public opinion. In that sense, we need to let the people of both countries to have a very sound way of thinking. In this sense, the efforts by KDVA and KUSAP are very important. And in this sense, I thank to KDVA and KUSAP. Thank you.
General Jung, thank you very much. And Admiral, I know we're going to hear from you again at dinner, so you probably don't want to steal your own thunder, but any final thoughts for us?
No, I'll just reiterate what you just said, Marcus, and that is you all won't have the opportunity to eat before you listen to me again. So I'll save my last remarks for dinner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I think this has been a great discussion. We talked about the severity of the security environment we face, the challenges potentially we could face for unification under a range of different scenarios from catastrophic to peaceful, the importance of a strong ROK-US alliance, particularly in a global context, understanding the interconnected regional threats that we face and global threats, and the global role that the ROK is increasingly taking alongside, of course, the longstanding global commitments the United States has had. And then particularly looking at, again, the interconnected nature of these adversaries and how we will have to refine our approach to be able to deal with those interconnected and simultaneous threats. So I'd like to thank our panelists and the KDVA leadership and staff for putting this outstanding event together. I'd like to thank those of you who asked questions. I think this helped drive a great discussion. So again, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Great job. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into our social hour. Thank you for being with us here today. Really appreciate Marcus did just, again, magnificent job. Very few people can do what you can do. So thank you very much for doing, even with the beer. It's fantastic. So what we're going to do is we're going to break now. You're welcome, please, to go to the social hour, which is behind us in the cabinet room, where General Shin from KUSAP has a special presentation. And then we will be transforming this room into our honors banquet space, which will start at 6 o'clock. Okay? Joining us, we just confirmed, is both the current commander of United Nations Command Military Armistice, United Nations Command, Combined Forces Command, USFK General LaCamera, and his successor, who was just named. So General Brunson will also be joining us for dinner. So go tell all your friends. It is now no longer a secret. So ladies and gentlemen, please go enjoy your social hour. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take all your belongings because the room has got to be reset. New tablecloths. Everything. So please take all your belongings. Ladies and gentlemen, please take all your belongings because there's going to be new table cloths, totally new set. So please be sure to take your belongings, ladies and gentlemen. Morgan, accept that. Morgan, we saw you. Okay, thank you, everybody. Please be sure to take all your belongings. So, ladies and gentlemen, could we ask you to please step out of the room so we can get this reset, please? Yeah, I forgot we need this whole space for pictures and presentation. Okay, again, ladies and gentlemen, if we could please ask you to leave the room so we can reset. And again, the social hour is in the room. Amy Fisher. Oh, Arlene, just close the doors. Arlene, close the doors. On the left, to your left. Okay. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks. Yeah, just keep this area the same. You can add tables to the sides. Oh, so, yeah, so we're just gonna have one podium. It's everyone will speak from here, and there's gonna be presentations here, pictures.
Like awards.
Yeah, yeah.
Are they gonna have dinner first and they wanna come in or gonna be in?
Yeah, there will be remarks, and then dinner will start. And after dinner starts, then we'll do the presentation.
Like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just keep recording everything.
Oh, yeah, record everything, yeah. And then after that is done, then we'll do, there's gonna be some performances.
Okay.
Okay, and then
Or
it's
right here on
done.
stage.
I can't remember if it's on the stage or on the side. Because where's the performance gonna be?
Usually on the side because the stage is too small.
Okay,
So
all right.
wanna be different, maybe lighting, wanna be a little bit dark.
Well, when we do the performance, if we need to, can you make that area right there a little bit lighter? Or,
And then you guys look at the spotlight. So, dancers, performers that are coming, the stage is too small. So they're gonna do it.
Oh, we can stretch light. So that's all it is. Yeah, sure.
what?
Yeah, make it more light.
Yeah. That's at the end of the night. That's at the end. Thank you.
Tomorrow as well?
Huh?
Are you here tomorrow?
No. We're staying overnight, but we have a thing outside tomorrow.
But you coming back to the hotel tomorrow? Or you're not coming back?
I'll check out tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, okay. So I'm gonna keep the hard drive with all the files.
No, give that to us tonight.
Okay. Because I'm gonna check with them because there's some other files in there as well, so I have to separate. So I got some files from another event yesterday. Yeah, I'm gonna review it. I'm gonna be easy to take away like maybe like 10 minutes just to transfer the rest.
The reason I'm making that face is we had difficulty
Get in the back, yeah.
last 2 years ago. We had difficulty.
You don't wanna get difficult to the signs up. Did you edit the video?
Huh?
Did you guys edit the video at all?
Again, whatever it is that Arlene worked with your boss
Because
for the video.
no, because I can give you also just the camera. That only
I know, again, I don't, she worked something out with. Yeah. Thank you. This stays. Yeah.
George, those tables need to go, and podiums need to go, only these podiums stay.
Okay.
And collect
candidates, you want to see the conference. I said, candidates, I can put it on the page so that I can see. Don't touch these things. Who put the chair? Who did that? Okay. What's this thing? No, okay, all those things need to be checked. Guys, please climb into the cage.
Yeah, that's fine. It's open seating, ladies and gentlemen, except for speakers and senior leaders and our honorees. Hey, we can open the side doors as well, so not everybody is jammed through the middle. Guys, let's go to run a show. Let's go to run a show. Thank you. Oh, hey. Ladies and gentlemen, please come on in. We'll start in about 4 minutes. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending. Please find your seats. We'll start in 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start in 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you will have time before dinner and then afterwards. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's please go ahead and find our seats. Let's find our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so okay, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the 2024 KDVA and KUSEF Honors Banquet. I am Steve Lee, the Senior Vice President of KDVA, and it's my distinct honor to be able to welcome you. And again, thank you for being a part here. Earlier today, we started the day with the KDVA Reunion Conference, where we had KDVA partners, 33 of them on 4 countries, on 4 continents, talk about how they support and KDVA, the Alliance, and our veterans. Please, let's be seated. Let's get the program started. Then we also had South Korean companies who came and talked about how they support the Alliance and our veterans. During lunch, we had great remarks from the Deputy Secretary of the VA, the Honorable Tanya Brashear, a huge KDVA defense veteran and a fan of Korea. We really appreciated her comments, as well as from U.S. Senator Dan Sullivan. He is the Senate co-chair for the Korea caucus. Gave a wonderful remarks to us. All of that is going to be available on our KDVA digital library and YouTube channel. This is being live streamed, and so please, everything is for the record. May I just recommend everybody, if you have not already, please silence your cell phones or turn them off. Then this afternoon, we followed with a special pre-production presentation for the PBS documentary that's coming up about the Hermit Kingdom, Korea, and its development. So that will be coming out in 2025, and PBS anticipates that it will be seen by over 120 million Americans each time it is aired on PBS. So please look for that in 2025. And then we followed with stories from Korean War veterans as well as KDVA members, and it was wonderful to hear story from a Korean War veteran and our members. Then we closed with a wonderful defense and diplomacy dialogue panel. Marcus Galaskas did another masterful job featuring Ambassador Harry Harris, General Jung Sin-jul, and General Robert Abrams. So again, a wonderful action-packed. This is probably about 50% different folks, and so we're very, very thankful. God bless you for that. I showed this earlier, but I wanted to highlight this for a couple of reasons. During the historic summit last April, when President Yoon came here, our main partner, the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation, or KUSEF, and you're going to hear that over and over again, they arranged to have the South Korean president attend a veterans luncheon during the summit. And you know how packed those schedules are, and he was able to carve out an hour and a half. He was only scheduled to stay for about 15 to 30 minutes. He stayed for the entire hour and a half. And then we appreciate MPVA, the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs, who sponsored this entire event. That's why everything was free. So we really appreciate MPVA. They made possible a request from the South Korean presidential office to have KDVA on behalf of the 3.3 million Americans who have served in Korea since the signing of the Armistice Agreement to present a letter of appreciation to President Yoon. That's what you see here with General Scaparrotti. And to the president's, his right is General Brown. And you probably know who he is. He is now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And to his right is Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the chief of naval operations. I bring those names to your attention because they are both Korea defense veterans, very proud Korea defense veterans. So at the senior levels of the US government, they understand Korea and love Korea. So thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, who did not watch the Super Bowl this year? Yeah, nobody, right? 128 million Americans. And I hope you saw this during the national anthem. They showed this, General LaCamera's wonderful service members there in USFK. So hopefully you caught it with 128 million other Americans and millions around the world. So thank you very much. So very simply, we're going to have welcome remarks from General Scaparrotti, General Lim, and the Honorable Ambassador Cho, the Honorable Ambassador Harris, and then General LaCamera. And then I will read a letter from Minister Kang. Dinner will start, and then shortly thereafter, we'll go into the main program of honoring our 3 U.S. honorees in the categories of service member honoree, veteran honoree, and civilian honoree. Korean cultural performance, and then closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the marquee event for KDVA's reunion, where we honor our members for doing something that is extraordinary, for helping the Alliance, and quite honestly, inspiring by their example others, everybody in this room, to make their own contributions for the Alliance and our veterans. That is the importance of being a honoree. So we appreciate all 3 of these folks, and we're going to get to know them very well later on. So with that, let me please welcome to our stage General Retired Curtis Scaparrotti, the current Chairman and President of KDVA and former Commander of the United Nations Command, Combined Forces Command, and U.S. Forces Korea. General Scaparrotti, sir.
Thanks, Steve. Wow, good evening. It's great to see you all here. We've got a full house, and that's really, really good. And I appreciate you all coming out tonight to come to the banquet. You're going to enjoy it. And because what we do is about our members, it's important that we've got a full crowd here. We're going to honor some of our members as well. Tonight, the speakers that you'll hear right up front before we go into the honorees, we really appreciate their attendance and taking part in this. Ambassador Cho, thank you for coming this evening. Ambassador Harris, same, appreciate it, and having you here tonight. And General LaCamera, I know how busy your schedule is, so again, same thing. Thank you for coming and making a few comments tonight. We appreciate it very much. I said earlier that, KDVA, our focus is our members, the veterans that built this alliance, the defense veterans that built the alliance, and they built a strong alliance from the beginning. That's now, 1.8 million Americans and 1.7 million Koreans fought to protect Korea during the war. Another 5 million served as Korean defense veterans after that. So we have a large group that we're focused upon. And tonight we're going to honor 3 members that are a part of our association. And it's really, what we consider, to be our marquee event. So I want to thank you all for taking your time to attend tonight and come to this important event. We're going to talk about those who inspired all of us, starting with the Korean War veterans and beyond, those earlier generations that inspired each of us and continue to inspire those after them, with people like John Sagan tonight, a Korean War veteran who spent a lifetime helping veterans and others in need. We'll hear from him. Also, General Richard Applehans, which I've had the opportunity to see serve, one of the 3.3 million U.S. defense veterans that served Korea since the Korean War. And then, because our alliance is not only about military men and women, but also about civilians who serve and the populace in the United States in Korea. It's about all Americans in Korea. We have a wonderful example tonight in Mr. Philip Mock, and we look forward to hearing from him when we do the honors tonight as well. So again, I think you've got a great evening ahead of you. We hope you have a great time in discussion and a good evening with the honors that we'll present. And I want to thank you all for coming here again tonight. Thank you very much and enjoy the evening.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our next welcome remarks is from the KUSEF President, General Retired Lim Ho-young. We're very fortunate. He served as the Deputy Commander of Combined Forces Command. Had the opportunity to work for him when I was on the staff there, and very insightful, always thinking about second, third order effects. And sir, we're very honored that you're here with us this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, General Lee.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the morning, I said good morning. In the evening, I said good evening. From early morning to late evening, we were together, same place, and thank you for staying here, and especially thank you our new members, distinguished guests, Ambassador Joe and Commander of CFC and UNC and USFK, our commander, and the new commander, Burleson, and welcome. And Shampoo, General Shampoo, thank you. Yeah. Earlier, we had a great Alliance Veterans Conference where we look back on the 70 years history of our strong alliance. And we had a meaningful discussion about the future direction we should take. While it is important to reflect to the past, and also equally, it is important to think and prepare for the future generation to come. Thank you very much. Tonight, during the gala, we will hold a second honor award ceremony. This ceremony will recognize both American and Koreans who had contributed the development of our alliance. And additionally, we have prepared a special event, the Korean culture performance. I would like to express my deep gratitude to all of you and to make a time to attend this event. Enjoy the dinner we prepared and the rest of tonight's event. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is the South Korean ambassador to the United States. So, probably one of the hardest jobs there is, and he's got the weight of the entire Korean government, from the soft power, the cultural, the hard power, all of it. He does it masterfully. Had the great opportunity to hear him speak on many occasions. He always talks about the importance of veterans and what they do for both countries. And so, Mr. Ambassador, we're very thankful that you're here. Ambassador Cho, sir.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve, for kind introduction. Good evening, everyone. I'm so delighted to join you tonight. I'm particularly happy because it's been a tough day, whole day today, because I had annual National Assembly inspection today. So they tortured me and grilled me whole day. Now it's over. I sent them off. Okay. First of all, I want to offer my congratulations for KDVA's unprecedented success. Representing the millions of men and women who served in the USFK is a difficult task. But in only 7 years since being founded, you've become an indispensable axis of Korea-US alliance. It's an achievement you should be proud of. That success is thanks to the hard work of all of you, the Korean defense veterans, as well as dedication of your exceptional leadership. Generals Walter Scharf, Vincent Brooks, and Curtis Scaparotti are all former commanders of USFK, as well as president of KDVA. I want to recognize some of the distinguished guests tonight joining us: Ambassador Harry Harris and General Robert Abrams, General Paul Camara, and General Xavier Brunson, the newly appointed commander of USFK. Thank you all for being with us tonight. And I also wanted to welcome our special guest from Korea, Foreign Minister Yoo Myung-hwan, and General Jung Seung-jo, and General Im Ho-young. Thank you all for your strong support for the alliance. And my heartfelt congratulations to the 3 honorees whose contributions means a lot to the advancement of ROK Korea, ROK US alliance. As ambassador, I always end up sitting up here with the commanders. But in a way, I never feel like I belong. I'm a former ROK Army sergeant, and I'm much happier with my fellow enlisted men. So all those generals can be intimidating. Over the last 7 decades, there has been a remarkable consensus about USFK's role. Public opinion surveys continue to show how overwhelmingly popular it remains. A strong majority of Korean and American support our current military alliance, as well as widening our partnership in economic and cultural areas. When I travel to the US, I see this mutual affection myself. Everywhere I go, in the cities, suburbs, rural areas, north, south, east, west, I meet USFK veterans who are incredibly proud of their service. When I meet them, it's like I'm meeting an old friend. And that's because the old friends are exactly what the men and women of the USFK are. Each one of you is a living witness to Korea's modern history. You protected our security and preserved peace. Thanks to you, Korea rose from the ashes to become a dynamic democracy and global economic and cultural leader. To give you one example, just over the last year, Korean companies invested more than $21 billion in US, the most of any other foreign country. That investment created more than 20,000 jobs across the United States, also the most of any foreign countries. And our economic partnership continues to expand. The Korea-US alliance is the linchpin of security in Northeast Asia and throughout the Indo-Pacific. And the USFK is the foundation on which the Korea-US alliance is based. But as the threat we face increases, the alliance evolves. Recognizing North Korea's growing nuclear and missile threat, the last year's Washington Declaration upgraded our alliance to nuclear-based alliance, ensuring that we are prepared for all nuclear contingencies. Our governments are also working to ensure that USFK is always ready to fight tonight. We increased capacity building in order to effectively deter aggressions and achieve our shared security objectives. And we are taking steps to guarantee that Camp Humphreys, the largest and the most advanced US bases on foreign soil, stays that way. So I'm glad that we are able to conclude another round of SMA negotiations last week. The new 5-year agreement, our 12th, is a significant accomplishment that will strengthen our alliance and our shared defense. As we go forward, I hope you continue to expand KDVA's membership and influence. Korea's defense veterans have never wavered from their duty. We have fought together. We have kept peace together. And now there's even more that we can achieve together. So thank you again for inviting me, and congratulations. Have a wonderful evening.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ambassador Harry Harris. He has the great distinction of being the only Indo-PACOM commander and ambassador to the Republic of Korea, two very distinct and very different and difficult positions. If you didn't get a chance to see him during the panel that was done, please look for it in our digital library here in a few days, because he said some really cool things. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ambassador Harry Harris.
Thanks, Steve, for that kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, let me acknowledge Minister Yu, General Scaparrotti, Ambassador Cho, Generals Jung, Eam, Brooks, Abrams, and LaCamera, and congratulations to Lieutenant General Promotable Brunson. Steve Lee, of course, and a shout out to the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs and Hanwha for supporting KDVA and KUSAF. Now, it's an honor to follow the Honorable Cho Hung-dong to the podium. He's an accomplished diplomat and an eloquent speaker, of which I'm neither, which is why Steve asked me to limit my remarks tonight. You know, it's easy to give a 30-minute speech, but it's really hard to keep it under 7 minutes. So I was originally going to speak about the importance of the Indo-Pacific, but I'm not. I originally intended to invoke Ronald Reagan, the great man himself, when he said that we cannot be innocents abroad in a world that's not innocent, reminding you that this statement is as true today as it was in 1941, in June of 1950, throughout the Cold War, on 9/11, on February 24th, 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, and October 7th last year, when Hamas attacked Israel. But I'm not. I was also going to gently remind you that President Reagan set out to win the Cold War, not reach an accommodation with the Soviets. But I'm not. Now, I thought about discussing America's enduring interest in the Indo-Pacific, a region at a precarious crossroad where tangible opportunity meets significant challenge, emphasizing that what happens in the Indo-Pacific matters to us all, and the path ahead is burdened by an aggressive North Korea, a revisionist China, and a revanchist Russia, and a growing alignment between those three countries and Iran, but I'm not. I was going to reflect on my testimony before the U.S. Senate earlier this year, where I noted that America faces a security environment more complex and volatile than any that I've experienced, and how today alliances and allies matter more than ever. But I'm not. I intended to spend some time on China and my belief that Beijing seeks hegemony not only in East Asia, but greater Asia and beyond, making China the world's biggest challenge to the notion of truly global security. I was going to prove my thesis by reflecting on China's preposterous claims to the entirety of the South China Sea, its weaponization of debt as a national strategy, and its relentless pressure to change the status quo regarding democratic Taiwan, an idea factory and the global force for good. But I'm not. Of course, I fully intended to discuss North Korea and my belief that Kim Jong-un has consistently wanted four things since he came to power: sanctions relief, to keep his nukes, to split our alliance, and to dominate the peninsula. I was going to note my lack of surprise that he's declared that the North will no longer seek peaceful reunification with the South, that he's trading low-tech weapons for Russian technology. And earlier this week, he threatened to strike America and South Korea with nukes. I was going to assert that none of that sounds like he's going to get rid of his nuclear ambitions, that in fact, he's telling us precisely the opposite. But I'm not. I was even going to reflect on Russia and Ukraine and its implications for China on Taiwan by first acknowledging the unconscionable human tragedy that's being perpetuated by Russia's illegal invasion of sovereign Ukraine. I plan to invoke Maya Angelou here, who once said that when someone who shows you who they are, believe them the first time, and remind you that time and time again, Vladimir Putin has shown us who he is, and shame on us if we fail to believe him. But I'm not. Finally, I was going to shift both gears and geography and speak about Iran and its proxies. I plan to observe that the attack into Israel by Hamas was terrorism, plain and simple, evil incarnate. I was going to share with you how baffled I am that there are those who seek to justify Hamas's actions. But now, well, you know, I'm not. Instead, I'll simply congratulate you. Our alliance is 71 years strong and counting. Forged during a devastating conflict, it has stood the test of time. It's mind-boggling to consider how much has changed in the world in general, Northeast Asia in particular, and the Korean Peninsula specifically, since 1953. Some changes have been for the better, such as South Korea's miraculous growth into an economic and cultural powerhouse, a vibrant democracy, a high-tech innovation nation. Case in point, novelist Hong Kong just won the Nobel Prize in Literature. Other changes have been for the worse. Why is North Korea a challenge for the entire world? Well, the answer is simple. Kim Jong-un's missiles point in every direction. Now, while we hope diplomacy with North Korea would be successful, we must recognize that hope alone is not a course of action. The quest for dialogue with the North must never be made at the expense of the ability to respond to threats from the North. Dialogue and military readiness must go hand in hand. Idealism must be rooted in realism. North Korea is no place for naivete. By his declarations and actions, Kim Jong-un has eliminated any remaining fantasy about peaceful reunification with South Korea. Now, let's not sugarcoat his words let's take them at face value. I believe our heretofore U.S. policy goal of negotiating away North Korea's nuclear program has reached its useful end. Deterrence by appeasement is not deterrence at all. Ladies and gentlemen, let me finish by thanking you for your active involvement in America's and South Korea's national security. Our alliance is as strong as I've ever seen it. Organizations like KDVA and KUSAF ensure that we have the well-informed citizenry of which Thomas Jefferson once spoke so eloquently. You all have what I call skin in the game. So I thank you for what you do every day to support the U.S.-ROK Alliance. Kamsahamnida and Kachikapshida.
Okay. Magnificent. Thank you very much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're truly honored to have the current commander of the United Nations Combined Forces Command USFK, General LaCamera. For those of you that don't know, when the current commander in Korea comes to Washington, D.C., his schedule literally is so packed. He's got 50 things to do, and he's got time for literally 20. Okay, he broke away a little bit early from the four-star conference to be here with us here today. This is the second time he has honored us by his presence. And quite honestly, I know it's not just about KDVA and KUSEF, but because you care so much about what veterans do for this alliance. So thank you for making time to be with us here today, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, General LaCamera.
I did not make a list, Ambassador, of the things I won't talk about. I made a list of the things I will talk about. Good evening, Anyashim Nika, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you tonight, and thank you for honoring the three individuals for their support in linking the past to the present and looking to the future. They say the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The next best time is today. And we continue to plant trees. And I think I have the best job in DOD. And it's not because I'm on the other side of the world and the furthest away from the Pentagon, although that does contribute. I'm sure the former commanders can attest to that. But it is when we bring the veterans back and they see the seeds that they planted and that were fertilized with the blood of our fallen and then nurtured over the years and watched our alliance grow. It's absolutely amazing. And some of them coming back for the first time is unbelievably powerful. And it makes you be proud to be a service member serving there and as part of this great lineage. International Rules-Based Order, first challenged 1950. So I would say the alliance might be 71 years old, but we're going to celebrate the 75th anniversary of when the DPRK decided to come south, bring a knife to a gunfight. And, you know, here we are today. And now it's currently being challenged again in Europe. And when I hear the term, the axis of evil, I think that's a little bit cartoonish. It's really the international rules-based order being challenged by a new world order. And it's something that we cannot take for granted, and it's something we must be prepared to deal with. And we do have one of the greatest alliances ever formed, and we continue to do that, reinforce it every single day. The nature of war is not changing, but the character of war is, and we should not forget that. The fight will be joint, it'll be combined, it'll be interagency, and it'll be in multiple domains. And we get to practice that every single day. And if you want to come to the Republic of Korea, as we talk to people we're trying to recruit, you can operate at the political level to the tactical level back through operational and strategic every single day. But the most important thing are those young service members out there on the front line who we're going to count on to not just protect it, but to defend it if necessary. It is a complex theater. I don't have to remind anybody in this room about that. The elements of national power, we look at it a little bit differently. It's not just the diplomatic, information, military, and economic. We've added intelligence, law enforcement, technology, and the commercial, because this is going to take a whole of government and a whole of society approach for us to be able to continue to defend our way of life. And again, we get to practice that. You know, I always challenge the current Indo-PACOM commander and other commanders in the Pentagon that name another exercise that's conducted in our Department of Defense that the president of that country, we role play some of the US, but the president of the Republic of Korea shows up in your talk. That can be a little bit intimidating, as you can imagine. Not just when some of you, former mentors and tormentors of mine in the room here, showed up in my talk. It's a little bit different. Our focus is on defending the homelands, as talked about. Ambassador brought this up. I put an S on the end of that because as the U.S. Forces Korea commander, clearly we're there to defend the Republic of Korea. But the threat that KJU poses is not just to the United States, okay, or not just to the Republic of Korea, it's also to the United States. And as I like to remind the United Nations member states, that if they can hit our country, they can hit every single one of theirs. So what was once a very regional threat is now a global threat, and we must take that seriously. The alliance, we must continue to strengthen it every single day. We cannot take that for granted. Events like this, organizations that are here today, thank you. You allow us to continue to honor those that have served there, but it's a constant reminder of how important this alliance is, and we can't take it for granted. The Washington Declaration, Nuclear Consultative Group, extended deterrence, et cetera. These are things that aren't just ideas. It takes hard work and dedication each and every day to nurture it, and it's not something that we can take for granted. Prep for combat. So if the top one is defend the homelands from a strategic perspective, our operational and tactical focus has got to be on preparing for combat. And all the commanders and former commanders in this room all know that the greatest crime that any commander can commit is to commit unprepared soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, guardians, and civilians into harm's way. Readiness is perishable. We have got to continue to focus on that, working with the Republic of Korea government and the local governments to make sure that we have the ability to train, and we've made great and continue to focus on that. Number 4 is coalitions. Our greatest asymmetric advantage in the neighborhood are coalitions. Churchill said it, the only thing worse than fighting with a coalition is fighting without one. And we have to continue to work that piece. And as you may or may not know, we brought another country, Germany, into the United Nations Command, and we've had several others that have asked to join. Because again, the threat is real. It's not just to the region, it's global, and they want to help participate. I would argue that that is President Yoon's global pivotal state focus in action. And we see it each and every day. It's my distinct honor to serve as this commander. I have my brother from a different mother in here tonight, and I know he will continue to do great things. I want to thank you again for your tremendous support. It's an honor to absolutely be here. I may have a little bit of trouble handing the colors over in a couple days, so you might want to go to the gym and be ready for it. But thank you very much. 감사합니다. 같이 갑시다.
Having had the great fortune to serve about 3 commanders, that was a rare look into a current commander showing his true feelings about how difficult it is to leave Korea. And so, sir, really appreciate your passion for Korea, because that's what this night is actually all about. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to read a letter from the sponsor of this KDVA reunion and honors night. And that is a message from the MPVA minister, Kang Jung-ae. So she specifically wanted someone to read this, and at the top, she wrote, "The Minister of MPVA sends a congratulations letter for the KDVA reunion, and she wants a strong ally with KDVA." Well, ma'am, absolutely, you have one. So we really thank you. This is her message to everybody in this room. Good evening, distinguished guests. I am Kang Jong, Minister of Patriots and Veterans Affairs of the Republic of Korea. I am pleased today and find it very meaningful that the ROK-US Alliance Conference is held to further strengthen the ROK-US Alliance that has been in place for over 70 years. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to KUSEF President ROK General Retired Lim Ho-young, KDVA President, U.S. General Retired Curtis Caparati, and their team for their hard work to organize the conference today. The history of the ROK-US Alliance started with the Korean and American veterans of the Korean War when they shed their blood to preserve Korea's freedom. It is still relevant today with 3.5 million Korea defense veterans who have served as a bedrock for stability of the Republic of Korea over the past 70 years since the signing of the Armistice Agreement. I want to take this opportunity to thank KDVA members as well as current UNC and USFK service members who have dedicated themselves to peace and stability of the Republic of Korea. The Korean government will do our best to promote the value of the ROK-US Alliance and pass it to our future generations based on veterans diplomacy. I hope to see you in person in the ROK-US Alliance Conference in Seoul later this month, and I wish everyone here good health and happiness. Minister of Patriots and Veterans Affairs, Kang Jong-ae. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a very round of applause. Okay, let's enjoy this great meal that the staff here at the Mayflower Hotel has prepared for us, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes for the honors presentations. Thank you very much, everybody. So, ladies and gentlemen, in about 5 minutes, we'll start. In about 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And the main courses are coming out. Okay, about 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the program. We'll start the recognition ceremony here in about a minute. Please continue to enjoy your dinners. My apologies for interrupting you. Ladies and gentlemen, please continue enjoying your meal. We'll go ahead and get started now. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first 2024 KDVA and KUSEF U.S. service member honoree is Major General Richard Applehans. So, this honoree is sponsored by Hanwha Aerospace. The honoree's charity is St. Jude's Children's Hospital. So what we do here at KDVA at these events is we have a sponsor, in this case Hanwha. They will graciously donate $5,000 to the honoree's favorite charity. In this case, it is St. Jude's Children's Hospital in the honoree's name. And so we really appreciate the generosity of Hanwha for making this happen. Please allow me to read the citation for Major General Richard Applehans. For outstanding and inspiring contributions to the ROK U.S. Alliance, including service as the USFK J2 and CFC Deputy C2. He was awarded the Korea Order of National Security Merit Chunsu Medal by South Korean President Yoon. He pioneered the regional fusion cell concept to neutralize North Korean threats, and he secured the intelligence mission by prioritizing the advancement of quality of life concerns of both the military and civilian workforces under his charge. Really, really commendable work that he has done for the Alliance. And so for this first category, what we like to do is now ask Hanwha Aerospace representative Jason Pak to please come forward to say a few words. For those of you who were not here earlier, Jason works for Hanwha. It's been about 3 weeks or so. Jason has a long, distinguished career of supporting Veterans Affairs. He and his father are the first Korean Americans to be West Point graduates. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, Jason Pak.
Thank you, Colonel Lee. Steve, I think there's an ongoing joke that we may be related because you look like my uncle, if you recall. But thanks again for the introduction. Ambassador Cho, it's good to see you, sir. I was just telling General Edmonds at the table that I'm sitting at that I feel like a brand new lieutenant amongst all these legends in the room when I was scared deathless when I saw a colonel But now, as a retired junior officer, in the midst of, again, legends, it's a tremendous honor, and also a tremendous honor to represent the company, Hanwha. And in tandem with General Champeau, we are absolutely honored to support KDVA and partner in terms of advocating for the U.S. Rock Alliance. I think you heard it from Steve. I'm a living testament. I was injured in Afghanistan in 2012. I'm of Korean American descent, West Point graduate, and just to see and be amongst all of you, again, is a tremendous honor. And I have the distinct honor again to award a check to the St. Jude's in General Appleland's name. And we would like to proceed with that now. I don't want to be ongoing, Steve, but at this point, we do a check presentation.
Yeah, so, okay.
Yeah.
So ladies and gentlemen, stay here with us.
Yeah,
All
absolutely.
righty, so now we'd like to please ask General Applehans, General Scaparrotti, and General Lee, please join us here on stage. First with the plaque presentation. The plaque presentation.
Okay, so where you?
So, ladies and gentlemen, General Scaparrotti and General Lee will present the plaque to General Applehans. And then this is the check made out to St. Jude's Children's Hospital from Hanwha Aerospace in General Oppenheim's name. So thank you very much. So everyone, please be seated. And now we will proceed with remarks from General Applehans. Sir, please, really appreciate it.
Thank you. Hey, thank you, General Scaparrotti, General Eam, fellow honorees, those who have served in Korea, and everyone at the Korean Defense Veterans Association and the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation. I am deeply honored and humbled to receive this award tonight. To be recognized by an organization that does so much to advocate for the ROK-U.S. Alliance and for our veterans is truly special. Thank you for this incredible honor. I especially want to acknowledge and thank all the ROK and U.S. intelligence professionals that I had the privilege to serve with. This recognition is not about any one individual. It reflects the hard work and dedication of an entire team. The intelligence enterprise that we built together enabled commanders to see and understand threats that we faced, and it was through their leadership and their efforts that we were able to achieve so much. And so this award belongs to every teammate that I've served alongside, both in the United States and in the Republic of Korea. The ROK-U.S. Alliance is the bedrock of security, stability, and peace in the Korean Peninsula and throughout the Indo-Pacific region. This alliance, forged in the crucible of war, has stood the test of time for over 7 decades. It's a testament to the shared values of freedom, democracy, and mutual defense between our two nations. Together, we've created an alliance built not only on military strength, but on deep-rooted trust, friendship, and the unwavering commitment to protect our people and our way of life. The alliance ensures that we stand ready shoulder to shoulder against any threat that endangers peace in the region. But beyond the military, the strength of the alliance lies in the deep, enduring connections between our service members, diplomats, and citizens. The ROK-U.S. Alliance is more than just a strategic bond. It's personal to me. My years serving on the Korean Peninsula were among the most meaningful to my family and I had the privilege of experiencing firsthand the enduring friendship, shared values, and unwavering commitment between our two peoples. I had the fortune and honor and privilege to serve twice in the Republic of Korea, once in 1998 as a Battalion S2, then again in 2021 as a USFK J2 and the CFC Deputy C2. And both assignments were personally and professionally some of the most rewarding and challenging assignments of my military career. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. So in closing, again, I want to thank the Korean Defense Veterans Association, the Korean U.S. Alliance Foundation for this award, and for your steadfast dedication to enhancing the ROK-U.S. Alliance. This evening, I'm honored to preserve the legacy of those warriors who fought over 74 years ago, and all the people who have built and served in the Alliance ever since. For it is only through our work that the Alliance will remain the cornerstone of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. So thank you. We go together. Kachi Kapshida.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next category in the 2024 KDVA and KUSEF U.S. Veteran Honoree is Mr. John Sagan, Korean War veteran. So he is sponsored by the Military Officers Association of America, MOA. His charity is the St. Matthew's Catholic Church. So again, St. Matthew's Catholic Church will receive a check for $5,000 from MOA in Mr. Sagan's honor. Let me please read his citation. Mr. John Sagan, for outstanding and inspiring contributions to the ROK-U.S. Alliance as a Korean War veteran in the 2nd Infantry Division, 38th Infantry, Company D. He received the Korean War Medal from the Korean Embassy. He is an active member of his local Veterans of Foreign Wars post, where he considers all veterans his family. And he has selflessly helped countless of people throughout the years, and he continues to do so. This gentleman, if you had the opportunity to go and hug him, he will rearrange your back or straighten it out for you. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to please invite our gracious host for this, the president of the Military Officers Association of America, Lieutenant General Retired Brian Kelly. Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you, Steve. And let me just say, on behalf of the 360,000 members of the Military Officers Association of America, what an honor it is for us to be here tonight. Ambassadors, generals, admirals, fellow veterans, and ladies and gentlemen, the Military Officers Association of America has been around for 95 years, and it has been a strong voice for a strong national defense. And in particular, the fact that it's the people who make a strong national defense possible that deserve our support. And so MOA's mission from day one has been to preserve and protect the earned benefits that those folks who serve have had. Tonight, when we get to honor John Sagan, I can't think of anybody, as I've sat next to him over there, who deserves it more and has earned benefits more than John. Let me just say a few things about John, if you're not aware. Number one, coming up on December 17th, John's going to turn 93 years old. John is number 4 and 5 because he has a twin of a family of 14 brothers and sisters born just south of Milwaukee. And by the way, 9 of them are still walking around with John. He had a brother who was at the Battle of the Bulge, who was there and was 96, and John's service in Korea. When John was in Korea at 20 years old, about to be 21 when he was there, he was lucky enough to have 2 Korean officers, he said were twice his age, but in better shape than him, who helped him walk up the Pork Chop Hill, T-Bone Hill, and every other place that he fought, and gave him confidence and reassurance that he was going to make it out of there and get back. And I think from that point on, John has been committed to the importance of the U.S. ROK Alliance. And so it is really incredible to be here with John. John came back, by the way, and opened a bar and restaurant in his little town there in Wisconsin. That bar and restaurant is still in the family. His daughter Joyce there is running it today. John became a member of the police department They wouldn't let him serve at the bar when he was a member of the police department, but he's back now, and at 93, John's still serving at the bar, helping veterans, helping folks over there. He tells me on a nightly basis the drink of choice is a glass of beer, a Budweiser, I think, and a shot of whiskey, and he's still doing that, and he's having a good time with that. So it is an honor for the Military Officers Association of America to be able to sponsor and provide this award to John Sagan. John.
Thank you very much. Okay, right in the middle, both of you, sir. Both of you. Sir, in the middle, right there. First, we're going to do the presentation, sir. General Scaparrotti and General Lean, please join on the stage. Thank you very much. Again, in the category of U.S. Veteran Honoree, Mr. John Sagan, ladies and gentlemen. And then, ladies and gentlemen, this is a check for his charity, St. Matthew's Catholic Church, and we're very thankful for MOA for $5,000 for this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have wonderful remarks from Mr. Sagan. Please, sir, right here.
It's all mine?
Okay. Literally all yours.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. I want to thank this association for letting my daughter Joyce and me to come to this meeting. Yeah, and we're having a good time. And now I'll tell you the rest of the story. See, I was born in 1931, December 17th. Then I got drafted when I was 20 years old. So off to Fort Jackson, South Carolina, I went. And from there, I went to Korea. Because in Fort Jackson, I took up heavy weapons basic training. So as soon as I got to Korea, they changed my MOS and gave me a rifle and sent me to Port Chapel. From there, they made me a squad leader, and gave me 2 rock soldiers for my squad. Yeah, and they watched over me like God. Yeah, they were with me on Old Baldy and T-Bone. And I'll tell you one thing, they did. If we walked through a minefield, one was in front of me, one was in back of me. And I came back without a scratch. Yeah, but going back into service, when I got to Korea, that's when I joined the 2nd Division, 38 Infantry, Company B. Yeah, and that's when I said they changed my MMS because I took up heavy basic training. Yeah. And then they wanted to make me sergeants. I said, no, leave me as a corporal. I said, I want to go home and milk my cows. Yeah, but anyway, I left there, and that was in 53, because the date of truce was signed. I had my 9 months in there, and they were paying me $42 a month to get killed. Yeah. So then I ended up in Camp Carson, Colorado for 2 months. And then I worked in the building office. So I got to shake the hands of every prisoner that came out of North Korea. I'd call off their names and shook their hands. That's why I always stayed as a corporal, because all the soldiers I met in Korea that went there for the second time, stay as a corporal. He said, you get to be a sergeant, you're going to be out there in the field training. And I wasn't. I sat in the building, called off the names. I had the day for myself. Yeah. So then, like I said, I got out of the service in, I think it was October or November, because I had my 2 years in. Yeah. So then I came back, worked for a construction company, doing tunnel work underneath Capitol Drive. So then I got to be, because I was living in the city of Oak Creek, and there was an opportunity to join the police department. So I took the exam and I beat college kids out. But after 28 years in the police department and 2 years on the service, I retired, 1985. And I'm still here. Yeah, yeah. What else can I say? Yeah. Good, yeah. Anytime, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. That was wonderful.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you for putting up with me.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh, that's yours? Yeah, this is mine.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Take your time. And sir, in December, everybody in this room will be thinking of you and sending you great birthday wishes. Only 93, so you got a long way to go. So thank you very much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the final category for the 2024 KDVA and KUSEF U.S. Civilian Honoree is Mr. Phil Mock. He is also sponsored by MOA, and his charity is the Korea Society, and we're very thankful for the contributions. Please allow me to read the citation. Presented to Mr. Phil Mock for outstanding and inspiring contributions to the ROK U.S. Alliance, including being named Korean American leader in the public sector by the Korean Consulate General in New York City, supporting Korean and U.S. veterans as Korean community liaison, actively supporting veterans in the Society of American Military Engineers, and founding Collaboration DC to highlight Korean talent to mainstream audiences. So a young man of breadth of talent, initiative, energy, and a great desire to give to both American and Korean veterans. So in that regard, we're very thankful to be able to honor him. So again, General Kelly will speak on behalf of MOA as the sponsor. Sir.
Well, thanks again, Steve. One of the things I mentioned up front is that the Military Officers Association of America is dedicated to our veterans and those who are serving. And so it is a natural partnership that we have with KDVA. And so I want to thank General Scaparrotti and our special friend over here, Mr. J.W. Kim, who really helps us keep this sort of partnership between MOA and KDVA alive and thriving. It's an honor again for MOA to be able to present this award to Mr. Philip Mock. Just a couple more words about Philip. I think it's obvious in that reading, but Philip was destined to be able to support the Alliance. His mom was adopted by a U.S. service member and brought back to the United States. His dad's dad, so Philip's grandfather, fought in the conflict. And so as he was growing up in Baltimore, I think the ability to serve and give back and support the Alliance was natural for Philip. His studies in school at the University of Maryland were in politics, political science, and a study of East Asian studies in particular. And so when Philip graduated, the ability to go to Korea as part of his studies and work on the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Alliance, Free Trade Agreement, now providing over $200 billion in trade between the two nations, is just one testament. I think it's incredible that somebody from that age has that instillment to continue to serve and do great things. And so it is an honor for MOA to be able to provide this award to Philip. And so I'd like to have Philip come up and receive his award.
General Scaprod and General Lim, if you could please help present. General Scaprod and General Lim, please. Okay, thank you. Sorry, sir. Snuck up on me. Again, the U.S. Civilian Honoree, Mr. Phil Mock. And a check to the Korea Society in Phil's name from MOA, the gracious sponsor. Okay, Phil, please, looking forward to your remarks. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Oh wow. Wasn't expecting this much attention. But it's really, I'm really humbled and honored for this honors. I'm actually a new KDVA member over in Hawaii. So I'm used to being in an aloha shirt and slacks instead of a suit. It's been a long time. But I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the Korea-U.S. Alliance. As they mentioned before, my grandfather was actually from North Korea and escaped to the South and served the ROK in the military during the conflict. My mother, because my grandfather had passed away, and so my grandmother couldn't support her. So she was sent to the US to live with her aunt, who was married to an American GI. And so until she was married, she had the last name Martinez. Yeah. I was born and raised Baltimore, Maryland, just an hour from here. And they always told me that, you were born here, you were raised here, but deep inside you're Korean. But I always kind of pushed up against that because I believe and I know in my heart that I'm an American. And it took learning Korean. In 2007, I had the privilege to attend Korea universities, their international summer campus, and intern for the National Assembly. I was under the honorary, the Assemblyman Kejin Lee, Igijin Leonim. And I was able to work on the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement during the negotiations, the different stakeholders. And today, I never could foresee, that 200 billion or more in goods and services are exchanged between the US and Korea. I did move on into public service. I served under Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley in intergovernmental relations. And then New York State Senator Toby Stavisky, I was able to help other Korean Americans and the Korean community in a legislative capacity and to help, speak the language, as it were. Later, I moved to Korea, and I ended up working for a couple of Korean companies. One was a subsidiary of Daewoo Shipbuilding Marine Engineering, Daewoo Josan. And then I was recruited by Samsung Engineering for their first engineering, procurement, and construction project in the United States. But none of this would have been possible without the sacrifice of, United States servicemen and Republic of Korea and the alliance that was born in blood. So from the bottom of my heart, people like John here, thank you. Thank you. God bless the Republic of Korea. God bless the United States of America. 같이 갑시다.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're at the end of our program, and we really appreciate you attending. And General Scaparrotti, sir, for your closing remarks, please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this evening and the honors. I just ask you to give another round of applause for the 3 honorees that we noted tonight. Terrific. And it gives you an indication of the members that we have, among the 30,000 that we have in KDVA tonight, and the kind of work they're doing in their communities to strengthen our alliance, to support our veterans, and that's what we're all about. One thing I would say to you is that, our objective, and it has been now for several years, is to grow KDVA. We've had 4 straight record years, this past year doubling our membership. And we're clipping pretty well right now. So I would ask each of you to help me and the others in KDVA, help us with strengthening the alliance, strengthening KDVA, and outreach to potential members. If everyone in this room finds a member, okay, that'll make a big difference here in pretty short order. So when you see somebody, they've served in Korea, they have a love for the alliance, invite them to go to kdva.net. It's free, okay, it's free, and help the alliance. And we'll continue to grow and strengthen our organization and KDVA. I want to thank Ambassador again for taking your valuable time to spend it with us tonight. Speaks volumes, and thank you very much. Ambassador Harris, General Camry as well, thank you. To my brother here, General Leem, thank you, the President of CUSAF and CUSAF for their support. They are our close partner. CUSAF is the fundraiser that allows us in KDVA to do all that we do, and we appreciate their support for all that we do here. And then I've got to mention MPVA, because MPVA is the sponsor for our reunion, and we appreciate their help as well. So I hope that you enjoyed the evening. I think, Steve, are you going to mention the staff here at Mayflower before you step down, or should I? Okay, you've got that going. So we'll do that at the end. So listen, thank you again for coming tonight. We're going to enjoy the entertainment. I would ask you to take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Going to the memorial is always moving, and I would encourage as many of you as can make it to do that tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that is the formal part of the program. Now we have some Korean cultural activities with a great company called Jirimsam. So ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome our cultural entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, again, TDM's head. Thank you very much. As General Scaparrotti mentioned, let me just thank some people behind the scenes who put this together and made this really happen. First and foremost, Erlene Hollerith, our Vice President for Leadership Support. Literally everything that happened went through her tonight, and she even got her son Noah involved, so thank you very much. Ambry Jones, her trusted assistant in red. I'm going to give a special shout out to this family. He is both our Georgia chapter president and membership coordinator, flew in from Atlanta, not just by himself to do this, but also brought his family, his wife Cecilia and daughter Tina. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And our intern, Ethan Morrison, he's the tall gentleman back there. Thank you very much, Ethan, for helping out. Two more. The amazing work that was done for all of the personal attention by the Mayflower staff. We really appreciate it. Literally, you put it all together so quickly, especially when we transitioned for the banquet. So thank you, staff. Finally, want to thank Amy Fisher and her team for being the ones that take pictures. Thank you very much. And the video. Thank you. So like General Scaparrotti mentioned, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the bus leaves here for the Korean War Veterans Memorial. If you can make it here and you want to drive there, get there by yourself, 9:30, we will have a group of about 60 or 70 folks there. So ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for joining us for honors, and we are honored that you made it here with us tonight. Thank you.